All right, we are closing.
This is a call to order. This is German Village Commission hearing. Today is July 2nd, 2025. It is 4:08 p.m. We are here at the address of this building,
141.
141 North Front Street on the first floor. The next business meeting will be Wednesday, July 23rd, 2022 at 12 noon. Back over at 111 North Front Street, second floor room 205. And the next hearing will be Wednesday, August 6th, 2025 at 4 p.m. Across the street, back at 111 North Front Street, second floor room 205, correct, Nick? 205 next hearing.
For the business meeting, will be in 205 for 140. I think for the hearing, it'll be back here, 141.
Back over here. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and swear in staff. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth,
I do.
and your name for the record.
Nick Urson.
Thank you. Commissioners present, starting on my left. Edward Steele. Anthony Hartke, Chair.
Karen McCoy. FE.
For the hearing format, we do have many folks here. If you are looking to speak, please make sure you fill out a speaker slip and provide it to staff. Nick over here to my left. And a reminder that the speaker should keep himself to a three-minute time limit. And reminder, we will have the forum here at the meeting house, at the meeting. If that's not followed, we will stop the hearing and take a recess to reconvene. All right, moving ahead to the staff approvals. Those begin on page 12 of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I have to recuse myself from 612 Mohawk Street.
Mr. Chairman, I have no recusals.
Mr. Chairman, I move to ratify the staff approvals.
Second?
Stay down for 1 second.
Okay.
I think I might have one.
Yeah. Mandy Jackson.
Send this one away. Okay, head recusals. All right, so we have a motion. We have a second. Is there any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against, ayes have it, motion passes. Moving on to the approval or ratification of minutes from last meeting, June 4th, 2025.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the minutes from June of 2025.
Second?
Are there any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against, ayes have it, motion passes. Moving on to the continued applications. Item 1, COA 2500447-239 Lansing Street. Applicant here for 239 Lansing. Mark that one and come back to. Jump ahead, item number 2, COA 2500224-257 East Livingston. Once you're settled, you can raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
And your name?
Shane Chan.
Thank you. I just reminded to talk into the microphone as well as for the commissioners on board.
Is that good?
This is a request for action that was continued for landscaping for a concrete sidewalk to remove the existing unapproved concrete walkway and to install sandstone stepping stones on black cypress mulch with plantings for the submitted site plan. The following is from the approved April 2025 GBC hearing minutes. The commissioner comments where the commission recommended the applicant pursue a design where brick is laid on top of the existing concrete and covers the concrete in its entirety rather than removal of concrete to add portions of brick. The commission concluded limestone steps from the sidewalk to the side yard walkway is the most appropriate option. And the commission requested the applicant provide a drainage plan that shows the path the water will be directed. A PVC drain is not likely to be supported. The applicant has recommended to ensure that AC unit screening fence and gate will still be able to function with the additional height from bricks. If modifications are necessary, those should be clarified. The applicant has then revised their design from those commissioner comments to what you see before you today. At the July business meeting, the commission requested a cross-section of the layering materials for the walkway area and requested additional detail as to what will occur where the slip is removed. The applicant provided a revised rendering, including a cross-section of the walkway area. And the structure, for note, is a historic residential building that has been renovated to a multi-unit residential apartment building. HPO staff does recommend the applicant consider a completely brick walkway to better meet the recommendations from the German Village guidelines. The recommendation is approval with the following clarifications, or with the following conditions, and that the front sections of the walk be entirely dry laid brick, and any walkway behind fencing could be treated as side yard, rear yard for the stone steppers. The basis for the staff recommendation is City Code 301-613, Standards for Site Improvements A and B, the German Village Guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125, and then recommendation 1 through 5. That is all.
Anything else to add?
No, sir. We did look at the recommendation of putting the brick on the concrete, and once we got into the detail, it was turning out to be a lot more difficult than we initially thought. Providing good drainage and detailing that would allow the brick paving to withstand weather conditions and whatnot. We thought difficult, so we just kind of reverted back to it. It's presented.
Any questions, comments from the commission?
Realistically, how much is this used?
It's not intended to be used a lot. It'd be used a little depending on where a tenant parks. There's parking on the back side. There is a door. There's parking on the front side, the main street there. It's not intended to be used a lot.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
Given that it's not, it feels to me like it's not that visible. I think I'm okay with the sandstone steppers. I mean, it only provides a 24-inch pathway. It's not a lot, but if it's not primary access and it's just used for maintenance, I find it to be okay.
I have a sample of the paver if you want to see the.
It is real stone, right? It's like blue stone.
And I would say to staff's comment about brick for a portion versus pavers, I would say we've allowed for stepper pavers in side yards before as a pathway to get back. It's not a heavily traveled, so I think it's precedent for this.
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 250-224-257 East Livingston Avenue, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Are there any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, moving ahead to item 3, COA 2500463-1122 South Pearl Street. Once you're both settled, if you raise your right hands, one each. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. That's your name.
Dr. Kathiko. Alan Day.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is a request for action that was continued for exterior building alteration and landscaping. This application is the result of a code violation. That violation number is 24444000126, and all work has been completed without a COA. All the work I'll mention has been completed. Removed and reconstructed the front porch with alterations per the submitted photos, removed exterior concrete stairs and installed new rounded concrete stairs on a side elevation. They repaired and restored existing basement windows on the property, replaced 4 light fixtures on the property, and they were installed without the approval from December. Replaced 2 front porch wall light fixtures. And we note that for that one in December, the commission approved for the retention of a porch ceiling light, but not for the wall sconces that were then replaced after the December hearing. The applicant does now propose to restore the front porch to its original condition prior to any work taking place, and those materials for that design have been submitted in the materials packet for you. The following is from the December 2024 GBC hearing minutes. Commissioner comments. The commission concluded that the two porches were replaced do not match the porches that were removed without approval. The commission recommends the applicant propose to return the porches to their original configuration, and the following differences were noted. The original porch was appropriately placed below the water table with multiple steps leading into the entrance, and the current porch is above the water table with only one step. And the recommendation there was the porch should be below the water table. The original porch rail had 3 to 4 inches of space between the bottom of the rail and the porch floor, and the current porch is poured just below the rail. And that recommendation there was the porch height should be altered to allow space between the railing without changing the overall height of the railing. And the side porch was generally prefabricated concrete stair with 3 stairs, and the new stoop is 2 steps of poured concrete with angled edges. The recommendation is the existing porch should be proposed for removal, and the replacement step should match what was previously there or proposed to be more appropriate per the guidelines. The commission recommended the applicant coordinate with HPO staff if they would like a site visit, and importantly, no remediation work should be undertaken before a certificate of appropriateness is issued. At the July business meeting, the commission requested a list of all work that has been completed since the December hearing be submitted, and requested a section drawing of the porch and railing, and they requested demolition plan and work description for removing the unapproved porch. Light cut sheets for the light installed without approval were also requested. The applicant did submit the light cut sheets as well as the demolition plan. The work items are on page 1 of your materials packet outlining how the existing porch will be removed, as well as the applicant clarified he could describe that in more detail at tonight's hearing. The applicant did install different light fixtures between the December 2024 GBC hearing and the July application submission without approval. Per the approval letter from December 2024, the applicant would have needed to submit cut sheets for review prior to the issuance of a COA, and no COA has been issued from the December approval. HPO staff do note the light fixtures might be appropriate for the rear door and garage, but the commission at the December hearing specifically noted no wall fixtures should be on the porch, and only a porch ceiling light should be installed after a COA was issued for those fixtures. The basement windows were repaired without reviewer approval, and no COA was issued, so HPO staff recommend the commission determine the appropriateness of their final appearance. The recommendation is that staff recommends the commission split the application into 2 parts. Part A being all of the work except for basement windows, and Part B being the basement windows, where staff recommend the commission approve Part A with the following conditions, and then continue Part B to allow for the applicant time to clarify information on the basement windows unless that is presented this evening. The recommended conditions are that light fixtures follow the December 2024 approval, and the porch is restored to its previous configuration before work was completed. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 31611 standards for alteration 1 through 6 and then 9 through 12, the German Village guidelines for entrances and doors 2, and the German Village guidelines for ornamentation, trim brackets, hood mold, shutters, and light fixtures 1, as well as the recommendations from the German Village guidelines for porches.
Anything else to add?
Guess I don't know where to start. What would you guys like to know?
You up to the commission, where you guys want to start?
On the front porch,
Okay.
the drawings I'm seeing dated June of this year, there's still a top coat wash on the porch. That doesn't look significantly different than what
It's
is.
not been done. We're waiting until we get
But
approval.
the drawings that indicate the work,
Drawings indicate, okay.
there's a section through the porch that still has a wash with, it's still above the water table.
The work hasn't been done.
But I'm looking for drawings that will show us what the work will be.
The architect submitted that.
I
drawing.
can't even understand that. I'm
Not
sorry.
that, this was his original measurements that he did.
Okay,
And so that's how we know the original configuration. It's his handwriting. Yes, it's a little bit hard to read, but when he pointed it out,
This is what I'm looking at right here. Porch section B1, revised June 22nd, 2025, still has wash on it that goes above the water table.
he's showing what's there now and what it needs to be.
Old slab profile, top of slab typical,
Old slab.
and is top of slab typical new? But it's dotted. Top of slab at inside corner porch is a solid line. This is the old configuration back here, but it doesn't look like they're getting to it.
That is depicting the original step, one of the step that juts out into the driveway
Yeah.
area.
Yep.
See if we're looking at the same thing. So on the estimate, if you were to scroll to the one from CJ Custom Concrete, it details that. So remove existing top coat on side porch, remove step and step that was in build, remove and replace side doorstep to match plan. Saw joy built to accommodate footing, step to have footing per plan, step to be broom finished. To be sealed with salt board sealer, all demo to be removed off site. Finish on front porch will be extra upon approval of the city.
So to Ned's point, go back to that drawing. If the contractor is planning to install for this detail, old slab profile is this dashed line here, which goes to the bottom of the stone water table. It's showing the top of slab as it currently exists,
Right.
going to the midpoint of the water table, a little higher than that.
Right.
And they're showing a dashed line for top of slab typical above the bottom of the water table. When the work is done, where are we going to be at? Are we back at the old slab profile at the bottom of the water table, or are we back at this higher elevation?
The old slab, that's what the request was from the contractor, or to the contractor.
Okay. That's what I wanted to confirm.
So in a nutshell, the porch will be restored to what it was originally.
Yes, and that drawing that you said you couldn't read, which I understand, those were his measurements when he did the original architectural drawings. So rather than trying to rely on old photographs, which we have done at these meetings, we actually have the measurements of the original steps.
So it will be restored back to three risers instead of one,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Any more questions on the porch itself? For the light fixtures, are you still looking to keep those two wall fixtures? Because we were pretty clear that the fixtures on the walls are not appropriate.
If you want those lights taken down, we can take them down. You should know that there was no electricity to the porch, so there was no functioning porch light on the ceiling.
Okay.
But there was electricity to those two lights, which is why we have lights, and we went with what we thought was appropriate. The ones that are there now, we requested sample of a light that had been recently approved by the commission, and those are the lights that you see that are there now. I don't know if they have a real recent photo, but that's what has been installed. The other fixtures were removed.
So when you say that there's no power to that light overhead,
There is now,
was there before this work was done?
but you guys wanted the lights, so we put them there.
So this picture showing the work, before any work was done, shows a light fixture in the ceiling that is on.
I don't know who took the electric line out, but it wasn't there when we bought the house. I don't know if it, what's the word I'm looking for? If it was non-functional and so they just never put a light back up or something. I see your picture, I see it's a light bulb, but I'm telling you, it wasn't working when we bought the house
Okay. And when did you buy the house?
a long time ago.
Okay.
21.
For the commission, the pre-work photos were submitted by the applicant.
And you said there were wall fixtures there already and you just replaced them?
That's my recollection. I'm not the work crew.
Okay.
Ask what would you want to see on the front porch when it comes to lighting?
So typically, if there was a roof light in the porch, that would be the appropriate location for the light. If there was a wall fixture by the door, then there's a precedence for putting a wall fixture in.
Gotcha.
Typically, if we add a wall fixture, we're not putting one on either side of the door, it would be one per door, as opposed to two on either side of one door. So it's kind of a multi questionable installation right now.
Sure, different versions.
It's not anything you would approve as is.
Sure.
There are two doors on this porch.
Correct. It would be one light per door. So on the right side of one, right, the other left, one left of the other. Right now, it's left and right of the same door.
So this would be more appropriate if with this picture here, the light closest to us in the picture being removed.
Yes.
And the other, and then the other sconce would be able to stay and the ceiling would be able to stay.
So like this picture. One here is the most appropriate. If we were to have a wall light, I believe this one's the more appropriate location. Surface mounted conduit is not an appropriate installation.
Okay.
So they'll have to be fed through the wall.
From the interior.
But this one here, this location is not a typical location of a light because it's not aligned to a door. It's just out in the field of wall on the porch. It's not a historical placement of light fixture. But this alone would be the most appropriate location.
Yeah. That's
Well, before we get to the steps. For those lights, do you have a preferred? Like to amend the application, so we're trying to get you to something we can approve, take with you to move forward with.
Yeah.
Is there a preferred configuration you'd like us to add in the application to vote on today?
So if we were to remove those lights, we would just need to, what would be the approved color? Just brick of same color?
About that match the brick as best as
Yeah.
possible, using appropriate mortar.
So if the one closest to the street is the one that is the concern, we're happy to remove that. Building behind. We're trying to come to a resolution. We want to get this fixed. We want to get it finished.
Agreed.
the other light fixture, you're gonna have to rework because it's exposed conduit.
Again, I didn't do that.
No, I'm not being accusatory. It's
Yeah.
just not acceptable. If you're looking for economy here, I would just do away with the light fixture.
Your way,
That
Yeah.
power goes to the ceiling. That's not for the sconce. That's for the ceiling.
The conduit coming up out of, but still not
There was no
acceptable.
electricity going up there. And the project has been finished for over 2 years.
If that light fixture, that conduit is coming from light fixture up to feed the top ceiling, if that's the way it's currently wired, I would say you take down the ceiling light, take back the conduit and leave the one fixture that's there in the back, if that is fed from inside the house through the wall.
We're happy to do that.
That would be approved.
Commission be okay with that?
Yeah,
Yes.
We're going to that.
Okay.
I want to say it out loud one more time. We're going to keep the one between the two doors.
One between the two doors stays.
Got it.
The conduit going up goes away, which probably means that the light fixture above would go away, or leave it, but probably go away. The light fixture close to the street goes away. And patch in appropriately.
For the commission, there were the 3 other light fixtures that you were okay with the location of. Are you okay with the fixtures in those locations? They're the same fixtures on the porch there. It's the 2 on the garage and the 1 by the side door. You were supportive at the December hearing, you were approved there to be fixtures there. You just wanted them to be approved by staff and not the ones that were there previously. But they have replaced them with the same one that's on the porch. So I just wanted to confirm you found those to be appropriate. for
Go to
this.
page 24, shows what's there currently.
Thank you.
Are those the fixtures currently in place out there?
Yes,
I'm okay with them based on placement in the garage. Black, anybody else have an issue?
I guess,
It's-
so.
It's okay.
All right, so that takes care of the porch base, takes care of the porch light fixtures, takes care of the garage backlight fixtures. What else do we have on here?
the side steps in the picture behind you are also on that drawing to be removed and rebuilt to their original size and shape.
If they're going back to the original size and shape, I've got no problem with that. We also have a problem with what we proposed.
No.
Problem there.
So do we want to split this into A and B as?
I think we talk about the windows and determine if those space
Okay.
windows are appropriate, and if not, then we'll probably split that, so we can get them something before. Is
Okay.
there anything else, Nick, that we had to specifically look at?
Just the windows.
All right, so the windows, which are up on the screen there. So as a recap, they were originally boarded up, board was taken off, whatever was there was taken out, block was put in. Block has since been taken out, and these have been put in place, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Were these what was there before the board was taken off, or are these something different?
There was nothing there but wood.
Yeah, it was just the
Yeah.
board there for security. There was no window frame left.
Okay. We do have one approved window type for these basement windows on the approved windows list. Nick, do you remember what those were? I have a list here.
Not off the top of my head, I believe it's the
Very last one on the list,
it's the very first one. It's-
fiber frame.
Yeah, fiber frame. We also, like, if they want to do any of the other approved window models in a solid casement, that's also permitted for basement windows. Not solid. Fixed, not casement, sorry,
Right.
fixed window.
We do have an approved windows list that are staff approvable. And they're available on the city's website. The one specifically for basement windows we've approved, that's not approved for first floor and above windows, is the fiber frame 2100 series awning window, fiberglass exterior and interior. These look like just a metal frame, almost like a storm window. Do you know what these are specifically?
It's an aluminum frame with a like glass.
Actually, it looks really nice and blends in really well. I think.
Yeah.
I know that when she was there, she was looking at whether this is approved or not, but I would think they would have thought they blend, they don't stick out, you don't walk by and go, that doesn't match. See how they've been designed to match the colors of the building. I know you guys asked for glass there. I didn't know that you had a specific one. I think they look nice. I don't know why they wouldn't be approved.
For the commission, the contractor we met on site told us the windows had been repaired, so we didn't take a very close look at it. We were told on site that those are the windows that were there originally, so that's what we were told by the contractor.
Sure.
Yeah,
We weren't aware that these were brand new windows on site. Just to clarify that for the record.
If they're repaired, different story. If they are a replacement, typically what we look for with windows, regardless of whether they look nice or not, it's the historic aspects, so the typical dimensions of the frame, the sash around the window, as opposed to having very thin profiles for that frame. Throws it off in relation to a lot of the other windows in the house.
Is there glass block in the front windows?
That was before December.
Okay,
The glass block is what you saw in December.
okay, and this is what
Correct.
has replaced.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
So when it was purchased, it was boarded up and there was no window frame, just plywood. Sure. Plywood was removed, and due to some security issues and some break-ins throughout, glass block was installed to secure the assets that we had in the property.
Sure.
Came here and found out that the glass block is not okay. We had looked at other houses in space and saw that it had been used. We had a poor assumption that would be approved. Last hearing, it was not approved, so we pulled the glass block out and looked at, I believe it's either house next door. We pulled historical photos from the county auditor site to see what has been used in houses, and it was a thin frame with glass in it. So that was the closest we got to what we saw to be historical for the space. We didn't want the frames to stick out at all, so they kind of matched the color of the color around the house. Yeah, and it's what we installed.
So the commission, I think the question would be, if there was no windows there, if it was just plywood, is this the worst condition plywood? Just an acceptable condition as installed.
It's not a worse condition.
Not a worse condition, but it's, we do have a standard. I'm not willing to deviate from that because we don't want to start that.
The basement window is located on the side yard, there,
There's two on the street side and two on the driveway side.
the whole.
Right, two or just. Hopefully, it might just be one on the driveway side. There, you can see it in that picture.
Are they,
That's-
with the approval of the fiber one that you discussed, is it aesthetically different than what we've installed here?
What you installed looks like it's maybe an inch at most frame compared to what you typically see on a either a brick mold plus you have the window frame itself. So you're talking about 2, 3, 4 inches of solid with the window inside. Portions are off with what's installed currently.
Understands the approval, we didn't see one that looked similar to that when we looked around, but I'm not saying there is those.
All I can tell you on other applicants is Historic Preservation Office is a great staff and are there to guide you and help you.
Very fair.
Fiber frame specifically with the casement or the brick mold and everything, you're pushing over 3 inches of brick mold plus mullion or sash.
Not to be, this is more of a 1950s basement, metal window basement type thing than what would have been in the house of this age.
Looks a lot better than
Yeah.
plywood.
Oh, I'm not, yes, and I appreciate the effort that you have made, trust me.
My recommendation for you is what staff said. We split the application into 2. We can approve everything else we talked about, get you on your way with that. But having the approved window list, we're
Sure.
to approve something else here is a slippery slope. It opens the door to anybody else that wants to start using something off the list.
And if you use one on the list at staff approval, you're not back here.
You don't have to come back to us. Tell staff which one you want to use and you're golden.
So after we tell staff, then do we need some kind of a piece of paper that says we can do it?
Yeah, so if we split this into 2, we'll go on the first portion, approve it. Staff will take a couple days to get the notes and everything together. They'll write up the COA document and send that to you. That COA document is what you need to proceed forward with that piece. For the window portion, recommend we continue that portion. And then you can see if we can get it faster. We can approve a window from the windows list for staff to confirm. Then once you provide which window you would like and details on that to staff, she will already, or Nick will already have the approval from us. All she's got to do is write up that COA, just write that document, and then you're good to go once you get that document.
I think it's simpler just to continue it.
And then, I mean, in that case, if they submitted a new application for just installing approved windows in the basement windows, we would stop it with that.
Yeah.
If we split it, whether we continue to approve it, still gets the same result. You
Well,
staff approval.
What if they want to amend their application, take the windows out?
I would say,
Take the windows out of this application.
Is there anything that we can state today saying that we will in fact install the approved windows as soon as possible and get some level of approval for we approve that a window from our approved list is going to be installed in the property and we can send a picture of it complete or something along those lines?
And you just said you only have one approved window, so what do we have to get approved? Just tell us which window it is, and put it in.
we would just need the cut sheet for the window specifically sent to us.
But you have
Via
the window
email.
that's been approved and I don't.
Yes, but you would talk to the manufacturer of that window. They would submit to you an order form with the drawings of the window and the exact measurements. You submit that to us, we stamp it, we issue the entire COA. They are trying to determine if you want that split, so you can do the window on a slower pace and go ahead and get started on everything else, or if you want it all together and you'll do it all together. But the COA itself, if you do it all together, would wait until we receive that cut sheet from you.
So if we, and so the timing of that is just how long it takes us to get the cut sheet.
Yes.
And if we get it to you in the next week or so, we can do the entire project and not have to split.
Yes.
I'm approving that.
And for the record, splitting is just simply us taking a vote, saying we're gonna split it, you ask to vote, then we vote first, vote for the second piece. It's really no more time on your hands.
Okay.
It just gives you that definite approval on everything else, so you can move forward.
Well,
and have to worry
that
about
sounds
it.
good. That sounds like a thing.
So what are we doing?
We're gonna split,
Okay.
and then for the second one, we're gonna vote and approve for window from the list with details to staff.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2400463, 1122 Pearl Street, I move to split it into part A, which is everything but the windows in the basement, and part B, which is the basement windows.
For a second,
Second.
dealer's choice. Any questions on that motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it, motion is split. Or the application is split. Is there a motion on portion A, which is everything but the windows?
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna give a heads up, I'm not confident about this documentation being enough for me to be positive about voting for it,
For the A?
for A. I'm just saying that. I'm just getting a word that we're gonna restore it. That's where I'm at. I'm not sure that's sufficient for me. But anyway. Mr. Chairman, on COA 2400463, 1122 Pearl Avenue on item A, I move to approve.
Second.
With clarification that the light fixture close to the street is being removed. That the light fixture at the ceiling is being removed. That the conduit running to the ceiling is being removed. Light fixture back in the corner between the two doors is staying as is. The stairs are being restored back to the original configuration prior to any work having started. And that the porch will be brought back to the original configuration, specifically the level of the porch surface being at or below the bottom of the water table stonework on the house. Good with that? Any other questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Ayes have, it, motion passes. And we have a motion on item B.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2400-463-1122 Pearl Street, item B, the basement windows, as amended, that the applicant is going to provide the approved basement window.
Window will be from the approved list
Will be an approved list.
with the documentation of that window to their staff. Question, is there a second?
Second.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have, the motion passes. Just make sure you get the documentation to Nick. She'll take care of that and fix the COA as soon as she can. If you come across anything else or have any questions that are outside the bounds of what we talked about, talk to Nick, come back to us. We don't want to be in the same position where now having to rework anything.
Thanks,
Sounds good.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Moving on to item number, we're going to 4. Is anybody here for item 1? 239 Lansing. All right. We'll move on to item number 4, COA 2500454, 503 South 3rd Street. Once you're both settled, you'll both raise your right hands. We're to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
Right, and your name?
Sandy Gregorio, CJE Restoration.
Thank you.
Christina Fawner.
Thank you. Nick?
This is a request for action that was continued for an exterior building alteration to remove the existing, oh, I should open up that application for you all. I'm so sorry. I'm not used to doing this part as well. But this is for removing an existing slate and installing an asphalt shingle roof. That new asphalt shingle is to be the JF Royal Sovereign shingle in nickel gray from the approved shingle list. The application was continued at the June hearing due to the applicant's absence, and at the July business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information. The asphalt shingles on the existing shed dormers were installed in 2012 following the issuance of a staff approval COA. And the replacement at the time was asphalt shingle for asphalt shingle on the shed dormers, and the approved shingle was the JF Royal Sovereign nickel gray, which was proposed for the roof. The applicant also does have 2 slate assessments provided in your documentation. The staff recommendation in this application is approval with any all clarification to be submitted to staff with the following conditions, and those conditions just being the approved shingle list requirements are followed, including installation of metal ridge roll and the use of ridge venting and no soffit venting. And, I'm sorry, the basis for the recommendation is 301-611 stands for alteration, 5, 6, and 11, and the 2005 amendments for slate replacement.
Anything else to add? All right, questions, comments from the commission? I have one question. Metal ridge roll, that's the plan,
Yes.
thinner red or gray?
Usually it'll say either, but
Yeah, I don't know what his preference is, but if you guys have a preference, we can just say that's recommended from you guys.
One of those 2 colors, just send
Yeah.
the staff with it.
Yeah.
I didn't see any mention of ridge roll on the agenda.
Okay.
And then the only other request I would have, I know CGE does this by matter of course, but any slate that's still salvageable, either collect it or find a roofer who would like to have that, so we can keep this. as-
Keep it ourselves.
Yeah.
Repairs. We do a lot of repairs.
For workshop. All right, if there's no other questions or comments, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500454, 503 South 3rd Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Moving ahead to COA 2500034 East Sycamore. We have one step down, we have one already on the record. If you can please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. Your name, sir?
Josh Massey.
Thank you very much. Nick?
Yes, okay. This is a request for action that was continued for an exterior building alteration for a slate roof replacement. It is again to remove the existing slate roof and replace with an asphalt shingle. In this case, it is the Owens Corning in Estate Gray. And they would like to install the metal ridge roll in Tenors Red, and then also replacing the existing flat roofing with new APDM in either black or gray. Following is from the approved March 2025 DEC hearing minutes. Commissioners' comments concluded that the commissioners confirm the applicant would need to submit additional slate assessment by a licensed roof contractor confirming the slate is beyond its serviceable life. And the slate assessment should include the slate type and approximate slate age. The commission also requested the applicant submit additional photos of the roof without the shadows. The applicant has submitted that second slate assessment to be on the agenda tonight. And it is in your materials packet. At the July business meeting, the commission had no additional requests for information. And again, we know the second slate assessment is in your packets. The staff recommendation, the staff does recommend approval with any all clarifications to be submitted to staff with the following conditions, and those conditions are that the requirements of the approved shingle list are followed with the use of the metal ridge roll and the use of bridge venting where needed instead of in lieu of any hat or soffit vents. The basis for recommendation is 31611, stands for alteration 5, 6, and 11, and the German Village Guidelines 2005 amendments on slate roof replacement.
Anything else to add? Questions, comments from the commission?
Not here.
If there's no questions or comments, besides my comment of say it's late, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500034, 278 East Sycamore Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Say the motion passes. All right, moving ahead to item number 6, COA 2500607-846 South Pearl Street. Let the record show that applicants are still sworn in.
Sorry, just pulling this out. This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for a sunroom enclosure. To remove the windows from the existing sunroom addition and replace with 6/6 double hung windows with raised panels above. Convert one window into a door and one door into a window. And remove the skylights, glass ceiling, and install a standing seam metal roof. At the July business meeting, the commission requested existing elevation drawings and asked for clarification on the roof pitch and the new design. The applicant has provided the existing condition renderings as well, and those are on page 4 of your materials. HPO staff have also added the 1995 COA to the materials packet, which includes the construction of what is then called the conservatory, which is the sunroom addition, and the 1960 Sanborn map for the property. Because the sunroom was constructed in 1995, the addition is considered non-historic and non-contributing from staff's perspective. The primary concern for staff with this application is the window configuration on the enclosure, noting that they are more ornate style. They are more ornate in style than one would typically see, and they would not typically be approved as a suitable replacement style for other windows on this property. 6/6 windows or 6/1 windows were a common window style used in the 1960s and were often used to dress up the structures when historically more simple window styles would have been used in German village architectural styles. HPO staff recommends all windows in the sunroom enclosure be simple 1/1 windows. HPO staff note that there are no window COAs on file, so any existing 6/6 windows on the property would have been installed without approval, likely by a previous owner because they are older replacements, it appears from many photos. The staff recommendation is that staff recommends approval of any all clarifications to be submitted to staff with the following conditions, and those conditions are just those windows are 1/1s rather than the 6/6 more ornate style. The standards for alteration are City Code 31611, 1 through 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The German Village Guidelines for additions 1 through 4, and the German Village Guidelines for windows 1 through 1, 2, and 4, and the 2005 amendments on windows as well. And that is all from staff.
Anything else to add? No. Questions, comments from the commission?
What's the age of the, not this addition, previous addition, do we know what that age is? Because the COA that you included showed a different window and door configuration than what's there now.
It is existing in 95, but I did not have COAs in the file for any other addition.
And the reason I'm asking is they're switching a door and a window out.
In the sunroom, I believe. The door and window, yeah, are switching in the sunroom itself, not
I
in
thought
the.
it was.
So no, there, on
No,
the
it's on the
previous
addition.
edition, so, yeah, no, we are, the middle elevation, that door is not a standard door height, yes, that one.
Yeah.
Height, so the standard door height.
Oh, okay.
And that's not even the configuration of that wall right now, is it? You're
That
showing
is
two
the-
windows.
That is the existing configuration.
Give me the photo.
What you're showing on the elevations is that.
Elevations are wrong.
And there should be a picture on the existing to show, or maybe, yeah. That is the-
The existing.
There's a window,
So is that existing
Yeah, yeah.
there? So it's one window, one door only?
it's so it's one window, one door, and then two windows.
If
Yeah,
you
the
zoom,
elevation.
if you
needs
zoom
to
into the
be
picture, you can
adjusted.
just barely make it top of the double windows, just past the
So you
fence.
can see that first window, then there's the fence, then there's the door, then there's two windows.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the elevation drawing needs to be amended.
yeah, okay, so it actually looks like the COA from whenever, 95, and not what you're showing here. So looking at this elevation, what are you doing? Just changing the door out?
Changing the door up,
Door staying in the same location?
just
just
getting a
change-
little larger.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay.
Taller.
Taller, yes.
Okay.
Go into a standard height.
Okay,
So right now, is there a transom above that door?
There's not.
Just looks like one from the picture.
We can submit additional photos too. Clarification.
I can zoom in to see the sandboard map here if you'd like.
Okay. Um.
Hmm.
Any questions about the door?
no, I just think the drawings need to be amended for staff. to approve it. So how do you feel about 6/6 windows in the former greenhouse?
We could move those to 1/1 to match.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it was a light request from the homeowner, so. We moved with it, but I don't think it's gonna get
Okay.
back.
I would also throw out there that on the original approved COA, they had 2/2s approved.
Hmm.
So to me, that would open up if there's a reason for wanting to have more than 1/1s of a different configuration. I think there's precedent to match 2/2s. My concern is if we have 6/6 on the old edition, what's on the main house? Are we going 1/1 to 6/6 to 2/2s? We start to get too jumbled of different styles.
Do you wanna match the main house or do you wanna show distinction in the?
I think that's the question for the commission.
I think this still looks enough like a greenhouse addition that I like the 1/1s. It's more open. It's an industrialized unit, we're putting a nice roof on top of it. It's still on the inside, still got the original ones. I just think architecturally it's 1/1's better. But you could twist one arm and make it 2/10.
I think if the main house. Hold on real quick.
I was trying to walk up the street from Lost One, so.
I think it should be different than the big house. Happy with it.
6/6 is,
Yeah, they're all replaced. It's more.
there's. Yeah. They're all 6/6s.
Yeah.
I think if the main house in the old edition are 6/6, I think 1/1s differentiate
Yeah,
that back portion.
I agree.
Anybody have an issue with the roof? Because the roof that was there was a little lower, this one's a lot higher pitch.
I don't, I think it's okay. I understand why they're doing it. I understand how they're getting there.
I think it's actually a better profile.
Okay. I'll defer to the architects.
Yeah, it's going from a greenhouse to an enclosed room.
There's nothing above that we're gonna be interfering with on that wall.
Correct.
And speaking of trying to go more simple from what the original house is, the panelized approach above the windows, is there any issue with that from the commission? Those little square panels. Those are solid panels, correct?
Are they wood or?
Yes, with,
Raised panels.
I can submit a detail if you'd like an individual detail for elevation for the.
I assume it's just a raised panel.
raised panel.
No issues there?
No,
I think when it's actually installed, it won't be as distinct
Yeah.
as the line drawing.
it'll be a shadow line instead
Yeah.
of hard line.
Just trying to think of architectural language. Do we see that elsewhere?
Right.
This-
This is really unique because was a greenhouse and they're converting it.
Homeowner got a lot of no's before he's referred to us in terms of doing the work.
Is the commission okay with the door on the sunroom, the change in that door? And with the divided lights on the door as well?
A good question, because I just assume the 101's going in that the doors up would be a single pane of glass too. Good assumption, but that's what I assumed.
We can also.
Yeah, that should be.
My last question is going to be the gutters. So on the original edition of the house, you have perpendicular cut raft tails with a half round, which is appropriate. On this new rebuilt sunroom, now room, you're gonna have an overhang, you're gonna have straight.
We were discussing this
Yeah,
before we came to the
so
meeting.
I caught that, yeah. I guess the preference as it's drawn is to do a case style gutter since it's straight fascia. People like to see us amend it so that it's an angled fascia and then do half round gutters. I think that's a simple ask for architect. So whatever the preference is.
I would go perpendicular cut with the round gutter since you got on the
Yep.
front.
Follow the flow of the house.
Yeah,
That is a neat thing.
not that unique.
All right, that's all I got.
Everything from roof down is unique, but roof is kind of consolidating it back to the house.
Was any lighting or anything for this addition piece? By the doors or in the soffits or anything?
Nothing additional on the exterior and everything on the interior is going to remain static.
Okay, just want to clarify because we don't want to catch it after the fact.
If there's a change, we'll slip it down.
Sure.
How are you flexing this into the existing wall?
It's a great question. Look it up. So,
The real,
there we go.
the metal step flashing?
Yeah, we will. We'll have to do, so we'd have to do, metal staff flash being counter flash being to the brick.
Okay,
So we
as opposed to a soft flashing with a pressure bar. Okay, good. All right, that's good answer.
Any questions? There are none. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 25006070, 46 Pearl Street, I move to approve as amended. One of our one windows door will be single pane glass. We approved the bigger door,
Half round gutters,
half round gutters,
perpendicular cut.
tails. And, submit revised elevations that conform to what we're talking about. Staff confirm. Same thing.
It was the existing door that was gonna be raised.
Yeah,
Did you list that?
That's in the application. Yeah, I've just said,
You were just adding the additions that we.
yeah, and that the elevation that was submitted is actually not accurate and that they need to revise that elevation to staff confirm.
One clarification, any venting. I see you have a vent cap up top. I don't see anything for intake.
So there be vented drip edge at the eave and then, ridge cap. Picture of the drop. Check. If not, we can add it. Yeah, no, we discussed it, so we're fine.
If you can pull up
They,
page 9.
we may need to clarify, there, we did have a discussion about closed cell originally. But the intention is vented drip with, at a ridge back.
When you say vented drip, it'd be basically up under that drip edge above the gutter.
Yes, it's not visible.
Yeah, if you didn't want to see, come back and you'll find a bunch of venting cut into the soffit of the rags.
Yeah, makes sense.
You can just provide that detail to staff. I'd like to just see it for future reference.
Make it part of COI.
You've got a solution on some of these tougher things. All right, any other questions on the motion? We got a motion, we got a second. All those, yes.
Have the second, I didn't get to set the second.
We got a
I'll
second.
second.
You know.
No,
Oh,
we
sorry.
didn't have a second.
Well, now we have a second. Commissioner McCoy. We'll take the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving ahead to item number 7, COA 2500602-198 Jackson Street. One here for 198 Jackson Street.
The applicant in this case did inform us he might not be able to attend and did ask the commission to review, but we can return to it at the end if you'd like.
Okay, we'll come back at the end. All right, then we'll move ahead to item number 8, COA 2500510-577 Cedar Alley. 577 Cedar. You're on a roll. That
Are
one.
we ahead of schedule and my timestamps that might be impacting
Are we?
us? We could be.
We're on, because 8 was not supposed to be heard
Nope,
before,
you're not.
so we're still,
Okay.
We're still good.
you guys were great. If we get too far ahead, we'll take a break.
That'll be the day.
Item 9, let's check this. Anybody here for 117 East Deshler? Sweet. Number 9, COA 2500495-117 East Deshler. Once you're settled, raise your right hand.
Sir,
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, not the truth.
yes,
And your name is?
Joshua Davis.
Thank you. Way to use the mic. It's awesome. Nick?
This is a request for action for landscaping to remove an existing concrete walkway and to install a brick sidewalk. Noting the brick sidewalk is to be laid over newly poured concrete. In staff analysis at the July business meeting, the commission requested the applicant clarify why the proposed work deviates from the city standard drawings for sidewalks. And HBO staff did place this application on the agenda because brick over concrete does not fall within the scope of a staff approval item. HBO staff are able to staff approve dry laid brick. And as a response to business meeting feedback, which is not in the staff report, which we didn't put in the staff report here, the owner, I believe, informed us that he would be amenable to a dry laid brick, but because it was on the agenda, we kept it on the agenda for the commission to discuss to determine the final treatment method. Staff recommendation is approval with the condition that all brick is dry laid with the concrete. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code 31613, standards for site improvements A, and the German Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, page 125, and recommendations 1 through 5.
Anything else to add?
Yes, I do. I just want to make it clear that this is just a concrete base that would be installed under the dry lay. There is no wet anything. This is just so that we have no issues with safety. If you look around German Village, sometimes there's a lot of shifting going on with the bricks. And so this is just a second layer so that aesthetically it looks good and it's safe for joggers, runners, and for the public. This will not be exposed. This is not raising the height of anything. Everything is gonna go exactly back to the same original height. This is just an extra layer of protection for settling and other things like that.
I got a couple questions. This is out on the public sidewalk, correct?
This is correct, yes.
Okay, so the reasoning behind dry laying on a bed of sand with no concrete below out there is utility work. So putting the concrete in requires a more effort to pull up pavers. You start digging concrete, you start busting up concrete, to start with more pavers. Whereas with pavers, you pick them up, you dig in, do your repair, and put it back. That's why the city standard drawing does not have that concrete base.
Yes, sir, and we're okay with not doing that. I do want to put on record that the water line was just recently replaced and all the gas lines to the property. So hopefully that's not an issue.
Fingers crossed. And the other concern I have from a construction standpoint, looking around the village, a lot of the locations where we're having trouble with curbs, sandstone curbs, is where there has been concrete put in. It's causing water to have nowhere to go, it sheets off towards the street. Water, while brick is not considered permeable by nature, it's still more permeable than concrete because we don't have a mortar set brick. So water will get down below that, the snow melt gets down below that, it hits that concrete layer. The only place it has to go is the sheet underneath the brick through the sand toward the sandstone. Freeze cycle happens, it's pushes pressure at sandstone. We're starting to see a lot of that overturning, that heaving, partly because of that and partly because the road's settling from cars, the roads are built for cars.
We do not want to fight the commission on anything, and we want to take your recommendation. So we would do a layer, if possible, of gravel underneath and tamp that down.
Sure.
If that allows proper drainage, just so that we do have a little bit of a more solid base, so we don't see that settling occur.
No problem with compressed granules at all, so.
Typically, I think 1 inch is not enough sand. Is it?
We would do a 2-inch
Okay, yeah,
layer.
if you're doing the gravel.
Exactly, we're
Yeah,
gonna do a
okay.
2-inch layer and then paver sand over the top
Yeah.
of that for everything in between.
We
And then-
typically use an inch.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whichever you prefer, we would happily do 1 or 2
See-
inches.
These brick,
Go with,
I mean, the extra depth is if the bottom is uneven.
Yeah.
In order, and the brick should be
So for
pretty well.
city standard drawing, just for more clarity, for
Yeah.
the sake. City drawing 2301 gives what they look for on the actual public sidewalks. It's brick pavers, 1 inch minimum of sand leveling course, and below that, a compacted earth for item 203 or item 304, which is what you're proposing anyway.
Okay.
So I recommend just follow standard drawing 2301. If that leveling course is more than an inch, so be it.
I appreciate that. I did want to just show you guys, I brought in what we're going to be doing here. It is going to be in a herringbone pattern. And then this was previously approved. We worked with Columbus Builders to make sure that we picked from a list that you guys had already approved before.
That's
So
the,
this is Augusta. It matches as close as possible to the sidewalk of the private residence as well.
What's the product model number on that?
It is Augusta Modular Paver by Glenn Gary.
Yeah, I was just actually looking at them before this meeting, and we're looking at the 53 DD.
Right, I have a sample of that in my car, but
Yeah,
this
that's-
matched as close as possible.
Okay, no problem with it.
The only thing I'm wondering, are you going to provide a decorative band at the edge of the brick, or how are you holding the brick in since it's adjacent to landscaping?
Right.
So
We're open to whatever you prefer on that.
typically pave edge, right, a pave edge product to hold the brick. And then I would typically see a band, at least you could do it similar to the way the existing is with the residents, or you could turn it. It's a 6-foot wide sidewalk, so it could be turned the other
Okay.
direction.
We could definitely do that.
Yeah, definitely needs the edge to hold it
Yeah.
in place.
Paver lock is a typical, I think, product. It's it's just an angle shape with I think it's driven in the ground to hold it solid.
Okay, we will do that.
Then just as a courtesy heads up for the homeowner, anytime that we're having sidewalk work done, that typically triggers review of ADA ramp curves. Not saying you have to do it, it's not their home responsibility, but the city will probably come in and not just the future, tear it all up to put in an ADA ramp. So just make sure they're aware,
Just far enough away from the corner, that's okay.
especially. Come on, Jess. Yes, yes.
That's right.
Oh, disregard everything I just. Okay, I'm at the wrong address.
He's at the previous application.
Yeah.
I bet. All right. I think we beat this one. Any questions on the motion or any questions on the application? Or if not, is there a motion?
Karen, could you make the motions that you're,
Yeah, I could as soon as I find the agenda, so I know the number. Let's see. Item number COA 25004 Deschler. Address.
117?
117 Deschler Avenue. We move to approve as submitted with the following revisions. No concrete under the brick. You can use a compacted aggregate, minimum of 1 inch of sand. That you will provide a paver lock edging to the brick installation. And you will provide, a decorative banding at the edge of the 6-foot sidewalk, also around the sidewalk that's in the verge of the landscape area.
Yes.
I think that covers it all.
Second?
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? 7, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, moving to item number 10, CUA 2500611, 256 East Whittier. Once you're settled, you raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. Yes. Your name is?
Sean McDonough, Sean Calster.
Very much. Nick?
For all good.
This is a request for action for signage, to install one 6-foot 8-inch by 2 feet 4-inch HDU sign on the front north elevation and one matching sign on the east elevation with a new gooseneck light above each sign. So 2 lights and 2 signs total on the property. Staff analysis at the July business meeting, the commission requested the applicant clarify how the sign will be mounted and how the holes from previous signage will be patched. It did not end up in the packets because it came in just after the deadline for new materials, but the applicant did clarify that it'd be mounted through mortar joints and some other materials. So we have that in drawings from the applicant for the signage that'll be mounted through the mortar joints. And it may have made it on what's on the screen there. It did not. So.
Yes, the old one.
Yeah, but no design changes have occurred to the sign with that new material. Both signs are larger than the typical 6 square foot allowance for German village signs, and the commission does not typically support more than 1 sign for any given building. However, there are signs currently on the structure that would have been installed before the creation of the German village guidelines. HPO staff do note that a 6 square foot hanging sign might be more appropriate than larger and wall mounted signage at this property. But the property currently does have the 2 signs on both sides that are wall mounted. The staff recommendation on this one is the staff recommends that commission continue the application. And the basis for that recommendation is City Code 31613, stands for Site Improvement C, and the German Village Guidelines for Design Considerations, Guidelines for Graphics and Signage, just those sections there. And that's all from staff.
Anything else to add? Questions, comments from the commission?
Well, the signage is bigger than what we normally approve, the 6 square foot. And I concur with HPO's recommendation of a 6-foot square sign perpendicular on a boom to the front wall. It's typically what we see around the village these days and what is appropriate. Usually do not allow for a secondary sign on the side. However, you could do signage in the window, which maybe you have not thought of. That would have to be approved, but it's something we have allowed on several applications that have passed.
You're talking about a sign that comes straight out.
Yeah.
blade sign.
One time.
So in the future, if there's another business in the back, just curious, how does that work?
That would be a separate application, but yeah.
That's a possibility down the road. It's
Does,
I say HBO is allowed staff approvals of secondary signs for secondary businesses.
because it would be on the side. That's what I was bringing.
And that's fine. We just,
Okay.
not two for the same business on two sides.
I would also mention that we have had corner signs. So let's that go at the corner of the building. If you want to get angle from both streets,
Okay.
Good
it's
point.
another option for you. too.
Yeah.
There's a couple of those around. Sycamore has one.
Yep.
Is there square footage for the window signs?
There's not really, but it's a matter of how much you're covering and the fact that the ones we've approved have not been a lot of coverage, just really simple stating what the name is and maybe a little graphic piece.
Okay.
More transparent than opaque.
Yeah. There's a couple of those around. You might want to take a look at the village.
Okay.
What's the, you have like a mock-up of like colors of the sign that you're planning on?
I think it's, well, the colors that are on there,
The white background?
yeah, white background.
One of the page 131 of the guidelines for graphics and signage talks about the appropriate color. Sign and graphic color should complement the building and its trim colors. So looking at the building, red brick, cream, colorblind, so I'm not going to speak specifically to colors, but
You're close.
a bright white might be not complementary to what is there. Maybe the background could be something more.
Materials wood.
Wood's fine. And then for, yeah, that page of the guidelines specifically, 131 talks about the size, scale, proportion, which we talked about, purpose of color, which we just talked about, and then manner of attachment, which we kind of talked about. Should not obscure articulate detail. Typically has to go into the mortar, not into the brick, that kind of stuff. So, when signs are removed, so you'll be removing all the lettering sign, I'm assuming. Forced to have historic lettering go, but it is what it is. When you restore the surfaces, they should be restored to eliminate any evidence of the removed material. So if there's a bunch of bolt holes through bricks, we don't really want to see bright gray mortar popping back in all those holes. Make sure you kind
Yeah,
of
I noticed this to stain it to match. So
The one suggestion I would make, which isn't really part of this application, but in the future, if there is a second sign added at the back, is because that sidewalk's more narrow and there's so many utility poles that maybe that would be better if it is building mounted, not a projecting sign.
even a corner sign might be
Yeah.
looking too much too. So
Yeah, we'd have to check that.
They're up high enough.
if they're up high.
Yeah, either one of them.
I think if we put something in the window and then front, I think it'll be fine.
I think that would look great, to be honest with you.
Agree here. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Like us to continue this?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500611, 256 East Whittier Street, I move to continue.
Is there a second?
Second,
Got a second? Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
Item 11, COA 2500534 515 South Third Street. Once you're settled, if you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. And your name?
Bob Porter.
Thank you. Nick?
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for the two porches on the property. This application is the result of a code violation. That violation number is 25444-00021. And all work listed has been completed. To add a porch railing to the east elevation front porch and replacing the stairs with the new Sorry. The stairs were replaced and a new handrail was installed and to install new porch flooring. They also added a railing and handrail to the existing west elevation deck. Staff analysis at the July business meeting, the commission requested the applicant submit any pre-work photos, requested close-up photos of the porch floor and confirmation on plank width, and requested a brief work description for the column restoration. We do note the applicant did submit, it might not be in your material packets you received via email, but on screen, the width of the plank has been verified. HPO staff do conclude that the porch rail is is too ornate to match typical German village porch rails, and would recommend a simpler design be used. The new stairs to the front porch are also inappropriate for the structure in that they leave the framing exposed between the porch and are not the full width of the space between the columns as they were originally. The recommendation is approval with the following conditions, and those conditions being the front stairs are returned to their original dimensions, and simpler railings be installed in both the front and rear or side deck porches to have a simpler railing. The basis for that recommendation is 31611, standards for alteration 1 through 6, and then 9, 10, 11, and 12. The German Village Guidelines on porches and stoops 1, 3, 5, and 6. And that is all.
Anything else to add?
The house that, well, I apologize for not coming here first. I didn't like. The gentleman that lived there and his wife had lived there 40 years. He had passed away back in 2019. He has quite a workshop in his basement, in fact. He was doing a lot of restoration himself. The porch was so dilapidated that you couldn't even stand on it. It was more of a safety thing that we went at just to make sure it was on the verge of collapse. We really did quite a number trying to fix it up. I took a lot of care in trying to make it as close to what it was. We didn't have we didn't have a reference other than your guys' recommendations on your preferences. I saw a couple pictures on there. I think it was page 70 and 71 on your recommendations pages for preferences. And I tried to emulate that with the spindles and the railing there. When we pulled the stairs that were originally there off, because they were completely falling apart, underneath the actual deck was the original set of stairs. They were 4 feet wide. They were rotted to pieces, but they were 4 feet wide. So it was like a call on my part. I decided to put it back to the ones that were under the stairs. The ones that were in the picture were actually like replacement stairs. So they weren't the original stairs that were there. It's not often I get told that I did too good a job, I guess. If it's like I'm not quite understanding the too ornate. Is it the balls on top of the railings that make it look too?
Yeah, so it comes down to, so I'll say that the porch boards flooring, I don't have a problem with what you did with the board flooring. I think you got the right dimension of boards when you did there. If you did find old porch stairs and they were 4 feet wide, that's historic evidence of that's what they were. I'm willing to accept that as reasoning for putting those 4 foot wide
I
back.
just wanted to let them call on there.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that. The railings themselves, it really goes back to page 68 under our porches and stoop sections, recommendation number 3, which states that most porches are simple in design and detail. We can skip the part about removing a porch, but if a porch is to be rebuilt, use simple design, avoid addition of brackets, scroll works, spindles, and other decorative details. So the spindles that you see in photos elsewhere, they're historic. They've been there for 40 plus years.
Right.
I went back on Google Street View. There hasn't been any railings on this porch since 2007.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there probably has not been unless there's some evidence on the brick pillars that there was something.
There were railings there.
My guess is based on the pillars being round pillars, is probably a pipe rail across there.
The brick was actually squared out where the railings used to be.
Yeah.
And again, I just take the best guess.
Sure.
Tried to do the best I could as to make it safe and yet.
Understood.
I didn't have a good reference at all, really, to you know, I did the best I could. I went with, but I saw in your preference pages, and there were a couple, one in particular said, this is what a well-built redone deck is, you know.
Yes, yep.
I was like, that'll work, you know.
Yeah.
And then I was looking at the spindles actually at 257 East Livingston, and they kind of close. I mean, it ain't exact, but it's close.
Yeah.
But whatever you'd like me to do, I'm just happy that it's safer for her to walk on. You know?
Sure. Architects on the commission here. Is there a code requirement for spindles on porches?
If it's a guard, yes.
It's a guard on the leading edge.
Yeah.
Certain
I
height.
don't know if it is. What are the height of the stairs? Do you know what the porch level is from the grade?
It's under 30 inches. I know code
It is
requires
under
anything over 30 inches, you're required to have a rail. Those rails are exactly 37 inches tall. The spindles spacing between them is under 4 inches. Again, that I've tried to build in code into it to try to make it right.
Yeah.
And still keep it safe. You know,
If it's under, the fall is under 30 inches, then those standards wouldn't apply. And, you know, the old pipe rail or something of that sort
Would be
would
fine.
be fine. The one thing that, I don't know, aesthetically bothers me is it feels like the top of the rail should not touch the cap. That might just be me.
Probably historically it didn't.
Yeah, it would be below
It
the
would be
cap.
below
wouldn't
it, right.
Yeah,
where
But
are we talking?
historically, sometimes these things are like 2 feet high. and
right,
it's Because people
yeah.
are short. And
So typically the rail, actually, here's a better picture, would engage typically below the stone cap,
Right.
yeah.
not.
But that would have put the railing at like 28 inches. And
Yeah.
I was just, my concern was that somebody go to the rail, fall over it. Yeah, I mean, that's why we put it what it was. From the floor
Yep.
to the top of the rail, it's exactly 37 inches, which is what code required. Again, that might have been a judgment call. I know it's not, 100%, but I tried.
I think something else that's throwing me off a bit, looking through the guidelines at the example pictures that you looked at. The proportions of top rail, bottom rail to spindles,
Mhm.
it's usually a little bit beefier, chunkier. This is very thin. It's going to be thin. It should be very minimal, not the decorative spun spindles. Just
Would you prefer just square spindles? Or no spindles, just the pipe?
to me, I think my personal belief historically is the pipe railing is the most
If
appropriate.
that's code, yeah, if that
If it meets
is,
code.
if it meets code, that would be the way to go.
Well, a piece of, are you talking like a piece of pipe at the bottom and then one at the top underneath the?
Typically, you see one at the top,
Just one at the top.
not at the bottom.
Being that the porch isn't over 30 inches, it technically doesn't have.
Should be code compliant,
Yeah.
yeah.
I could pull the railing out, we could put galvanized pipe, paint it. Paint it the same color as the porch. That work.
I think you're looking at something bigger than what maybe galvanized pipe is. If you're looking at something like that,
Yeah, they're typically pretty.
pretty hefty, is what I'm used to
Wood
use.
post,
It's almost like a post, like 4-6 inches in diameter.
a metal one.
No,
Yeah,
they
it
were
would-
wood. Back in the day.
I don't think I could get a hold of a metal one quite that big unless I went.
Yeah, we're not expecting the big old metal.
Yeah,
And they span from the brick column to the brick
the
column.
brick column, yeah.
Just a wood post across around wood post.
Yeah,
Solid dimension the whole way across.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Probably the easiest way to get to it for you.
And we have had people add planters below them in between. I mean, just freestanding planters, but they sit them between us. Posts underneath that.
And we could do, what about the back? Do you want it the same way?
Before we jump to the back, the handrails on the stairs, your placement off the stairs, perfect, that's where it's supposed to be. Commission, any issue with the balls on the top of the, Yeah.
I just thought it looked good.
Oh, it does, but not what typically would happen in Jordan Village.
I can absolutely take it.
Yeah. And can I suggest one thing? There's me as an architect. This should be solid above the stair.
That was a design. I just thought.
Yeah, but that really should, it should match,
Sure. I can.
this should match that.
Yeah, we can absolutely put a painted 1x4 in there.
Yeah.
you can get a toe going through there and tripping up on the deck.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Does the,
Grab a pen real quick.
Sure.
does the lattice lapping up so high on the porch bother anyone?
No, because I think if it was painted, it would be okay.
Okay,
I think that's, I looked at that and said, once this gets painted,
be all right.
it's gonna be okay.
Could we get clarification on the painting plan as well?
So for the painting that was brought up, is the plan to paint this lattice work when all this is said and done?
She wanted to keep it natural if possible. It is treated.
She's saying, real quick, you just raise your right hand real quick.
Anxiety.
You just raise your hand real
No,
quick.
it was Brian and the tool. I'm sorry, been in that house a long time.
Understand.
So, and I don't have any more money, so I hope you guys work with me a little bit here.
Sure.
I do want to paint it as soon as I can.
Sure.
Absolutely. I want to tone it down a little.
Sure.
And that does look really stark right there, but right now, I mean, now we've had a little bit of landscaping there for 35 years.
Sure.
It's beautiful. I've had so many compliments on that porch. I know, but it's my house. So, yeah, but as soon as I can, I guess I can't paint that wood for a while, but
Sure.
yeah, I absolutely wanna tone it down. Well, I think the original was white or gray, but that's why that blue on the floor, that's kind of what I wanted to do.
Sure.
As soon as I can,
Sure.
with
that'd be
what's
fine.
there.
Yeah, we're just looking to make sure that the exposed wood is going to be painted and
Yes,
not left exposed.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I really wanted to do that,
Okay.
so.
So what we were discussing just a second ago was when this lattice work gets painted, this board here behind would be painted as well. so you don't
Yeah,
have it
of
exposed.
course, yeah,
And that makes it all
yeah.
get the right proportions visually and close down. So that's what that's.
No, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, I do. I don't have money to do like things like I'd love to do to that house, but I had to get that done.
I
so,
understand. It takes time to get things done. I get it.
Yes, just need to stay alive.
So if the balls come off the top. Any issues with the spindles on the railings? If we're going to pipe rail, would this all stay? Return back to here? And then,
I don't think the spindles need to stay.
I think it would just be.
Spindles couldn't stay if we put a round pipe across.
Yeah, I don't think they need
Yeah.
to stay.
all right, I think we're good on the porch then.
Yeah.
All right, as far as the back porch, that's in the rear of the house, correct?
Yeah,
That property, that's pretty well boxed in by other properties.
You can
yes.
see this from the street.
it's on blank there.
Yeah.
That piece.
I think it's so small, it's not a problem.
I would concur on that statement.
It is
It's
what it is.
actually 515.
Yeah, it is what it is, it's the back entrance. That way.
This way. Or up a block.
Go for it.
Even more,
Sorry.
just right next to.
There you go.
Yeah,
So that,
there's
There you go.
503 and there's, no, yeah.
Yeah, she's on the
Wait, go
left.
left,
That's her other house.
there, right, there's that
Yeah.
garage,
There it
and
is.
go, there it is,
There we go.
Yeah, see.
there's my
yeah,
car.
it's small enough. I'm not worried about that one.
I agree.
And I do feel safer with the railing.
Yeah.
No, I get that. Yep.
I had no problem leaving that back one way it is. So, yeah, it's just the railings out front, and I think everything else is good.
We have to remove the existing railing against it. What about the ones coming down the stairs?
Those can stay. These knobs come off.
Yeah.
These, the spindles can come out. You don't need the spindles there. Not per code or anything, I don't believe.
Just the handrail.
So the handrail
Well,
can
there
stay
has to be some between the bottom rail and the top rail
to keep it from.
keep people from falling through it.
Sure.
There is a code that requires it. I mean, I could put a 2x4 going up there to split it. I mean, it wouldn't really make sense to have the spindles there and then the rest of it not be spindled.
Hmm.
I mean, that would be simpler.
So you said, when you say 2x4, you mean a mid rail?
Yeah, yeah, the mid rail set at 2x4 where the spindles currently are, just set at 2x4.
It's not required.
Um,
It's not typically required.
Well, it is because code requires that you have something under every 16 inches between the bottom of the rail and the top of the rail, to keep people from falling through the rail. Same with like, they don't distinguish between interior and exterior. If there's nothing in the middle of that, someone can come down the stairs and fall through it, causing an injury.
I think you're low enough to the ground for the same reason that you don't need a guard on the porch.
That
You don't need that subdivision of the handrail coming down the stairs.
If you guys don't want me to put it there, I'm gonna put it there. I've built a lot of decks and I can tell you the code requires you to have something mid-span. They actually make you build, like if you're building basement stairs, just an example, you actually have to have railing and I forget where it's old age. At every 16 inch, because the possibility of falling through and falling off of the stairs. And it's required rather it's anything over 3 steps. I've done it so much, I know that. But I mean, I'm willing to do whatever you guys want. If you want me to.
And not to, I know we've got houses in the village that have got 3 and 4 steps up,
Mhm,
and all they've got is a simple pipe rail
okay.
with nothing else. And that seems to be so compliant.
Looking it up. So no spindles anywhere up front though, so everything gets taken out.
Yes.
No railing.
All gets taken out and you come back with just a pipe rail.
Well, I don't have any money, so it's just coming out, so, but I get it.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Being under 30 inches doesn't require any railing.
I don't believe so.
Could we just forego all the railing?
I think you can.
Be okay?
Yeah, if you're code compliant under 30, I think you can.
That would alleviate the issue of trying to figure out something to put in the center of that or not, and the spindles and the railing.
Yep.
Because I've seen places there like that too, and if we're under 30 inches, then it's still rebutted. I mean, it still needs code.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if it all comes off, that's a simple solution. If you find that you don't need that mid-span per code, want to leave it, just talk to staff. If I can just simply
Yeah.
just leave it there, just alter it to make it work. But if it's just take it down and it works, that works too.
I think that'd probably be a more economical solution for.
Sure.
For now.
I get it. Okay. Questions?
No, so I just kind of, what we're gonna approve is as submitted, but without railings on the front, essentially.
The only other thing would be put that piece of wood across the back of the stairs there, make that look.
Yeah. That's all. That sound right?
Sounds right to me.
Sounds right.
All right. Mr. Chairman,
You're on.
On 11. On COA 2500534, 515 South Third Street, I move to approve as amended by the deletion of the railing on the front porch and the addition of a riser at the top tread of the front stairs.
All else that there to remain as is.
Everything else is to remain as is.
The removal of the little caps. Did you get that?
The ramp
Goes
On the
to
railing.
railing.
Yeah,
The ramp comes down with this.
But not on the stair.
Stair railings come down. He was saying to take all the stair railings, everything down.
Oh, the stair ramp down as well?
We just discussed.
I wasn't tracking that. I was tracking that we were removing railing in between.
if they want to come back with a railing, that could be staff approved.
Yeah.
A handrail.
Okay.
Handrail for the front stairs could be
Okay.
staff approved. This gets them
Got it.
sewn up here.
I mean, I could leave the 4x4 post and just put a basic 2x4 from the bottom to the top. Put an angle on it on both sides and then actually remove the spindles all the way around and remove the area between the brick and the stair balusters. So it'd just be two like basic handrails.
Okay, so
Yes.
we'll modify the motion with
Yeah.
handrails on the front steps to remain and be approved by staff.
I think there's a better solution because she
Yeah.
needs the
She
No, I
handrail.
agree.
wants the handrail, yeah.
I would too.
That keeps the handrails there, falls
Right.
off the top, replacement as you mentioned. Go from there.
Sounds like a plan.
You good, Nick?
Nice, got it off.
Okay. We got there. So we had a motion. We had amendment to the motion. Is there any questions on the current motion? Is there a second for the current motion?
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving ahead to item number 12. What?
We're checking the ones we. Okay, never mind.
We'll go back to the old ones. All right, item 12, COA 2500600, 551 City Park. You both raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
Yes.
Yes,
All right, your name.
Elizabeth Sites.
Thank you.
Brian Sites.
Thank you.
For the commission, before I read the staff report, if you downloaded your materials on Monday, we did add some new materials on Tuesday that we received. So the most updated version is in the packet, or if you're accessing them straight from the link, they're updated as well. But if you downloaded them, they might be a little different, so you know. This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for the front steps, to remove the existing wood steps on both front entrances, and to install new limestone slab steps measuring 18 inches deep by 48 inches wide by 7 inches high, with brick infill to match the existing sidewalk per the submitted drawing, and then to repair the existing sidewalk. At the July business meeting, the commission requested the width of the existing steps and clarification on how the scope of the sidewalk repair. The commission also noted that the style of the architecture for this property will be a factor for the decision at the hearing. The commission did ask HBO staff to add any previous staff approvals to the materials package, which we have done. The applicant has also added those materials to clarify the scope of the sidewalk work and the landscaping, and it is just on the site plan that you will find on page 9 of your materials packet. HBO staff have issued staff approvals for an asphalt shingle roof replacement, repair to the existing doors and windows, eave and fascia repair, and repair of windowsills and lintels, exterior painting, tuck pointing, and simple landscaping. HBO staff suggests the applicant consider a simpler, less decorative material for the entry steps be more appropriate for the style of the home. The structure is a simple frame cottage, and ornate stone steps would not be typical. The GB guidelines recommend that if porches and stoops are deteriorated, they should be repaired to their original condition. The staff recommendation is to continue the application to allow time for the applicant to pursue a porch step that is in line with German Village Guidelines and City Code. The basis for that recommendation is 311613 Standards for Site Improvements A, and the German Village Guidelines for porches and stoops 1, 3, 5, and 6, We will also add the applicant has clarified, an additional work item is also to replace the storm doors, but would be a staff approval item, but they're on page 11 of your materials packet. That's all from staff.
Anything else to add?
Lisa? No. I think it's just more about clarification of what you're looking for on those front steps.
All right, questions, comments from the commission?
Well, I understand staff's issue about the limestone. But I think we've moved beyond porch steps being, the front steps being just wood. So I'm okay with the limestone on the condition that it doesn't go above the foundation masonry
Okay,
and does not overlap the wood side.
okay.
So you may have a step from the top stone up over the wood to get in, but
Yes.
But
which I
to me,
think-
that would be okay.
Yeah, so if you look the picture on the right, which is unit A,
The right
you have that. It stays down with the foundation and you
Yep.
step up into the house.
Yep.
The old steps on B actually go up to the door, so we can do the same thing there, is keep it low. and
Yeah.
Step up into
Yeah, just so it doesn't go above the
Okay.
stone foundation.
And then I did have a question, based off of the business meeting comments. I had shown the brick infill on the side underneath the limestone. I didn't know if that was an issue,
And I
Or-
had a comment about that. I think that's a little too
too much, so
Too
almost like
much.
a stone infill.
stone infill or cast concrete.
Okay,
That's my,
which stone infill was what our landscaper had proposed, and then I'm like,
yeah, I
okay,
would
maybe
keep it.
because again, if you look at the picture, and I'm not sure which page, I think the page before it, there's a close-up on B, there was brick underneath that first wood step, the bottom left picture. But it's only under that step. When you go up, it's got the wood stringers on the side.
I'd keep it simple.
Typically, it's just a block by narrow width, just turned, went back and it's back, and then just stacking them.
That was the other thing we were thinking, as we cleaned it up and got all of the scrub out of there, that foundation is a block foundation that could be painted to match as we painted.
Yeah.
Okay,
So the steps there currently are 47.5 on the left and 40 on the right,
yes. And we're proposing just 48
48 across the board.
across to match.
I will say that this being just a straight block foundation makes me question this house, if it was relocated to this location or if it was lifted.
I was trying to look at that
Placed.
too last night.
Be interesting if we found history on this, that moving of houses was a common thing back in the day.
From inside, it's a stone foundation, but it does look like on the city park side, there, you can tell there's been a lot of work done.
Yeah.
New concrete poured.
Is it Portland cement that's been grooved to look like block?
It doesn't look like that. It looks like it's block.
No, but I mean, it's stone.
Oh, no, it's not even sculpted on the inside.
Yeah, on the inside, but it's in the inside it's stone. But here it looks like it's block on the outside. And sometimes they did a layer of Portland cement and etched it to look like block. That may be what we're looking at.
Maybe.
It's just the city park elevation that's a little bit squirrely. Every other spot is the stone foundation.
Okay, so
It
I'm
looks
gonna
like it's
guess,
repaired.
I'm guessing the front is a layer of Portland cement that's been put in to parch across the front and make it look pretty. And probably waterproof it and stabilize it at the same time. Yeah. Well,
I think there's any issue with repairing the sidewalk.
And that is just pulling up, just trying to regrade that where it's really undulated.
If you find that you're short some bricks somewhere, make sure you get with staff to make sure that the bricks get identified,
Perfect.
matched to what's there, basically.
There's a bunch in the trolley barn.
A little piled all over there, really.
Yeah.
Well, there's
got
piles
some
on each side. As I was cleaning out stuff, I was able to relay.
Can I clarify a staff? I just want to have the record reflect for the staff report. The staff approval for the roof was not for the front elevation where they're slabed. If anyone saw that was curious, I just wanted to clarify that for the record. It was only for portions of the roof that were already asphalt shingle. I just didn't want that record to not be clear on that. I know it's not a part of this application, I just, yeah. We did not staff approve any slate removals, so I just wanted to clarify.
Soon that.
Yeah, of course.
And just for applicants' knowledge, seeing what's happening with these properties, when and if you get around to it. Shutters on the front, it looks like they're not original shutters. If you take them off, they're off forever. We're not gonna be putting back new fake shutters. Keep that in mind.
We can keep those sweet ones on though, right?
Yeah,
All right.
if they're there, they're there. I can tell you to take them off.
They're there and they close.
And then along the foundation, it looks like, hard to tell from the photo, but it looks like there's some metal vertical security grating. You'd be looking to not take that off. So if you're doing work down there, take it off. Because we're gonna ask.
We took some notes from a previous applicant tonight, where to find some windows for those.
If you have, those metal security bars are historic.
Yeah,
so
you can see it on page 8.
I need to have a little bit of maintenance done, some repairs done, but they're a significant element of that facade, so
Yeah, that looks cool.
give you a heads up. All right, any other questions or comments?
Real quick, Zach, can you go to an image that shows the front elevation? Something else that came up in today's meeting, the previous applicant, were the exterior porch lights. You can see B has an exterior porch light. There is no porch light on A. We'd like to add one. We'll go through the picture. What's that? There's nothing there right now. Well, actually.
Is it a box though? Vegetable box? Sure.
Our electrician is in there right now rewiring on the inside. And he cut a J box for that porch light for A. And we said, whoa. We have not gotten that approved. We just wanted to bring it up to today's meeting. We'll submit appropriately what we need to do. But there's nothing there right now other than his new junction box that he just cut.
I would say if there is visual evidence that there was a hole or something there, and if there's nothing, well, I will say we added lights to doors, and when we do, it's one light per door, and they should match. So if you're gonna replace the fixture, should be of an appropriate style of fixture, not overly ornate. This is a very simple, modest structure. No 3-foot tall gas lanterns, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the electrician thought he was doing the right thing by matching. And we're like, no, please don't do that. Because
Yeah, the previous application was more about historic evidence and photos showed a fixture in the ceiling, and on a porch proper, the ceiling is the historic location of those light fixtures. So different style of property, every property is unique. Yeah, they do. All right, any other questions or requests for information?
On the page 9, so this plan looks like, what's the corner, the hatch? Is it gonna be brick extend all the way to the steps?
From the steps to the corner of the buildings next
Yes,
to it?
yes.
That's brick currently, so we were just going to keep it brick, and I think you can see that. If you go back to page 8. You look there, that brick on the picture on the far right, you can see that the brick extends past that stair, those 2 steps to the border building next door. And then it does the same on the left side as well.
Page 7, center picture.
Yeah,
shows
you
it
can
pretty
see it
good.
there too, in that front elevation.
Yeah, I guess the Google view I saw it is outdated. I think when you redo the sidewalk, just make sure you have the paper edging, so the papers are holding in place. Because I know you're doing the landscape bed in the front as well.
Yeah. So we found in that, you can see in that picture on the far right, I found that kind of limestone
piece again, so I'm gonna try to get that soil out and put just a landscape gravel between the garden bed and the house, so that we don't have plants and soil and everything right up against the house from a moisture perspective. And then I'm really just thinking about, as you can see there, kind of repairing that quarter turn sawtooth brick border for the plant beds and as that division to the sidewalk. That'll wrap all the way around that bed to the steps.
And when you do that, I would suggest though, that in addition to that, because I have seen people turn those bricks down to hold the brick, but it doesn't, they migrate. So if you're pulling all the brick off, I would definitely put a paper edge
Okay.
in.
Any other comments or questions?
Well, then I added at the very end, the door, the storm door. I don't know if I need to resubmit that as a separate application or,
That's a staff approval.
It's staff approvable.
okay.
Perfect.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500600 551 City Park Avenue, I move to approve as amended clarified that the limestone steps are 40 inches wide, 48 inches wide, and will not extend above the top of the foundation in front. Oh, and thank you, yes. And the sidewalls inside of underneath that will be stone and not brick.
There a second?
Second.
Questions on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thanks for giving the house some love.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
See you next month.
Real quick, before we move forward, let's take a trip back. Item number 1, is anybody here for 239 Lansing? All right, nobody for that. Item number 7, 198 Jackson. Was there, 577 Cedar Alley. All right, I'm going forward. Item 13, COA 2500583, 135 East Cossett Street. Once you both settle, if you raise your right hands. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. And your name?
Daniel Moore.
Thank you.
Alex.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration to replace the front porch flooring with new TimberTech composite porch flooring in the color dark cocoa. Replace the existing glass block windows with basement windows from the approved list. We note the materials in your packet have a window that's not on the approved list, but the owner clarified they'll be using one from the approved list. If that is still the case, we can clarify. To replace the existing concrete steps and install a simple handrail. At the July business meeting, the commission requested the width of the composite planks and a drawing showing the proposed new appearance of the porch and the current measurement between porch flooring and the door. And also requested HBO staff add any historic photos. I'm gonna check. Oh, we did. Okay. The applicant did submit the Google Street View photos. And there was nothing different from the Google Street View photos from the photos we had on file, so we didn't add the additional photos in this case. For the pre-restoration. The previous porch was enclosed sometime prior to 1982 as a 1982 COA prohibiting includes a rendering showing the porch enclosed as an already existing condition by 1982. The porch was restored in 2014 with GB-14-7-17B, and the restoration included removal of the enclosure and replacement of the porch railing, columns, and flooring. The COA was not added, and that was a mistake on our end. We did not get it uploaded to the materials packet, but it was just the standard. It didn't have drawings. It was just to match the porch railings. While the porch flooring and columns, were replaced in 2014, both were constructed to match the original appearance and design as closely as possible, and one column at the time remained, and that's I can find it here for you all. It's this column here that remained in 2014 from the original porch. So the other porch columns were designed to match. The TimberTech flooring has been approved by the commission recently, but only in cases of non-historic rear yard porches and second floor rear decks. HPO staff do have concern with the material being used on a primary front porch for the property, noting that the space below the porch would have historically been a crawl space or cold storage. HPO staff caution against the interior programming driving exterior alteration. The TimberTech product also is not manufactured in the appropriate width for historic porch flooring and appears to be a textured product. The recommendation here is the commission continue the application. The basis for that recommendation is City Code Roman 11 standards for alteration 1 through 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and the German Village guidelines for porches and stoops 1, 3, and 5, and 6.
Anything else to add? Questions, comments from the commission?
So I remember when this project came up, we allowed the front room to be taken off and the porch opened up. What's going on underneath? Is that habitable space under there now?
There's a finished basement underneath there and there's water getting into it.
What was the construction that was done in 2014?
I'm not sure, the homeowner purchased it afterwards.
But you looked at it to take, you're gonna rip it out.
It's all drywall.
No, I mean, the construction of the porch itself, the deck right now. What is it made of?
The top floor,
Yeah, the flooring of the
it's a
porch,
PVC tongue and groove,
PVC.
correct. It looks like they try to waterproof it with some sort of
Coating?
coating or something on top, but as that.
Out of the gate, I'll say that the material that's selected, that's the 8-inch wide, 6-inch wide board.
5.5.
Yeah, so the standard porch flooring is 3-4 inches wide. TimberTech does make a porch material.
Correct.
So we'd be looking at a minimum for it to be that product.
Okay.
It does not come in the cocoa color you're looking for. It's only 8 colors that it comes in. I don't think we've approved the TimberTech porch board. We have approved a TimberTech approved a composite porch board as a test case. I'd be open to a test case for the TimberTech porch product, but we need to have a sample. That's just for the material. The application of this is still to be discussed. But to me, that was one of the main things. The other piece, I think it's the application. The porch board orientation. So page 4 of the application, showing the boards going parallel to the facade of the house as opposed to perpendicular, which is more of the historic porch orientation. So I'd be looking for the boards to be 90 degrees opposite direction. This is the reason why that can't happen.
There is, because if we do the rubber roof underneath it.
Sure.
The slope is gonna be coming out towards the front. If we have the sleepers on there, the water's not gonna be able to get out underneath it.
Is there a way, since it's not an open span, is there a way to put blocking under the sleeper and have it sit on that to allow the water?
See, we don't have the room with that door being there. We can't go, we're very tight on space,
What's the size of your sleepers?
1.5 inches, just 2x4.
And if we, and that height really, that's your reaction to our requirement to keep it down a certain level, correct?
Well, the stairs are also, there's only room for so many stairs because the gate, I think there's 3 now and they're pretty much maxed out by code. So we're very limited on how much higher we can go on that end as well.
So you're meeting the existing porch elevation at the front of the house.
It'll be raised a little bit, so that's why we're gonna be removing and replacing.
So raised how much when you say a little bit?
I think they're all about 7 1/4 inch, they would all be 7 3/4.
Okay, so the porch is gonna be higher than what it is now.
Just a little bit, yeah.
What is a little bit,
I think it's gonna be about inch and a half.
which is not a little bit, in my opinion, but, okay. So it's gonna be an inch and a half higher. You've got room at the door to do that?
Yep.
The steps need to be replaced because you have to add an extra riser because you've now reached beyond the maximum riser allowed. Okay? Which means you can have another tread out the front.
The stairs have got to go regardless.
Well,
Well, if you need to add, if from the top step to the deck is too much,
oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
well, the stairs have to come out,
Yeah.
so you can put new stairs in to get the height.
I'm not there with the porch yet, so I'm not sure
Yeah.
I'm with stairs, but, okay, agree. I agree that the material on the porch deck needs to look like porch flooring, without a doubt. I think, and I agree with you about it being perpendicular to the porch, to the house. But I think I can live with it being parallel and the requirements of the technology of what they're doing with the rubber roof and what's required because of this special somehow habitable space under what had probably been a crawl space at one time. Is the railing gonna stay the same? Okay, so the railing makes a lot of it.
I think we talked about the business meeting was if the porch raises an inch and a half, inch and a quarter, whatever it is, the gap between the boards and the railing is gonna be going back to an earlier application with the concrete on the porch and having no spaces below it.
It would, the railing have to go all up.
Yeah, it's coming up and then we're gonna just set it to the same rail.
Yeah. Need to assume the columns are getting shortened and everything. Yeah, everything needs to be raised appropriately.
It's gonna be filled there, minimized as much as possible.
So the other two commissioners, we don't want to have a conversation. You all okay with the boards running parallel due to the unique circumstances of what they're facing underneath?
I'm all right with that. I think it's pretty well disguised by the railing.
Yeah, I'll be with this
Oh,
one,
it's
it's visible
Are you amenable to going to the porch product to get the right width of boards?
I believe the homeowner's open to it.
Then for staff, when you get this information, there's 8 colors to choose from. I guess they're probably gonna go with either the dark hickory, mahogany, cypress, or English walnut. I think the slate gray option is a popular choice. The oyster have too much of the faux grain on them. The darker colors seem to not have that faux grain show up as much. So the final color selection may be one of the options that doesn't have too much faux grain.
Do you guys have approved wood products? What could we use to keep costs
I
down?
mean, if you use wood, wood is wood.
Just wood
It's-
on the roof.
Yeah, the reason why we shy away from the products that have that faux grain is because wood, when painted, doesn't really show the grain.
Yeah.
So it's trying to be wood, but doing it very poorly. So the more solid material without that grain perform, look more like a wood product that's been painted.
What plank width, wood?
So the porch stuff comes in 2 different widths.
I meant if they do wood, if you're right.
If it's wood, it'd be a typical 3.5, 4 that typical porch boards come in. The porch product for TimberTech is a 3.1 inch board. It's a 5, but we want a smaller.
That's a 3.
Yeah. If you want to do wood, that's always approvable. It just goes to staff. If we do TimberTech, it would be a test case to see this product, how it performs in the field. And I think, my perspective, I'd want to see that in hand sample before I even approve a test case?
It's a timber tech made out.
It's actually AZEK, so it's a PVC.
Okay.
Yeah.
As an architect, I'm gonna tell you, I wouldn't go with wood. If you're gonna go that way, it's so freaking long, it's gonna expand and contract, and it's gonna buckle. Whereas when it's shorter, back and forth, you leave some gap and it'll go this way, and going this way will be okay. You're not gonna get the full width span in wood.
Yeah.
For that thing, and that's gonna be a
They got
problem.
the divider in the middle.
Yeah, but I think even then, I'm okay with the timber tech in this case because of the conditions.
You need to
Otherwise, no.
you see physical sample before you approve test case, or are you good?
I am good with what it is at the 3.1 inch. In a dark color.
Two okay with that as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I think we're there on the porch with all that conversation.
That being said, I'm not happy about it, but I think it's the appropriate solution under the circumstances. Okay,
Also, on the application, there is an aluminum railing proposed.
now we're getting the other railing back.
The railing is proposed for the steps, not the porch.
Ah.
The one that is in the materials is a porch railing, but unless something has changed, a call with the homeowner, he clarified the metal railing is only for the steps. And that could be a staff approval, so if we don't have enough materials for that, we can just direct him to submit an application for staff on that.
Yeah, we had discussion with the homeowner and, my apologies, but, we decided to, change the aluminum, the one that was presented on the design, to a custom-made metal. Basically simplified like tubing version, one railing on top, two posts. But we did not proceed with any orders or quotes because we simply don't know how the stairs are gonna end up, how high, how long, and all of those details. So after stairs are installed, we will know, or even before, we will know where we are on the stairs, and then we can place the order for those. But they requested to send a couple idea pictures. It's basically two posts and the tubing railing on the top with kind of rounded ends. That's simple and, you know, German Village has a lot of similar stuff around.
The
You
Okay,
got a
I
shot of-
did hear.
you got a shot of the front?
kind of trying to talk and do the same thing. And so the simple metal railing is something that would be with scope of a staff approval.
Yeah.
So if they want to wait for that, then you wouldn't need a.
Yep.
It wouldn't need to be part of this discussion. You could submit an application later just for the railing portion. That would.
Yeah, so I was just worried about how much space was here if they're gonna add another tread.
So the goal is to not add another step, is to raise those steps to the maximum code allows.
And then slope down? Okay. If it's only an inch and a half, you can do it.
So my recommendation, we remove the handrail from the application, submit a separate application for the handrail when you have it, staff can approve that, you don't gotta come back and see us. Provided it's something staff can't approve from the design, so put back to them. Okay,
And we can send examples that are staff approval in the past. if you need.
any other questions or comments on the application? If there are none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500583 East South Street, I move to approve as amended with the porch material being 3.1 inch of the specified material. Handrail, guardrail, and porch will be, guardrail post, et cetera, will be modified to accommodate the 1.5 inch rise in porch height. The steps are gonna be raised up, and then the sidewalk from the bottom of the steps out to the street sidewalk will be sloped.
Questions on motion? Or is there a second?
Second.
Questions? I will make a clarification for staff that the product is the Timber Tech Porch Collection, specifically, and the final color to be approved by staff.
Just clarify for me the changes to the design, like the porch portion that you said. I'm sorry, I missed.
Just the change, the material is gonna be 3.1 width material.
And then I have the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And then the posts, the railing, and everything need to be raised up to accommodate being on top of that 1.5 inch higher porch.
To keep retain the same like
Yep.
spacing. Okay,
Same relationship. Yeah.
thank you.
Railing is removed altogether.
Yeah, delete the red.
Sure. Thank you.
No questions on the motion? Take the vote. All those in favor?
Uh,
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
The owner, in the online portal will receive a letter next week detailing what needs to be submitted to get this away. Yeah, thank you.
And make a note that it's a pilot for this particular, we want to see it, it's still
Oh, the test case. Yeah.
halfway, not pilot. Okey dokey. Moving ahead to item number 14, COA 2500578, 873 Purdy Alley. Once you're settled, if you'll please raise your right hand. Both raise your hands. Once you're done.
Yeah.
You can swear in, it's fine, don't bite. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. All right, your name?
Michael Barber.
Thank you. Your name?
Sheila Childs.
Thank you.
Once again, I'm the one who has to pull these up, I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is an application for a request for action for an exterior building alteration for siding. The application originally proposed to remove the existing vinyl siding and to replace with a new vinyl siding. There have been some conversations with staff in the last few days that I'll try to relay to you, and then the applicant can clarify as needed. At the July business meeting, the commission requested information on the condition of the original siding beneath the existing vinyl, requested clarification on the width of the existing just proposed siding, and requested HPO staff add any historic photos and relevant COAs to the file. In 1979, the commission approved the installation of aluminum siding on the structure, and there are, and that should say, I apologize, no later COAs for the replacement of that aluminum siding. HPO staff did recommend the applicant perform a test patch to assess the condition of the siding underneath the aluminum siding, and noted that vinyl would not be appropriate replacement for siding on this structure. The commission has only approved vinyl siding in one instance recently for a different property, not for this property. But that was where the vinyl was approved during the construction of the entire structure in the 1990s, if you all remember that one on 6th Street, I believe. It was constructed in the 90s with vinyl, so you approved the replacement vinyl. Additional conversation with the applicant from the last few days. The applicant did share that underneath the vinyl siding is an asbestos siding. And the goal would be to retain the asbestos and to cover it with another product. The applicant did submit a few additional product information, but because it came in yesterday, we've not added to the materials packet for you. Hopefully you can have that worked out in the conversation today. Our recommendation is continuation though, just because we don't have the materials present for you all to review. The basis for the alteration is 3116111, 1 through 6, 10, 11, and 12, the German Village Guidelines for siding and the German Village Guidelines for artificial siding, and the 2000 Amendment specifications for artificial siding. And so I think a bit to figure out, and I apologize for that.
All right, anything else to add?
Yeah, we wanted to put vinyl on it because if you put something else on over the asbestos, but you have to pull the trim out as well. And basically it's, cost. Keep our costs out, it's not. So we're both retired, but we financed it, helped my daughter finance it. I was have the money for high-end siding.
So, I will make one
Well, we
comment.
want to replace the siding. So
But
It is vinyl.
I will make one comment just because you brought up finances. So commission process, we don't hear finance on initial hearing. It would be on appeal. So the way that the commission operates, we address it as the proper product from a historic perspective. And then if it's denied, you can come back for appeal, and there's a whole process for financial hardship, which is outlined in the city code and everything else. So just want to let you know that it's not something we just completely disregard. It's just not something we take into account on first hearing.
Okay.
Just process. Questions, comments from the commission?
Vinyl's not appropriate, but I think that's where we're at.
The applicant did send us emails for a couple other composite siding materials, and I don't know if you all want to talk about those and tell the commission about them, just to get feedback, maybe more on a conceptual basis than action tonight.
We have 4 contractors come. They all recommended the vinyl because of the complexity of work. But yes, possible to take the vinyl off and put various strips on, and put hardy siding and LP siding. Their neighbor across the street has recently put this siding off. I don't know what to say. I guess LP is more like wood. Hardy is fibrous cement.
Yeah.
Hardy, from my point of view, you know, it's a material that is hard to work with. It's dangerous to work with.
For what it's worth, we don't approve hardy on historic structures. What we found is that over time, we look for materials that act like historic materials. So take a piece of wood, you hold it up with one hand, and let it's hold its shape. Take a piece of hardy board, you pick it up, it bends over to the ground. So you put that on a building, it's going to be not perfectly straight and plumb. Every little discrepancy and wave shows through it. And over time, we found it just doesn't hold up well in our environment for whatever reason. So we typically don't approve hardy at all on historic structures. We have started looking at LP Smart Side composites. Boral's the higher end version, which has become Boral now.
True exterior.
True exterior. That we found that works great. We approved that, but that's the higher end of product typically in the scheme of it. But LP Smart Side is a product we've been looking at in test cases. We have 3 of those out there currently.
The lab, we have 3. I'm not confirmed on if they've been all constructed or not. I do have photos from one of those.
Okay.
Would you all like that on next month's agenda as an old new business item to like
Yes.
those test cases? Sure.
Yes, the house right across the street from us, you just put it on.
Great.
And
Okay.
Yeah, our test case typically we approve the test case. We typically have 3. We go for 3 test cases active to get a review of it. We look at it once it's been installed, and we come back a year later, 6 months in a year to make sure it's holding up the way it's intended to. And then once we have those 3 test cases complete, then we could potentially add it to the approvable siding options.
And there's a couple other things, the contractors, the windows trim right now is wrapped in aluminum.
Yeah.
And one of the contractors said, we just paint that, and the contractors said, yeah, you can take a little lot or LP on trim on. And we wonder what to think about that.
Okay. So the guidelines on artificial siding specifically state that vinyl, aluminum, and synthetic strongly discouraged. However, some of the synthetics, the composites, have come out after this was written. So we're finding the composites are becoming more approvable than in the past. It does mention that about trim. Second, I will find it. Trim boards, corner boards, window and door trim, soffits, fascias, other ornamentation should be wood. However, I will say that since we've been looking at some of the composites, and composites acting like wood, there may be an opportunity to look at that composite for the trim details as well. But we need to see the product and see what they proposed before we say yes on that.
Yeah, our contractor prefers engineered wood because of the, insects, rot.
One of the big holdbacks for some of the old artificial products, we typically have on here that it should be a 50-year warranty, which you can't get on some of the not as good products that don't hold up. But some of the newer stuff does.
I haven't heard of anything like that for LP. It's 30 years and it's probably.
Yeah.
Hardy is 50 years. But.
Yeah. But we can look at that, and again, like I said, LP we're testing out right now. I think we need to get through the pilots before we can approve another case for it. So I'm not saying no to you right now, but I'm not saying we can say yes necessarily right away. I think we need to figure out what we have in terms of test cases. If we've approved a test case and it's been more than 2 years, that COA becomes null and void. It opens up a seat for a test case again. So there may be an opportunity, but I don't think we have that information on hand to say yes to yet.
So you think we might have to wait a couple of years?
Might, maybe next month, maybe, and if all 3 slots are still filled on test cases, it might be 6 months out before we can say yes to it.
I believe most of the test cases are more than 9 months old currently.
Okay.
As in like the COA was issued about 9 months ago or more.
Sure.
Just so they are getting close to that year mark where they need to be submitting photos, so we can, for the August hearing, start tracking down those.
Sure.
And put it on like a new business item for you all to look at.
Okay.
One last question.
Yeah.
You mentioned there's higher end products and, I don't know what the names of those are, but it'd be nice to have some
Yeah.
suggestions.
So there's a product that used to be called Boral. It was bought up, but now it's
True exterior.
True Exterior.
Can you email that to us?
Staff can do that.
Are there any materials the commission would like to see besides product information for the next review?
The LP Smart side, I don't think there's anything we need extra for. It's just we gotta get the test cases complete before the,
Are the test cases currently LP Smart side?
yes, there's,
Because we've got the contractor to get this.
if you have another material out there, if you go with the True Exterior products, you find that that's in your price range, that's staff approvable. They can take care of that, no problem. If not,
It would be staff approvable if you approved the application on that condition.
Okay.
Because it's a change in material, I can't staff approve it
Gotcha.
without your approval.
I'm not sure you want us to approve that material here today without knowing what it is yet.
I think at best you could approve to subcommit with material to subcommittee. But that would require you still to get the review of the LP material done.
Yeah.
Before they were ready.
Yeah, so I don't think it gets you anything right now. My recommendation is we continue the application. So staff can review what we have out there, what stage we're at with it, to see if we have an open slot there for you to slide in that test case. In which case we could come back next month and get you in there. If not, if you can continue, you can just stay continued until you find other material, or if you just want to wait out that test case time frame, that's an option. Wood is always an option too. If you want to go with wood, that's there for you as well.
One last question. I saw when I was submitting the COA, there was a code violation. Had something to do with the sidewalk in front of it.
That is not a code violation, so you have no violations for that. That's a flag in our portal system. That is a flag for folks from other departments like building and zoning and public utilities to know that this property is in a historic district. So that flag is just there, so like if you filed a permit, they know you need the COA first. There's nothing you can do about it.
The curb and sidewalk note,
Yes.
I found the same thing on mine. Just make sure that they check with HPO, that's all.
And believe it or not, this is like the 3rd time I've talked about this today alone, so it's something we're trying to get addressed to the portal, but you have no violations.
I just thought one more question. I'm sorry for it. We also we need to replace the storm door in front.
Sure.
Exactly the same as what it's there. They still make that product.
Yes, storm doors, staff approvable.
It'd be an application, but not to the commission, so just basically.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So would you like us to continue the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500578. 873 Purdy Alley, move to continue.
There a second? Somebody have a second? Give a second. Any question on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 15, COA 2500591 768 City Park. Anybody for 768 City Park? All right, hearing none. On to 16, COA 2500613 750 South Lizelle. Once you're settled, if you'll raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Tom Davy.
Thank you.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for the siding. Your application says board and batten, but it has been clarified, this is, not horizontal lap. It's been clarified that it's that, plywood material that you all clarified at the business meeting. But the application is to install a new plain bevel siding painted Sherwin-Williams Rainstorm. At the July business meeting, the commission requested information on the profile and material of the new siding. And the applicant provided some additional photos and clarified that the proposed siding is cedar horizontal lap siding. The applicant also agreed that all trim to be compliant with the GB guidelines, specifically page 78 of the GB guidelines. The cedar siding on the property was approved for installation in 1973 by the German Village Commission. And HPO staff find that the cladding material may be considered to have gained significance as a material for the structure for the commission's discretion at this hearing. With that in mind, HPO staff would recommend that the commission consider if lap siding is an appropriate final appearance. And it also may be helpful for the applicant to confirm what, if any, historic siding remains and determine its condition. HPO staff did have a conversation via email with the applicant today, and it was clarified to staff that there is no siding existing behind this, behind the currently installed siding. And the applicant also mentioned that he would be amenable to other siding types and appearances based on the commission's preferences and the conversation here. But that conversation happened before the staff report, so the staff report recommendation is to continue the application. The basis for that recommendation is City Code 31611, standards for alteration 1 through 6, 10, 11, and 12, and the German Village Guidelines for siding. And then we've also included the German Village Guidelines and 2005 amendments for artificial siding as well.
Anything else to add?
I'd just like to comment that although it appears to be board and bat siding, it's actually simulated plywood panels, layered and deteriorating badly. So I had proposed the overlapping lap siding because every other house on the block has that. But I didn't realize that this artificial board and bat was so old that it in and of itself could be considered historic. So I'm certainly fine if the commission would rather that we do board and bat, rather than the other type of siding. And in fact, from the same manufacturer, I have spec sheets for their board and bat product if that's what the commission would rather have.
I have no problem with what you're proposing if you're happy with the lap siding. Even though this material may be historic, it was not appropriate.
Right.
I don't even think it's got waterproof glue in it. Yeah,
It's literally.
it predates that.
Yeah.
So it's not even marine plywood grade.
Right.
Reference the same siding that's on my shed. That's peeling.
It's probably appropriate for a shed, but
Yeah, same siding that was in my dining room at one time.
Like a T111
Yeah.
plus. Yeah.
It never really was intended for exterior uses. So I have no problem with what you're providing or proposing, and you match all those trims, et cetera, per page 83 or whatever it is.
78.
78, thank you. Of the guidelines, I'm good.
I think I would concur. Plan is to paint it though, right?
yes. I
I've
could.
got the color up on screen there as well. if you'd
Yeah.
like to see. Well,
Yeah, the key is gonna be the trim and the details, trimming out the windows, making sure all the trim is proud and
Yes.
not flush like this.
Yes.
What do you plan? Are you planning to do anything up with the soffit up there, or is that gonna stay the same as it is?
We were gonna leave the soffit as is and not replace it at this time.
And all the horizontal joints are between the plywood panels is going.
I'm sorry. Don.
You've got a horizontal trim piece between each of the panels, because they're only 8 feet. That's all coming off.
Everything that's on there now, all the way down to the backing part.
Okay, so trims are on windows, doors, and corners for the guidelines.
Yes.
The only question I'm gonna have for you is, are you sure that the sheeting on the house, the backer board that's there, has enough rigidity to put on the double siding?
I've looked at it with the installer. It does seem to be pretty
Okay.
solid.
I just want to make sure because plywood sometimes. can be
Yes.
I think.
And I did take a picture of it today, but it was too late to include it in that
Sure.
package.
Okay. Any questions from the right side of the table over there?
Is the color?
I'm okay with the
I have no
color.
problem with color.
Paint on wood, it can be repainted, and it's, you've seen that color in the house in the village.
That's our standard, but just wanted to make sure.
Understood.
Good question. Mr. Chairman, on COA 250613750 South Lozelle Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Got a second. Any question on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you so much.
And Nick, just as you do the final trim, should be a different color than the yielded board.
Or yeah, we can get a second paint color.
Yeah.
So much.
Thank you.
And we'll clarify on the COA trim match page 78 of the guide.
Thank you. You think I'd remember that by now?
All right, moving ahead to item number 17, which is COA 2500610, 728 South Sixth Street. You'll raise your right hand once you're settled. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
And your name?
Steve Hurd with Hurd and Order Architecture.
Thank you. Nick?
This is a request for action for an exterior building installation for the dormer and the doors. To replace two 6-panel wood doors with 2 new half-light doors. To replace windows with new Marvin Ultimate double hung windows, and to replace the existing gable dormer and a new larger gable dormer. The materials are to include boral siding, asphalt shingles, and a new Marvin Ultimate aluminum clad double hung window in the dormer. The staff analysis, the application was reviewed conceptually at the May 2025 GBC hearing. At that time, the dormer was reviewed, the doors were not a part of that conceptual application. The commissioners were supportive of the design. They did ask for confirmation that the vent stack on the left side of the existing dormer would be rerouted, and the applicant confirmed at the hearing that it would. And the commission recommended calling out the boral siding for clarity on the final design. The I apologize, I'm trying to zoom out there. The door portion of the application was added with the request for action. At the July business meeting, the commission requested the drawings be updated showing the porch railing as it was not a part of the design. Changes here, and interior photos of the transom window for the doors. HBO staff were asked to add any historic photos and relevant COAs to the materials packet. The applicant did submit the additional rendering showing the porch railing and provided additional photos of the front doors and transoms. The applicant also clarified a full frame replacement was proposed for both doors, and the railing would not be impacted by any work. Staff does recommend approval with any all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff prior to the issuance of a certificate. We will note the interior photos of the windows are demonstrative of like a non-historic window on this property. The basis for staff recommendation is standards for alteration 3116111, 1 through 6, 10, 11, and 12. And that's all on this.
Steve, anything else to add?
So we are planning on replacing the non-original front doors. The transoms have been, it's like 2x4s filling in space. And we're also proposing to replace the back doors, which is a crossbuck kind of, or a 3-panel half-light door. Should be in there someplace. And then we also have skylights on the drawings that are behind the existing shed dormer. Those are on the drawings. So, and I think we clarified the dormer details in the drawings. So.
questions, comments from the commission? Let's tackle the doors first.
So what are we doing about this transoms? Anything?
We're proposing. There's a cut sheet of a custom wood door with a sage set transom that would match what was, that'll match the proportions of what was originally there.
Scroll up to that picture there. The inside, yeah.
So I'm not exactly sure what happened, but I think that they just put wood in there until it fit the standard door.
If you can jump to page 10, yeah, zoom in on that. It looks like the original transom sash from the outside. It might have framed up with some 2x4s on the inside. That's just a storm window on the outside there.
Right.
So if that is an original transom, the original transom will stay. And the interior trim can be taken off, reworked, do what you gotta do. And if we go to our guidelines on door replacements, 2 to 5 amendments. There is a piece in there. Door opening should not be filled or altered to accommodate larger, small replacement doors.
Right, I understand all of that. That's already happened.
Existing transom inside should be maintained if they're in good condition. That's the big piece there. If you do a replacement door, if a replacement transom is found to be appropriate, it should match the style, material, size, profile, operation, and proportion. So it's a heavier lift on the transom goes back. And this is the frame of the door in good condition.
In the same condition as every 150-year-old frame.
Yep.
We can replace the slab.
Yep.
The front door is in. It would be easier on the front door. The back door has been altered for. But if that's a condition, work around that.
You know which pictures are which doors?
Front panel, the front door is the 6 panel and the back door is. I think it's 3 panels of glass. I don't know how these photos are organized.
Yeah, I'm trying to piece it together in my head.
Yeah.
See a red door and a blue door.
Blue's the inside. Red's the smart door.
Here's the page 63 as the interior photo of the
So if you scroll up, you can see the.
The glass.
Oh, there's another photo that you can see the transom filled in.
I'm done with the commission. I'm going to start a side hustle. I'm putting together commission packets.
I tried to load them in some order.
Yeah.
When we download them from the portal, they don't download in the order they're uploaded to make the packets. So it does kind of confuse things a little bit. Is this the one you're talking about?
Page 23.
It's front.
23.
That's the front door.
Yeah.
And I can see the back door, it's good, but I can't see all of it.
When you ask for additional transom photos, I said more door and transom photos. I don't
can
know if
get
it helps you find them.
The ones that were sent in via email are right here. Is this the transom? This is the transom for the rear door.
That's the rear door. Yeah, and it's hard to see because it's painted so dark, but it's like there's a transom and then there's a horizontal board.
This is the rear door for.
Mhm.
Okay. The
So
7
I
and 8.
think they just cut this frame off and put a door in. It's all covered in metal and windows. My approach was to replace the whole thing and just make it cleaner and match the proportions and the size and, you know, all of those things. But if you want just a slab,
It looks like the frame's really been picked apart. Looks like the frame around the transom's kept, but when you get down to the storm door, it's narrower. And it looks like it's been cut off there. And obviously,
I'm willing to bet this is cut here,
yeah,
and then bought a new door, put some 2x in there to fill the gap.
so the the frame around the transom is probably behind that.
yeah.
So
You got two things going on. You got one framing for the storm door, and one framing for the
that's what
door.
we're trying to, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, one option is figure out where the bottom of the transom framing is and put a new door in to fit that height
there.
properly. And you'd redo the trim, the brick mold to match correct brick mold. And find a way to blend the two together.
Right.
The other option is everything comes out and we do new transom and everything.
How strongly do members of the commission feel about those two options?
I wish I
We
could see it.
We could also take it apart. It's gonna have to come apart anyway.
I'd be more comfortable with you taking it apart to see what you actually have underneath all that
Yeah.
metal cap. To make a better decision. I'm a big proponent of saving transoms where we can. I just restored mine in my house to be operable again, and it's a fantastic feature to be able to open up a transom here and transom the back door and get some cross breeze through there. Most of the modern transoms don't have the operable ability.
Right. These don't need it now, but whatever. Yeah, if you want, if we could, I would like to get approval to replace the doors, which are non-original. And then if we find something, then we can, at least we're moving forward in that direction.
So approval to replace the door slab.
Slab, yes.
And then if you find that there's a way to get to better condition, you can apply for, or you can't, a whole new door. Right. Okay.
I'm good with it.
Is that on all three doors, both fronts and the rear, 4 doors, both front and?
Two backs.
Okay, so 4 door slabs.
Yes.
Okay. That will approve a cleanup as well with the new door slab. Okay, that takes care of doors. Windows. Do we identify that they're all currently replacing windows in there?
Yes, they're all, you can see here, very modern replacements. Some appear to be vinyl. I'm not sure if they all are, but. it is
As I
not a-
said last time, there's some wood components and but the lifts are vinyl, they're all cracked, broken, and I don't know what these windows are.
And the proposed replacement is the one from the approved list. Not the one for list, it's the Marvin alternate front roof list to clarify.
Anybody have a problem with the window replacements
No.
down there? And gable dormer. Issue with what's proposed as the larger gable dormer.
I have no issues with that. I don't remember skylights from before though. That's new to me.
And I will say HBO staff did miss that when making the agenda, so I apologize for that.
Well, I don't remember from previous discussions.
It wasn't on previously.
Okay, that's good. You're making me feel better. So these two back here?
Yeah.
I have no problem with those either. They're behind the dormer.
It's asphalt shingle roof too, right?
Yeah. So then the door frames, I have no problem with. Don't know.
We have cut sheets and skylights in the packet. Low profiles.
Hey there.
If there's no further items, no further questions or comments. Clear a motion.
How do you want us to frame this motion? I mean, we're good for everything but the door frame stuff.
Yes.
If I could recommend, I think we just amend the application to include just replacing the door slabs. If they decide to do anything else with the doors, they come back with the application.
That work? Okay. Mr. Chairman, on COA 25061-610, excuse me. 728 South Sixth Street, I move to approve as submitted and amended by replacing just the door slabs and not the frames and transoms at this point.
I would also add allowing to take off the metal on the trim and that stuff.
It has to get to demolition.
Yeah, the storm doors are.
Yep.
Or
Is there a second?
One,
Yes.
one question. When I was filling out this application, it forced me to use the address of 728, which is one side of the house. Are we gonna have any issues with that we're getting a building permit for 730?
No.
Okay.
And I can add that on the COA as well, if that would be helpful.
Great.
And if building and zoning has questions, they'll reach out and we'll clarify.
We have the same issue, 364, 366. All right,
Right, wait a second.
second, any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against, ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 18, COA 2500616-180 Reinhardt. Should both settled, you'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, not the truth. Your name?
Jesse Turner.
Thank you.
Britton Meyer.
Thank you. Thanks.
This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for demolition and new construction. With new construction being for an addition. To demolish an existing single-car garage with its entry from a private alley. The garage was approved for construction in 2010, making it non-historic. Construct a new one-story kitchen addition to the rear north elevation of the existing structure with a balcony above. The new addition is to align with the 2010 approved two-story addition on the east elevation. The following is taken from the approved May 2025 GBC hearing minutes. Commissioner comments? The commission split the discussion of the application into the following sections. The variances, where the commission discussed lot coverage requirements, noting that interior architectural design will not drive exterior, and noted the support for variances that were proposed conceptually. Noting pulling the proposed addition back towards the house to eliminate the 33 square feet as calculated by the commissioner, then the lot should meet the 50% of lot coverage maximum. Then the commissioners discussed the exterior materials. And the guidelines say that multiple additions need to look like a single addition. So the commission appreciates the proposed window placements, noting that they appeared more contemporary due to the windows and their trims. The applicant needs to duplicate casing trims and sills along the windows to tie the two pieces on either elevation. Following page 78 of the Dearborn Village Guidelines for trim details. The proposed railing on the second story does not make architectural sense. It does not match the style of the home. And the commission suggested a simpler railing that blended into the background with nothing too big of a design element. The commission confirmed that these could be supportive of a tension wire railing, similar to what was approved for application COA 2500296 at 764 South Sixth Street. They would be more supportive of metal railing over a wood railing. The commission noted that the radon pipe should be painted to match the house. If the rear window will be removed, it is original. The commission suggested retaining the said window on site. The commission discussed the banding on the porch level, ultimately noting that they appreciated the design as it treats the addition like a single addition for the Dearborn Village Guidelines. The commission requested that the existing door retain its transom and the proposed doors on the addition should keep their height consistent. Water collection was discussed and noted that roof runoff should be addressed with the design. Water runoff. Half-round gutters should have angled eaves perpendicular to the roof. The detail on the second story addition eave was potentially not in proportion and asked the applicant to clarify before the request for action. And the commission also highly recommends consulting the Department of Building and Zoning in regards to potential variances in the shared alley. At the July business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information, but did request the applicant review window sizes in the renderings to ensure they were accurate. The applicant clarified the casement windows are the Marvin Ultimate UCA 3256, and they are measured to be 2 feet 8 inches by 4 feet and 7 1/8 inch. And transom windows are the Marvin Ultimate, and they are measuring 2 feet 8 inches by 1 feet 5 1/8 inch, and that all windows are the correct dimensions in the renderings. Staff does recommend approval with any all clarifications to be submitted to staff. The basis for that recommendation is standards for alteration 1 through 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and the Dearborn Village Guidelines for additions 1 through 4.
Anything else to add?
I will just add that we've added a bit more detail since the last meeting, and I think a couple things that Nick mentioned about the railing and exterior trim has been modified per your request. Also, you'll notice, or there was a suggestion to talk to the zoning about that, what we thought potentially could be a private alley. And it was confirmed that it is a public alley, and that if we wanted it to be private, it would be a whole legal slew. So we just decided we'll count it as 50% of the lot coverage and go with that. So I just wanted to mention that. And then there are more variances in this packet than the previous, but that's 3 of them are for non-existing, non-conforming. And then I just wanted to mention that's why several have been added for discussion with the zoning chair, City of Columbus.
Questions, Thomas from the commission?
Is it zoning? Yes.
I was about to ask if that was part of the request for action here.
I believe I checked variances on there.
Did you supply the final list of variances?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, did you supply a list of the?
Yeah, they're on the very first page of the drawings. They're right there on that, in that box right there. Is that not where we're supposed to do that?
It was just missed by staff.
Oh,
Did notices get sent out to surrounding properties?
didn't know that was the.
Yeah, if the zoning, if the variances didn't go out, then we really can't
Got it.
vote on recommending the variances.
Okay.
Variances.
Notices?
Is it the variances? The notices are only a code requirement for the action, and this is a recommendation. So you can, by code, take action. Or not take, because your action on variance is a recommendation, not an approval.
precedent has always been the
It's
variances.
an
Yeah.
under commission to apply.
Give all the
it, but-
neighbors the right to.
Yeah. We can still review the architecture and everything else.
Yeah, no, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah,
My
that's,
mistake.
that's just give the neighbors, anybody else that's interested, the ability to show up here and
Makes sense.
voice their.
Who has the responsibility to send those notices out? We do.
Yes, applicant does.
And then it would be a whole nother meeting that we would come. Okay,
Yeah, and because you're already on this, you could probably tack it on. What, a week to submit?
Yeah, it's an extended deadline for July, so it'd be July 10th.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
put that in there, take this piece, throw it into that application, and you'll see it again. That's.
And what's the extent of notice? How, just the immediate neighbors?
30
Properties
days?
that are,
I know there's like a radius, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done this for Clintonville, but I wasn't,
So 125, 150 foot radius.
okay, I'll check what's on the website.
I don't think it's a radius, actually, it's 150 feet from the property line.
Yeah,
Oh, is it?
offset.
Yeah.
is that stipulated somewhere, just so we can be sure to make,
Yeah.
to conform accurately?
We typically follow what city requires when you
Okay.
apply for a variance for that.
So that particularly relates to requesting a variance for zoning, not specifically for getting a certificate of appropriateness from the
We
commission.
have requested it historically. That happens.
We'll make sure we do that.
Probably had it written down somewhere, but I don't know where specifically. All right, so that aside, architecturally, I have two questions myself. The first is in your materials for the railing, circled a railing style, and it has square baluster and round baluster. You're doing C30 square baluster, or C301 round baluster?
Square.
Square. Okay. The commission okay with the aluminum railing as proposed?
Yes.
Good with that.
Okay. My second question I had, saw in the application, material for pavers. Are these for up on the roof? the
Yes.
deck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the gray composite is for the deck, the backyard will be existing. Match.
You have a site plan showing the extent of the existing to match.
I do, it is, oh, of the existing to match, I can. So if you see, you go on my left, but where it says existing brick pavers at driveway,
ETR.
that's where it's gonna stay. And then if you see the removed brick patio, those are actually just normal bricks that aren't pavers. So if we were to drive a car on there, they would just crumble. So we're removing those, but we're keeping the ones at the driveway. So those will get where the garage is, and then in the backyard, those will all be the existing paver, or match the existing pavers.
So page 7, photo. The pavers, these are cast pavers, it looks like, as opposed to clay pavers.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
This was bound in the backyard with no public way. But we just identified that a 10-foot alley is a public way. For the commission, is there any heartburn over these pavers in this location?
What's the material?
Cast, it's not a typical clay paver that we ask
It's
for.
concrete paver.
Concrete, yeah, which is, we never approved concrete.
They get installed.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
no, that's not something we would approve.
Okay, so you want us to pick something different?
Yeah,
There's
typically.
not a huge amount there that I think I would feel like a huge argument there that you're making us get rid of a ton more, so.
Typically, it's the clay pavers, masonry pavers that are out there. Hampton Parker has them, Glengarry has them.
And those are okay to drive?
They're good for road
Yeah,
use.
go for it, yeah.
Okay.
Typically vehicular, what's her paver? You have 2 1/4 on a pedestrian paver and thicker on a vehicular.
Those are my questions.
I'm good.
I'm good with the paver change.
Then your lap siding, is that wood? Is it composite? What material?
Great question. I confirmed with Nick on that, on what was approved back in 2010, and it was pretty vague back then as well. It was wood or 4-inch smooth lap siding. So we want to do a little dissecting when we're there because we plan on removing it and salvaging it. So once we see exactly what's there, I think we can make a better educated guess. But it will either be wood or it'll be composite, and it'll be smooth, and it'll be 4-inch, and it'll match what's there.
Commission, we okay with the matching what's there, or do we want to say wood, yes, and if it's something else, come back?
It is so perfectly smooth, it makes me think that it's not wood. It's just so perfectly, it makes me feel like it's not a wood, it is a composite, and I just don't know what that composite is.
Some composites are acceptable, some are not.
Oh, okay. If we were to do like an LP Smart Side smooth, would that be acceptable? Like if we defined it?
The LP Smart Side, we actually talked about that earlier, at the hearing.
Okay.
We have test cases out for that.
Oh.
We typically don't approve beyond the test cases until test cases are complete.
Got it.
So
Is there an approved list?
we've approved Boral, which is now True Exterior across the board. The Hardy products, we have not been approving on additions to historic structures.
Or even,
several
or
years
even
now.
new stuff.
Or even new structures. LP Smart Side is now on the table. We're trying to get to a point of having that be a standard approval piece. Right now, those are the only composites that are out there that we've been using. If it's new, other products.
I'm suspicious that it was, the old Gel Blend product. They don't, well, I don't think it's even on the market now, but there was that,
You say blown?
what's the other product that I love to use?
Oh, Mirror?
Mirotech.
Yeah, if it is that product, we can't get it now, then we gotta discuss how you.
We don't want Mirrotech, so
Yeah, we don't
we're
have
okay with that. That's,
either.
that's just gonna, if it's, great or gets better, yeah.
My recommendation,
Do you have an idea, forgive me, do you have an idea on the timing for the Smart Side approval? Is that something that would happen within the next few months?
Nick is gonna go back after this meeting, this next week now, and determine where we're at in the process of those. She thinks somewhere at the 9-month mark, and typically we go to a year to do a final check.
Okay.
So it could be 3 months, could be less, could be more, but that's where we're at with that.
It's possible to get conditional approval on that or Boral. That would really be great.
We can do Boral.
We can do Boral, and then you can come back and apply for that if it's
Yeah.
approved.
Yeah, obviously, it's just a cost issue, and it may be as we get a little closer to costing the project out for our plan, Boral would work well.
Sure.
I mean, certainly it's a superior product.
Sure. All right. Any other questions or comments?
Did you want to review the variances with, for any concerns? Or so we're aware of that.
Thank you, that would be my question.
So for the.
Those are on page 1, if you.
Yep. Lot coverage, talked about that last time already. It's above 50, but we talked ourselves into being okay with it in this situation because of the landlocked nature. The yard we talked about already as well. There's already garage there, garage coming down, additions going on, so it's not kind of just trading one for the other. The side yard totals, kind of nature of the design itself is no worse than what's there currently. The existings are existing, so we grandfather those in. All seems to make sense to me.
No problem here.
And the crucial issue with making notification to whether it's 125, 150 foot area around the property, it's just so that neighbors have an opportunity to speak to these variance requests. Is that?
That's the purpose.
Okay.
I don't expect anybody to have an issue with it, but procedure.
Sure, that makes sense.
Well, thanks for looking at them. That's helpful to know.
Ready.
So I got that.
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 250616, 180 Reinhardt Avenue. I move to approve as submitted and amended with the use of clay pavers instead of the concrete material and rural siding.
Second.
Got a second? Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you next time.
You're very welcome. All right, we're gonna take a 5 or 10.
Do you need more?
I'm okay with any breaks.
Give it a 7-minute break.
I just wanted to stand up for a little.
Oh.
No, I just wanted to stand up. For the commissioners, the meeting room stays recording, so
Yep.
the audio of the room is recording.
Yep.
For the public record. And, for anyone present, if you are planning to speak about an application that you do not represent, please do not. And any so
And Nick, for your reference, page 140 of the guidelines, number 3 talks about the 125 feet perimeter.
Okay, I
The
can
variances.
correct for that. I'm not gonna get an email, so I'll correct it there.
It's the language is out of date. It talks about the Board of Building Regulation Department. So the language is all wonky, but that's what we're following, 125 based on that.
Sure. Oh, no, it's just, so you get it.
John.
And see if we can. Jiggle it. Is it too low? I'll see. Yes.
I am now cold.
It's cold.
An extra sweater.
Walk outside.
I shouldn't force it.
I think I am too.
Oh.
It's getting colder in here.
You can't pretend right. One of those.
Yes, I am. Yeah. That's what you just came up to talk about. I was trying to see if I could adjust it a little bit. Also, if we can't get the sound, to adjust. No, unfortunately, for some reason this afternoon when I went to stream, it blocked that sound from streaming. I can't go over. We're gonna have the recording upload. With the holiday, it'll probably be this week, but we'll have the recording upload.
Okay.
I know, I know.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you know of anyone else who may have been trying to stream it, if you wanna let them know, we'll get the recording uploaded.
We do it in traffic. Can't get 2 cars since everything's in film. Do you have a recommendation?
It's in good words, GPS first, then liaison, then give it.
Yeah, I thought he's gonna do car instead of traffic. He doesn't wanna get involved in the traffic. See, cars can't drive fast. So they have to. They used to, he used to have to go over, you know, one of the blocks in order to allow somebody else to pass. Now people are gonna have to back notes to people that come that way.
You talking to her there?
You are making statement under code. Yeah.
I can't read text.
Hey Heidi, how you doing? Hey Anthony, how are you?
Going.
You gained weight since last time I've seen you.
A little bit.
A little bit, he said. Yeah, of course he's here. Seen you before. He's our neighbor, I know.
Yeah, it was working earlier, so that's why I'm confused now.
Oh, something, did we
Oh. Yeah.
turn yourself off?
It is logged out of the account of the Apple Games. And so I don't know if that's the issue. Basically, this is what like connects all. You think you do?
Oh.
Don't think it's this time of day. Because they're all. Let me see if I can contact desk and see if I can get a hold of it. It's. Let's see if we can get a phone.
Nev is holding an ancestral name.
Yeah. There's a county named after it. Yeah,
It's a very good name.
Ohio had the Paulding County.
We'll send you there.
Okay, very, well, captain. Like, there we go.
Riding out of town. Be in exile.
The Paulding County in Georgia too, I'll take that one.
I can contact the police. I don't feel like it's a police matter, unfortunately,
What's the problem?
because it's after hours.
The iPad that's making all the audio run logged out of the account. So we have no audio.
Which makes me wonder, it is recording on the computer. So I think, let me try. Oh my goodness gracious. Let me try to do. This one is muted, that one is not. Perhaps if there's a speaker.
Probably if that speaker goes, it'll just echo into our microphones.
It'll what?
If you're using that speaker, it's gonna just echo into our microphones most likely.
Well, your microphones
That
are
works.
working. If that helps.
Fair,
But
fair.
that speaker on this computer, you can hear that as loud as it is right there. It's like,
Yeah.
that's a good as anywhere.
Gotta talk loud. You big your own boy voices.
It was working, right? It's kind of not.
Yeah, first got in
He said it very clearly on that mic, but it's not.
and the jet with the brick samples spoke into it loud.
Well. And the mic in there in the front is just to record the audio for this, so it's not.
Stay all up, listen.
Well, it said like if it's a technology emergency, so I hit the button and then it was like, we can press 1 to connect to the police or press 2 to connect to like the crime lab. And I was like, okay, that's not for me actually. So unfortunately, I think we'll just have to speak loudly and then the recordings will be available. So if people are missing, I think they're the most concerning application for residents I know is the last one, so it's no action tonight, but that could be a reassuring else tomorrow. And then just ask people to
Yes.
scream, I think.
So for the commissioners, audio is dead, so please talk loud. So that the audience can hear what we're saying.
All right.
Take the iPad, that might work.
Okay, because those, the mics go there and then it goes there and then they go to this speaker here and the mixer is dead. Well, it disconnected, so I don't know.
Just shut down.
Yeah, I looked over, yeah, it says like whatever account that it's logged into, which is someone from CCTV, logged out from here. And I don't have any information on how to work these.
Actually, I'll go through an iPad, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I looked at these, there's no controls on these. I
Should I just go back to like, let's say the mixer goes to the speakers. The cable comes in this here. Speaker should come right here. Or. Let's talk loud, it's fine. Make it work.
Are we getting recorded?
Should be that microphone should be the Good.
Yes, and I do have we're seeing the audio input on screen. I'm seeing that pop up and down.
Okay.
So the audio itself will be recorded and the backup recorder as well is recording.
Oh, okay.
So Paul, yeah, let's be now. Our friends here.
Folks could log in to YouTube from their college.
We're not streaming because the streaming didn't work out with the login.
Okay.
It blocked my account from being able to stream.
Okay.
So we didn't stream at all.
We're not currently streaming. We'll post the recording online.
Okay.
Okay, get back to it. For those in attendance, just a quick heads up, we apologize, the audio has failed us. So we are going to talk loud. And if we get quiet, we will try to remind ourselves to continue to talk loud. So for the applicants, please also talk loud. The recording, the audio for the YouTube feed is recording. So that we'll be posting the audio and the video of the meeting to YouTube after the meeting. If you missed anything during it. For those of you in attendance, most of you are here for the last application. It is conceptual, no action being taken. So just keep that in mind. It'll be okay. We'll get through this. Okay, on to item number, we're back on the record, on to item number 19, COA 2500492, 759 South Fifth Street. Once you're settled, if you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And your name?
Brian Harvich.
Thank you very much. Nick?
This application is a request for action for new construction of an addition. To construct a one-story frame addition to the south of the existing structure and relocate the primary entrance to that addition. To construct one second-floor dormer to match the size of the existing dormer on the opposite side of the roof. And to alter the existing dormer to match the appearance of the new dormer. Staff analysis, this application has previously been reviewed conceptually at the March 2025 GBC hearing. The following is from the March 2025 GBC hearing minutes, where there was no action taken, and we note that Commissioner Schultz recused from the review of this case. Commissioner comments. Many commissioners expressed concern over relocating the historic entrance door for the property The historic entrance should still read as a door in the final design, even if the entrance is not used and or enclosed on the interior. The commission recommended setting back the addition in order to set back the new entrance from the historic structure. The commissioners concluded that the addition appears to swallow the primary structure and recommend the applicant consider leaving more corners of the original structure revealed. Some commissioners did not support the column, finding it out of place for the design. However, other commissioners concluded the column was simple enough to be compatible with the historic structure. The commissioners recommended altering the proposed addition roof in order to let the roof of the historic structure remain without alteration. The addition roof could be altered to allow for this. At the July business meeting, the commission requested the applicant review comments from the last hearing and come to the hearing prepared to discuss how the comments have been addressed. HBO staff note the only design changes appear to be the roof pitch and porch of the new addition. Staff does recommend the commission continue the application to allow an applicant time to pursue a design that is more in line with the German Village guidelines and city code. The basis for that staff recommendation is 301-611, standards for alteration 1 through 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The German Village guidelines on dormers and skylights 1 through 3. And the German Village guidelines on additions 1 through 4. That's all from staff.
All right, anything else to add?
The only thing, she mentioned altering the existing dormer, which is the one we're kind of looking at the south, the big long one with the windows in it. That's existing. That's nothing gets modified on that. The application includes the addition of that smaller sort of plain dormer on the north side to make that room up there a little bit more livable. It's currently the primary bedroom.
So it's not modifying a dormer, it's adding a dormer.
It's adding, mirroring what's existing, yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, without the windows, because it's right on the proper, too close to the property line.
Sure. All right, questions, comments from the commission? Remember, object.
If you go to, pan down a little bit, please. Yeah, that sort of primary south elevation. The moves we made, originally we have this sort of shed addition. And originally it kind of continued to the right of the page and became the porch roof. And the comments, I think last time, were to kind of let that be its own sort of dormer and then let the porch be its own little porch. So in doing so, we pulled the east wall of this addition, back 1.5 feet or so to, and I think one of the comments were to expose that original brick corner and then the siding, which currently already aligns this. There was previously addition, I think from 99 or 2000, that was right in line with the brick. So there's no real corners exposed. It's just sort of the edge of the material. And then it cleaned up by doing that with the roof kind of pulling that back to the left, which is west, kind of, we don't interrupt any of the existing roof lines, and it was even carried into the dormer. So I feel like we've addressed that comment, and I agree 100% that it's a cleaner design now. And we did likewise. I don't remember if it was pulled back from the far back of the house, the west elevation originally, but there's a little bit of an offset there now too.
I think it looks great.
Thank you.
I like, you got away from engaging the existing roof
Yeah.
by doing all that
Yeah, I mean, that was.
and getting that back corner of the original cottage exposed. Yeah, I think you got there. I think it's great.
Thanks. I think the biggest maybe lingering comment is about the existing, the owner would love to salvage the existing door and use it to help define the new kind of primary entrance. We're not going to modify any of the opening. If you go back up, please, to this sheet kind of tells that story a little bit more. So the existing south elevation shows like a 4-panel door, which really doesn't represent what's there. Sort of does. It's a little more ornate, but the owner would like to switch that out for a full light door, maybe even a fixed panel there to keep the existing entrance, you know, everything about it other than the door the same, and then reuse the door at the new entrance to kind of define it, and also to let light into this new main space that is a kitchen and dining area.
So in regards to the doors, if I go to the Durham Village guidelines, on doors, page 58, the recommendations there. The fact that that door is there is kind of an aberration to start with. Item 5 recommendation states to avoid heavily carved ornate doors on simple buildings such as the early cottages, which this is. Heavy ornate ornamented doors were unusual in the village, and the use of these doors introduced an inappropriate amount of ornamentation. The same is true of large hardware as well. So my guess is this is put on sometime either without the COA or done before the time of the commission. So I think it's almost like it's a catch-22 for the commission. I think we need to decide which way to go with this. I think one side could say the door shouldn't have been in the first place, and that putting a full light door there now would be a more appropriate door for the original cottage. And that opens up, is this door appropriate for the addition? Because the addition should be subservient, less ornamentation than the original. So it's kind of a which way we like. Is the door appropriate here, period, anywhere? If we leave it where it's at, it's grandfathered in, it's already, I'm not gonna tell you to take it away. That keeps it. But the commission have to decide, is it appropriate to put that ornate door on the new addition at all in the first place?
I understand. So that door's been there since 98?
I don't know when, no, that's an older door that was probably,
No, but that door's been in that location since 98.
is that, are you asking or?
No, I'm telling you.
Statement.
Oh,
Statement.
yeah,
I can tell you.
sorry.
Across the street
Okay.
at the time.
Installed in 98?
Yeah, oh, no, it was there. I can't tell you. what-
Existing.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
it
okay,
was
that's what I was
existing.
getting at.
Yeah. All right. Appropriate or not, it's been there. I don't think moving it to the other location is appropriate.
Okay.
I don't think replacing it with a large panel glass door in the original is appropriate either. I think the safest thing is just to leave.
And I had the discussion with the owner and the builder, and I think they're on board with that.
I think actually, as you come into the property, you will see that front door in the back
Yeah.
before you see the side door.
And if it's a matter of trying to guide people to the entry door, flower pots on the stairs does a really good job of directing it.
And a porch roof kind of does that.
Yeah, exactly.
So if that door stays where it's at, do you have a proposal for the door on the addition?
Then it would just be another full light door. Unless the recommendation is different. Currently on the addition, it's a back door, that it does have a full light door. So concept would be to just keep it to 2 door styles, right? We have this old door that's gonna stay, and then on the addition. So we don't have 3 different types of doors.
Sure. Commissioner, I'll go with full light door in addition.
Yep.
And then specific on the dormer, any comments on the dormer?
No, it's in the back half.
It's not a full length dormer like the other one, so we're not creating that kind of approach.
Yeah, it's a fair distance off the street.
Are there any other questions or comments on what's proposed? I do have one question for you. On page 6, which is sheet A 2.1, you've got a note D5, remove radon system to be relocated. Where are you proposing to relocate the radon?
Yeah, I think the resubmitted, I submitted a second set of drawings, I thought, that shows it on that south elevation, kind of dashed in.
I just missed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just.
There it is.
Yeah,
So it comes out of that location.
Yeah, so, yeah, you see where it's dashed in as being removed.
Where's it going to?
And then pan up a little bit, you'll see. That's. This might not be the. I resubmitted a set of drawings that showed it, because there was a comment and some feedback. And so I'm looking at the drawings that I resubmitted on, I forget when it was, a little bit later, earlier this, or, June.
Go to page 12.
June 4th. Yeah, there, yeah, so basically in the same spot on the south wall, just pulled out. There's really no good spot for it.
I just want to ask one question.
Yeah, sure.
Is, if you go back to page 10, is there any chance of piping it? And go that way a little bit more. Back here, so it's not visible from the street.
I don't know the code about how horizontal you can go with that, but I mean, we could certainly.
We've had discussions where you can run this up inside the wall.
Just a fan.
But you have to, yeah, you have to have access to that fan and.
That's usually in the basement or the space underneath, this a crawl space, right?
It's crawl space in the back.
I would,
Look a whole lot better without it.
I would say if it's possible to get it in the back, I think that's a better place for it. Rather than have-
Yeah,
The owner
I think
won't see it
everybody-
walk into the front door.
Everybody would agree with that for sure.
Or build a chase in that corner and put it in there. You have to have it,
Then would be sticking out the roof on the front.
which is almost okay. As opposed to a large piece of plastic pipe with a large fan contraption at the bottom of it.
Yeah, I think we can work with that. Hopefully as a condition.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So would the amendment be to move that radon over to the back or in a chase if possible, whichever is possible? Okay.
And then leave the doors, leave the.
Leave the door where it's at and then put a full light door.
Leave it as you proposed it.
Yeah.
Okay. Right on something like that. COA 2500492 South Fifth Street. I move to approve as amended with the radon assembly moved to the west elevation of the building or internalized inside.
There a second?
Second.
Mention the door
The
being,
was.
the door on the addition is gonna be a single pane.
Oh, I didn't, that was a change, okay, and single pane glass door in the front. Front door.
On the addition.
On the addition, the ornate door staying on its end.
Yeah. I didn't realize that was.
Any other questions on
Change.
the motion? All right, take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving ahead to item number 20, COA 2500551-192 Thurman. Once you're settled, you'll raise your right hand. The truth, whole truth, and the truth.
I do.
Give your name.
Mark Hours.
Thank you. Nick.
This is a request for action for landscaping. In the front and rear yard. In the front yard, to install a new masonry walkway with dark charcoal pavers. To install concrete walkways leading up to the new entrance door. To install 7-inch high unilock Sienna edge wall system. To install plantings per the submitted landscaping plan. We know the front yard landscaping involves the proposed removal of the historic front yard fence. The front The front yard fence was originally denied, removal was originally denied by the Durham Village Commission. The applicant has proposed the removal of the fence be considered with this application. HPO staff do support the commission reviewing that in coordination because this application is considered substantially different from the one that was designed or denied. So, and we can pull up those packets from that review if you would like, as needed. In the side and rear yard, to install a new rear yard fence. Install new concrete walkways from the house to the garage, and to install 14-inch tall raised planting beds and other landscaping per the submitted landscaping plan. One clarification that was made at the business meeting is the 7-inch unilock wall system. It's 7 inches per piece, and I believe it's 3 pieces high. That could be clarified in the discussion. Staff analysis, the July business meeting, the commission requested the applicant bring a physical sample of the masonry paver and the unilock wall to the hearing, requested the paver dimensions and material, and requested the applicant clarify how the slope of the yard might change or will change. The commission also requested the applicant submit an elevation drawing showing the proposed retaining wall. The applicant did provide a new drawings packet. You have that. It was submitted last week, and renderings, and also confirmed that he would bring the sample materials to the hearing. HPO staff do have concern over the proposed paving materials in the front yard, noting the commission does not typically approve concrete in the front yard and only approves typical German Village brick colors for pavers in the front yard. While concrete and gray pavers may be allowable in the rear yard, HPO staff do not support variations in paver material in the front yard. The recommendation here is to continue the application to allow time for the applicant to pursue a landscaping plan that is more in line with German Village guidelines and city code. The basis for that staff recommendation is City Code 31613, standards for site improvements. Sorry, my pages are a little out of order. I'm trying to figure out where I went.
Fine.
I requested not print front and back, and then it always does. Okay, that would be standard for site improvements A. The German Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, pages 125, and then recommendations 1 through 4. The German Village guidelines on fences and walls, 2, 3, and 5. And the German Village guidelines for exterior considerations, site lighting, street furniture, pools, fountains, and gazebos, 1 through 6.
Okay. Before we go to the applicant, reminder for the commission, the previous denial for the fence removal was pure fence removal. We had no site plans, no landscape or anything to look at the time. So as staff said, whole new application, and we can judge it based upon what's presented to us now. Floor is yours.
Thank you. The staff report was thorough. I think at this point, I just field questions. If you have questions about the application, I do have the samples that were requested. We provided the section drawing indicating the height. The height 21 inches is to support the existing grade. It works out quite perfectly.
If we can take the samples. So that,
For sure.
We
If
can
the
touch
samples
it.
are extraordinarily heavy, you may not be able to stay where you're at. This sample is for color, not for shape. The actual paver is 350 pounds a piece, so I can't get actual ones.
The wall piece.
This sienna wall, yes.
Yeah.
So as you know, this design is contemporary. So the idea was to use a contemporary material to make the wall. The pieces are 40 inches long and 7 inches tall. No, that's okay. I think I can get it. It's just. Sure. So this is the base.
What's your back?
Turn it this way. So that's the face and the color. That is not the height or the length.
Yeah, so it'd be 7 inches tall, then.
40 inches.
Yeah, correct. There's a photo in the packet that shows it installed at a landscape yard that is the exact height and it's more towards the front.
So the top is the face mark?
This is the face that I have turned up now.
Gotcha.
This was the smallest piece that I could get that was in the color that I could get here. The picture is on page, yes, that's the page. Would you like to see this? Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that, Mark. Appreciate that. Give you a dolly.
Yeah, there you go. That's the picture of it. That's actually the Matoni paver. Some of it too.
Where does it?
And if you look at the landscaping plan, you're not gonna see much of this. It's just meant to be like a clean curb.
That's the finished side.
Correct.
I will throw out, I did a walk of the north side of Thurman, just so everybody understands kind of what we have along the north side in terms of walls and fences and no fences, no walls, and everything else. So if you're starting at the corner of Thurman and Jaeger, and you're looking north, that house is right on the property line, around the sidewalk, no fence, no walls. The house in question on this application 192, the iron fence we're talking about, the landscaping as proposed. Immediately adjacent, there is no fence and no wall. That fence was removed sometime around 2018. Just past that to the left, no fence, no wall. Past that, no fence, no wall. Beyond that is a low stacked cut stone wall, retaining wall. I think it's about 18 inches, give or take, just by eyeballing it. It's about shin, knee height. Past that is the old barber shop. It's at street level grade. Beyond that, there's a new concrete retaining wall, about 3 foot. Mark, you know how tall that wall was? Your old property?
It's probably closer to 42 inches.
Okay, yeah, it's a pretty tall one. That was concrete with some plantings in front. Beyond, that was 2019. Beyond that, an old iron fence. Beyond that, old iron fence. Beyond that, a random stone retaining wall, about 2 to 3 feet tall. Beyond that, no fence, no wall. And the corner at the other end, there's a low stack stone wall, about 18 inches covered 90. So I think there's a mix of walls.
If it helps, I have an inventory too of how many there are. I can approach.
Sure.
The gray is the block you just referenced. The ones not in the gray are the extension of Thurman Avenue within the German Village footprint. And you can see our block has very few fences, has more walls than fences. Primarily because of the grading in that area. Yep.
I will say I'm not fundamentally opposed to the concept of a wall. My biggest concern when looking at the application was the product being applied. I think it's better than the concrete that was down the street. I think that wall, the intent was to have plantings in front of it. Those plantings have died, been replanted, gone away. This is not as tall, obviously. So I think that helps. The plantings proposed are about a 18-inch tall at max planting, not including the flowers on top. So seasonally, the wall will be blocked to a certain amount. The guidelines on page 117 to 118 state whenever you consider making changes in your building site, carefully weigh whether these changes would follow established historic patterns, look beyond your lot to immediate neighborhood, and if they blend with existing features, which talk through. Next piece is about fences. Mentions very few masonry walls. This is a retaining wall as opposed to a freestanding masonry wall, which we've been against in the past. And that deals more with security and privacy, which this is not that type of wall or fence. So thoughts, comments from the commission on this product, this application?
I have a question on the 21-inch height. Is it because the existing tree is sitting on 21-inch? Oh,
The change in the grade, if we look where the steps are by that gate right there, it's almost exactly 21 inches to the top of that. And it just so happened to course out the units were 7 inches tall. So it gives us a 3-course expression to get to that grade. With the tree roots of that large tree there, you don't really want to try to regrade the yard at all.
right. So with the proposed 21-inch wall, you're not gonna like bury that existing tree root, right? It's pretty much either flush.
Correct.
I have a hard time with the interlock wall. I understand wanting the contemporary nature. I would rather see it done in real stone. You know, like a cut. I'm okay with cut block stone in the dimensions, the concrete material. I feel the same way about the paver. I'd rather see like an Endicott, you know, manganese paver versus.
The problem with those is that it's really purple. It's not really a true black.
There is a much darker black one.
Yeah, I haven't had luck finding any Endicott products in the manganese line or iron spot that are actually truly black.
Too black, well, they're pretty dark.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at the
I
paver.
think Belden's making one now too. That is dark.
Making a brick, I don't know about a paver.
I mean, they're making a brick paver, I saw, that is in the dark color.
I mean, in the spirit of massing materials and details, like our intent is to have the look of something, but have something contemporary, right? So we've got the herringbone, we've got the pattern, we get the texture. But we're changing the material in an effort to make sure that it's clear that it's not a brick product. And frankly, if I can have a poured concrete sidewalk, I don't necessarily understand where in the guidelines it would say I can't do a better concrete product.
Speaking of concrete sidewalks, are you planning on retaining the concrete that's there currently on the public sidewalk?
I'm not planning to do any work in the.
Leaving that there?
I mean, I think it didn't show that there.
It didn't show anything, I just asked a question. So looking at GB guidance page 125, when paving is done for driveways, walks, and patios, use recommended brick patterns. You're proposing a herringbone. Other paving materials can be used subject to commission approval. If you're installing new paving adjacent to old, match the patterns in the already existing paving. I think to Karen's point, one concern I would have is if that sidewalk ever goes from concrete to brick, it would definitely be German Village red brick. And now we're gonna have 2 bricks and 1 traditional size, which in bullet point number 2, it's important to use the correct kind of brick used for paving. Ignore the salvage side. Be sure to use only brick designed for use as paving. It's a paving component. And it says paving brick measures 4 by 4 by 8 inches. So we're deviating from 4 by 4 by 8 to a 2.5 by 9.5 by whatever it is. So I'm trying to wrap my head around switching color and size. The only thing we maintain is it's a brick and a pattern of lay down.
Appreciate the comments you just made, but I don't read the guidelines in a way that it says I can't use that product. Or I can't use a concrete product. I hear the rationale you're trying to make, but can you tell me in the guidelines precisely where it says? It sounds awfully vague to me.
I think it's to match. How do I phrase this? I think the piece that you would hang your hat on is that other paving materials can be used, subject to German Village Commission approval. For us, it's pavers, we've got defined measurements of pavers here, dimensions of pavers. And then the general overarching statement of site improvements under City Code 316.13 that improvements, including walkways and whatnot, should be compatible to each other and to the subject building or structure as well as to adjacent treatment properties, open spaces, and overall environment. The red brick is such a fundamental piece of German Village, defining characteristic, which if you go into earlier sections of code, if you go into the city code that talks about founding German Village, brick is specifically stated. I I struggle personally to say that that is compatible with the defining characteristic.
Mr. Chairman, I walked only 2 streets in German Village and came back with a myriad of concrete products, some on public sidewalks, some on driveways, some conflicting with other paving materials as you're suggesting. And this juxtaposition is no better, no worse than.
And I know a lot of the concrete pavers that are out there, you've not approved them. You're done without approvals. I have not approved a concrete paver my entire time here that I know of.
Like I said, I only walked 2 streets and saw gobs of concrete products.
Are you talking manufactured products or are you throwing in cast on site?
No, I'm talking about manufactured products.
Beyond the pavers, I had a question about the fence.
Yes.
It appears from the photo you provided to be a shadow box style fence. Board, gap board, stringer in between, and then something else on the other side.
Correct, it's 2-sided.
So per German Village guidelines, page 117 to 18, about fences, avoid inappropriate fence designs such as chain link, stockade, shadow board, basket weave, and other contemporary designs.
Fair enough.
Board on board would be appropriate. We did recently have a shadow box installed without COA, and they went with a board on board design that had basically the boards overlapping to give that reveal in between if that's the look you're going for. But with the stringers, it's hard to make that a double-sided design.
Fair enough. Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw the wood fence replacement from this application.
And then we didn't mention about the poured concrete walkway portion. And I would point to the guidelines of 125 about walks and sidewalks. Even though some streets have been repaved and other materials, and a few walks are concrete, brick is the most widely used appropriate paved material in the village. I know that
You also indicated to look at the surrounding context too. All of Thurman Avenue is concrete sidewalks.
Mhm.
We also said to match the adjacent pavement, which is a concrete sidewalk. So which is it?
And I would say that the concrete's inappropriate across the board. It's been done in the past, and to society.
So you're saying these guidelines say that I cannot have a concrete sidewalk? You have a black and white that you can point me to?
I would say that the sidewalks that have been concrete are not appropriate, should not have been done in the first place. They've done over time, done essentially before the commission was there. And it's been a struggle to get rid of the inappropriate
That's
materials.
not true. You improved a concrete sidewalk from my former residence. I have concrete sidewalk, brand new to the front door. It's actually the one in the upper left of the picture on the screen. The right-of-way sidewalk was replaced. The sidewalk to the door was replaced. The sidewalk to the side was replaced.
Was there concrete prior to that?
Yes, but not in that configuration.
The only concrete that we have approved is if it's existing concrete, putting back concrete.
The guidelines say the only concrete that can be approved is maintenance concrete.
That's been our precedence for decades.
Precedents, or where is it in the guidelines? What
The-
page can you turn to that actually?
May I
says that?
interject? That the guidelines are in fact guidelines and not rules, and that is written in city code, that the guidelines are approved by city code, approved by city council, and to be used with the direction, like, to direct the commission's investigation and decision making.
I appreciate that, but it seems like they're making up the rules on the fly.
I take issue with that. I don't believe that's true. I think we've been very consistent with our application of this for decades.
I'm sure I could go do another photo essay of brand new concrete all over a German village like that. We'll agree to disagree.
Fair. I'm on the record saying I'm okay with a wall.
And wall materials, or
A-
just the
a
wall,
wall.
a wall?
I'm trying to get to be okay with that. I think the combination of that and concrete. I don't think it's respecting
Character of the
character of the village. All concrete materials.
Best block wall in the center top there, that's respecting German village. The city's brand new accessibility sidewalks and.
I don't believe that that's appropriate either, and
We
we
got-
have said at the city already, and there's currently a disagreement with the city on that.
I don't think your guidelines are prohibitive enough. If you want to have a hard line stance that everything should be brick, I don't think it says that. I think you guys are making that up on your, to fit your own agenda.
Been a long time then.
With the, does the commission have feedback on any other portion of the design? And I remind the commission that commissioners can call an application to question anytime.
I think that the rest of the design is fine. No problem. Landscaping is fine. No problem
So
landscaping.
we haven't talked about removal of the wrought iron fence.
I'm okay with the fence going away. With
I'm not.
Your wall.
Obviously, I'm not. The guidelines. Page 28, talk about a sense of place, village architecture. Perhaps more than any other neighborhood in Columbus, German Village, unique physical environment creates a special sense of place. In addition to its architecture, the following factors help define the area's distinctive character. Close-spaced buildings with smaller non-existent front yards, extensive use of brick for buildings, streets, and sidewalks, wrought iron fences. It goes on to list two others. I think this week I realized that not only is it just a wrought iron fence, but it's also an architectural feature of the property. It's certainly a landscape architecture feature of the property. I think it's significant enough that I think it should stay. And if it's in such condition that something needs to be done about it, I would say it's the same treatment that we do with any other architecture feature, is that we look at restoration, we look at repair, and we look at appropriate replacement. In a style maybe that is not exactly what is there, but it's still appropriate as being a wrought iron fence or whatever the architectural feature is. An example of this would be any architectural feature on a house, say eaves in an Italian-made building, bad shape. Hey, I'm gonna come back with a more contemporary look in this building. I'm gonna get rid of the eaves, they're all in bad shape, I'm gonna demolition them. And we would come back and say, no, you've got to repair them, replace them with something that's appropriate in massing, spacing, etc. That's how I feel about the wrought iron fence in the front of this property.
And I would say that in the previous hearing on the fence, we identified that repair is not an option.
Okay.
I think we also identified that it was mismatched parts and pieces.
It's still a wrought iron fence. I think it should be replaced in something that is similar. As it is a characteristic of the village.
I'm okay with the removal of the fence, and have you considered like setting the wall back further so you create more room for landscape buffer?
I'm worried about the tree roots.
Yeah.
it wasn't for the tree roots, I'd happily say yes.
What's the distance from back of wall right now to the tree?
Oh, yeah, it's very tight. If I had to guess right now, it's maybe 6 feet from back of the wall to the caliper.
I don't think you could set it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to put the wall where the hill breaks. I don't think I can get any tighter.
I'm okay with the proposed wall and the proposed material. I think it's better than the full concrete wall that we saw a few houses down. But I do feel like the proposed precast paver, it does not fit into the neighborhood, the streetscape. It really stands out, with the context. Dark colors like that on concrete typically are not stable.
No, that's fair.
And I'm okay with the wall. I don't think, I'm not okay with this material. I think it was a natural stone or more stone. I just don't think concrete is the material to be used.
Mr. Chairman, do you feel like you're in a position to vote on the softscapes but not the hardscapes?
I think we can. I don't think you can do much. You can do some of the planting, but not all of it's like to get a wall in place. I think we could break it apart.
Yes, I think at this time I would like to ask that you separate the application for softscapes as one application, the wall and fence as a second application, and the horizontal hardscapes as a third application.
That can be done. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500551-192 Thurman Avenue, I move that we split into 3 parts. First part being the soft plant material. We're talking about when we're saying softscape.
Correct plants.
The second part being the hardscape, which is wall
And the fence.
and the fence.
Vertical hardscape.
Vertical hardscape, wall and the fence. And the third part being the horizontal hardscape. 8 minutes out.
And is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
Could staff clarify the
Yes.
individual items? And I apologize, I placed my copy of. So just to clarify, part A, or I'll go line by line on the agenda items and just kind of clarify what part they seem to be. In the front yard, to install a new masonry walkway with dark charcoal pavers, I have that as part C for the horizontal paving materials. In the front yard, to install concrete walkways leading up to the new entrance door, I have that as part C, horizontal paving materials. To install the 7-inch clarified to be 3 high, so 21-inch unilock Sienna edge wall system, I have that to be part B for the wall and fence. Installing plantings per the submitted landscaping plan, I have that as part A. And then noting the fence being a part of this application is part B.
And one clarification, I did submit for lighting. We didn't really address that. Assuming there's no issue with the proposed lighting on the carriage house, that could be part A.
He has a gooseneck lights back there.
It's a 20-inch wide fixture. Is there an issue with having 20-inch?
No, I don't have a problem with that.
That's okay. Fixture appropriate, so yeah. And then in the side and rear yard, I have the installed new rear yard fence has been withdrawn by the applicant.
Yep.
On this one, is this, the concrete walkways from the house to the garage in the rear yard? Do you want that to be a part of part C or?
Yes.
Okay, that is part C. And then the 14-inch tall raised planting beds in the rear yard, would that be part A? For soft plantings, or would you like that to be?
They're walled?
I have 14-inch tall raised planted beds, but I don't have the material.
They're in the rear yard.
In the rear yard.
Yeah, I would say it's soft.
So incorporate with part A. Okay, thank you. And then I have the light fixtures as part A as well. Okay, thank you.
So we've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have, the motion passes. There a motion on A, which is the softscape planting, light fixtures, and the planter, raised planter beds in the back.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500551, 192 Thurman Avenue, Part A, softscape planting, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have, the motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a continuance of Part B.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500551, 192 Thurman Avenue, Part B, vertical wall and fence, move to continue.
Second.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. And item C, want to vote?
Action, please.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500551, 192 Thurman Avenue. Item C, horizontal pavement, I move to approve as submitted.
Second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion?
With this one, just to confirm, the concrete in the rear yard is a part of part C.
Before we say that, are you okay with concrete, anybody okay with concrete in your yard?
I'm okay with concrete in the rear yard.
But you're not okay with the paver in the front.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah,
That's
one up.
If-
It
I
is
mean,
all-
let me
it
make
is
it
all
this way.
horizontal pavement.
Mr. Howard,
Yeah.
if you don't end up with the concrete in the front yard, you still want the concrete in the rear yard.
Yes, if it pleases the commission, you can separate those two issues separately as well, if you'd like.
Is there a boundary line at which you want it to break?
It would be where the proposed fence and gate were supposed to go.
The wood fence?
Right, that was right where the first fence was this in, yeah.
C.1, C.2?
Capital C, lowercase a, capital C, lowercase b.
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 2500551, 192 Thurman Avenue, I move to split Part C, which is horizontal payment, into Part C, little a, horizontal payment in front of the rear fence, and Part C, little b, the area behind the fence.
Is there a second? Any
Second.
questions on the motion? Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. The motion for the C little a?
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500551, 192 Thurman Avenue, I move to approve big C little a, the horizontal pavement in front or south of the fence line that we discussed. Yes, sir.
So this is a front porch.
Front portion.
Front porch.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? All those against?
Aye.
Motion denied. Reasons for denial as yes.
Could I first do a roll call on that vote, just to make sure I have everyone
Yeah.
correctly? Commissioner Field,
Yes, aye.
and this is for the against.
Against.
Commissioner Harkey,
Against.
Commissioner McCoy,
Against.
and Commissioner again against. Thank you.
Reasons for denial, with the Drummond Village Guidelines, page 12. The second bullet point, identifying that the following factors help define the area's distinctive character, extensive use of brick for building, streets, and sidewalks. Drummond Village Guidelines. Under hardscape, starting page 125. first paragraph, even though some streets are paved, other materials, a few walks of concrete, brick is the most widely used appropriate paving material in the village. With specific mention of concrete being poured backyard patios. Then down to the recommendations in the same section. Other paving materials can be used, subject to the village commission approval. If you're installing new pavement adjacent to old, match the patterns in other paving. Item 2, according to the correct kind of brick being used for paving. Paving brick measure 4 by 4 by 8 inch. Walks. And then CC 3016.13 standard site improvements, letter A, the landscaping, parking, utility service areas, walkways, similar improvements should be compatible with each other in the subject building or structure, as well as the adjacent contributing properties, open space, and the overall environment. That is it for that. And on to the C little b. As your mouth is full. Make a motion for C little b.
I'm not sure.
It is,
I understand
theo-
everything that's in it. It's the concrete.
Just the concrete.
You can do
Horizontal
it.
pavement, horizontal pavement north of the former fence line.
Free now.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500-551-192 Thurman Avenue, I move to approve big C little b item horizontal pavement north of the fence line.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? I'll make the clarification that this is behind a proposed fence out of the public way. And German village guidelines mentioned concrete patio and rear yards. We got a vote. Any questions? All those in favor? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Let's have it. Motion passes. Let's come in, please.
Would you want to keep that same floor? Can I take it?
You
back?
do. I'll get those. I'll get that right back into the, that's back there. Fine, thank you. You got it? Sure. Yeah. Okay. I'll take a second while the applicant gets the block back in the bag. So that's going on. Do we have any applicants for the previously get passed over applications for 239 Lansing Street? Or 198 Jackson Street? Or 577 Cedar Alley? How about 768 City Park? All right, hearing none. We're moving on to COA 21.
Oh, 21, sorry.
COA 2500654 202 East Beck. Once you're settled, you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth.
I do.
And your name is?
Dusty Hurst.
Thank you.
Apologies, I forgot once again that it's my job to open these files. Let's finally move it there. This is a request for action for an exterior building alteration for a chimney. To demolish the existing stucco chimney. It's the rear of the two chimneys on the property. And then to rebuild the exterior portion of the chimney in the same location, to be covered with brick veneer and to be stepped to mimic the appearance of the historic chimney, with the existing cap to be reinstalled. The applicant has proposed two different proposals for how that chimney will be treated that are page 1 and 2 of the packet. Staff analysis At the July business meeting, the commission requested the applicant bring a physical sample of the brick veneer to the hearing and requested any installed sample photos for the product. We do recommend approval with all clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff. There are no conditions on this, and it is basically which design the commission prefers. We base that recommendation on City Code 31611 standards for alteration, 1 through 3, 5, 6, and 12. And the German Village Guidelines, page 108, the elements of the roof, such as a quote there from the guidelines. We will also add this application, the chimney has been reviewed conceptually by the German Village Commission at the June 2025 DVC hearing. And I do apologize, those comments did not make it into the materials here, but I can pull up the minutes and read those to you if you would like.
I think we're good unless you start backtracking and let us know.
I'll get them to load and pull up just in case, but
We'll bring up the two options.
yes.
Let's just pull that up. Do you have anything else to add?
No, we gave two options just because right now they don't match. The preference would probably be just to keep it as it is with this step, but the front one is much simpler. That will stay. That just needs some repair. So it's just, I think, commission's guidance on if they want them to match or to be separate.
Questions, comments from the commission?
It's the difference that I'm looking at. That's what I don't understand.
So those that would be all the same, and this one will be where it's just flat like the front.
But they're both flared at the top.
Well, no, if you, I don't know if you can zoom in, the front one is flat till the cap, essentially.
Just a straight chimney.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yep, yep.
Those are antenna bands, I take it.
Yeah, those are.
Okay, but the back one is flared.
Back one's flared.
Okay. They gotta match the back one if that's the one you're replacing.
Agree. Profile should match with what's there.
Everything made my thought anyway, just for the cap we're reusing, so in case there is some dimension that's on, that's gonna be best anyway. I did bring in coordination with, we had a stone actually that we liked, but then in talking with our brick rep with the Hamilton Parker for years, he recommended two that he always recommends for each urban village application as a veneer. We have both of those. One is a little darker. This was the one that we liked the best. But these are the two that they recommended. So we said they do more brick than we do in German Village. So.
I prefer the darker one.
I think I need this one.
Doesn't look quite as new.
Right. You get that variation, kind of like the old discoloration you see.
And with the front, I mean, there's a lot of soot on the front, so it would probably match better with the front.
Sorry to be so close to behind you.
I wondered who that was back there.
And they're from the same line, even though the sample says different. They're both from the old brick originals from the same company, so the installation, everything's the exact same.
And I just want to comment that since Commissioner Durst is not here, she was the one that brought up last meeting the fact that National Park Service is now supporting this kind of fix.
Yes,
It's why us doing it too.
Yeah. I can make that note on these minutes as well.
Yeah.
I will note for the record, Commissioner Durst is her term expired as of the end of June and she's not renewing. So we can talk about that at the end of the meeting.
So just to confirm. Darker.
Yeah.
Have a mill it is. Do you want that?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on item COA 250000654, I think there's a zero in there. 202 East Beck Street, I move to approve as submitted with the selection of the darker Peppermill brick veneer.
Second.
I can make clarification.
And to match the existing
Yeah, profile.
profile of it.
I think if you want, we labeled them, I think one is A and one is B.
I'm gonna. There we are. I don't see.
Oh,
So it would be option B.
Should be.
Make the clarification, this is 202 East Beck,
Yes, 202 spec.
meeting materials, application material has 75 Mount South District on it.
Oh, okay, so I have it on. Okay, thank you.
All right, we got a second. Any question on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
For the commission, there was the one, application that the applicant requested staff represent. Did you want to do that one before or after conceptuals?
We'll do it last.
Sure.
One conceptual, right? Yeah.
One conceptual.
All right, so move on to the conceptual application, item 22, COA 2500615, 247 East Livingston. We have speaker slips. Full stack.
And if you have not submitted a speaker slip, excuse me now.
All right, three of you are gonna be sworn in. Are you two gonna be speaking as well? No. Okay. All right, so here's how we're gonna do this. We do have speaker slips. The process is gonna be, we'll have, swear everybody in. And then we will have Nick read the application into the record. And then we'll turn the floor over to the applicants to give their piece on the application. And then we will hear from the speakers. And then the commission will go into deliberation. For the speakers, you will have a 3-minute time limit. We'll cut you off at 3 minutes. If everybody can please try to speak loud because the audio system has stopped working for us. If I will expect a quorum, if it gets out of hand, we will stop the meeting and we will escort people out of the room. Thank you very much. So out of the gate here, if everybody who's going to speak, including the applicants, can raise your right hands. You're going to speak, raise your right hands. Do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth?
I did.
Yes. For the speakers, we'll ask your name when you come up to speak. For the applicants, you can give your name, please.
Beverly Eichenhoff.
Thank you.
Daniel Ayers.
Thank you.
Kareem Ammer.
Thank you very much. Nick?
For the commission, I'm gonna note that, the applicant did submit a new packet, right, that there's this meeting deadline that staff missed in the portal. So we will direct you to open on your individual devices from OneDrive, the 22_new packet, which is the one that was received last week. And, the portal didn't send us our notification to know that it was uploaded, so that's on our end, so it's there for you now. There are no substantial changes to the design itself, it's just changes to the supplemental materials as well as additional renderings and angles I think have been provided, and they can clarify if there are others. So that should be on your Kindles as well as on the OneDrive link, and I have it on screen. But this is a conceptual application for demolition and new construction.
We can't hear.
Of course. All commissioners, you have staff reports in front of you. I'll turn this way to help the voice.
Thank you.
To demolish the existing brick office building at 251 East Livingston. Noting the COA for alterations was issued in 1981. And it was mostly reconstruction of the structure in 1981 and 1984. To construct a new 4-story apartment building with 81 proposed units. The structure is to rack without any connection around the existing historic structure on Livingston, with 35 parking spaces and 4th floor exterior amenity spaces. The following is from the approved March 2025 GBC hearing minutes, where the application was reviewed conceptually by the commission and no action was taken. Commissioner comments. The commission conclude they consider this structure to be residential and emphasize the German Village and this structure being the new construction. And emphasize the German Village guidelines for new construction applied both to commercial and residential structures in German Village. The city code sections for new construction, 311612, also apply to any and all new construction in German Village. The commissioners present concluded that most would likely support demolition of the 251 building, so long as the new structure was appropriate. The building at 251, while having some historic fabric, has lost major integrity, and some concluded the only historic element remaining is the massing. The commissioners confirmed that the historic development pattern around this specific site will dictate the commission's review. The immediate neighborhood includes contributing properties within the German Village Historic District, and the commission has upheld the standard along every corridor in the district. Many commissioners expressed they did not support the applicant's concept of buffer properties and emphasized that every property within the German Village boundaries receives the same level of review and the same application of code and guidelines. Some commissioners reference the guidelines, page 105, that recommend buildings should not be significantly larger than neighboring structures and should not be wider than they are tall. Many commissioners concluded that the design as proposed disrupts the historic and existing mixed-use nature of Livingston Avenue. Mixed-use streets and corridors are a vital part of German Village history. Some commissioners found that the Blankner elevation appeared as a monolith and recommended finding ways to break up the overall appearance and massing. The faux house facades incorporated into the design appear to be swallowed by the massing of the other modern materials and designs. They do not read as major design features. And if the final structure is to be residential apartments, some commissioners found that the building should read as residential from all angles. Some commissioners thought that Livingston Avenue elevations appeared to be too much like commercial office buildings than residential in nature. The final design should look and feel residential. The commissioners found that the proposed east elevation of the new structure does not meet code and guidelines and is out of place in materials design and massing. All elevations should be given the same level of design and consideration. The projecting balconies on any elevation are not likely to be supported, and the commissioners present recommend removing them from the design. Commissioners requested the applicant provide renderings of all elevations with and without neighboring buildings for the next review. At the July business meeting, and that's the end of commissioner comments, this is moving on to the additional information on the review. At the July business meeting, the commission requested complete elevation drawings, a key plan for the 3D renderings, clarification on the feasibility of the doors on Livingston that are in the right of way, and the distances from the property line for each elevation. And again, for the commissioners, you have the most up-to-date packet in front of you, in the Kindles and as well as the OneDrive. Commissioners noted that the packet should be edited to clarify what specifically is GB precedent, and the addresses for any example photos and where other examples may have come. It is, and this was discussed at the hearing last time, so this is kind of a holdover from the last staff report, but just stating that it is the conclusion of HPO staff, the city attorney's office, and the Department of Development that the German Village Commission retains full authority to review all exterior alteration and new construction in German Village as outlined in city code and the German Village guidelines. And let's skip down to HPO staff would also recommend the commission and applicant discuss possible exterior cladding materials for the structure during the conceptual review to identify any potential topics of conversation for a future hearing. Noting that all exterior cladding materials, windows, and doors are subject to review and approval of the German Village Commission, and a complete list of exterior building materials is required for a request for action. This is conceptual, so the staff recommendation is for the commission to offer design feedback. And the basis for the staff recommendation is Title 34 of the zoning code, A, which is A.10.040, applicability of Title 31, as well as City Code 31612, standards for new construction, A, and then C through N. The city code for site improvements, A and B, the city code for 3011614 for standard for demolition. And I have lost my 5th page, so just a moment there, and I can pull up the last few, and I apologize. And that is all, actually.
Great. All right, the applicant, where's yours?
Just to reintroduce myself, I'm Kareem Amer with Rashad Development, on behalf of the ownership.
Please speak up.
Sure, of course. So last time we were here was in March, and we by no means have taken a break, since then. Rather than, rush to resubmit, we wanted to spend as much time as we could digesting the comments of not only the commissioners, but of the conversations we had after the hearing as well. So, we spent the last several months really taking a step back and doing so. And we've also added to our team with Dan and his team and Beverly through NBBJ. And they really bring not just wonderful local, but really international experience in placemaking and understanding the context. So over the past several months, we've been walking through the streets of German Village, taking pictures, understanding what makes the character unique of the area around us, rather than rushing to resubmit. And what we have today really is a complete redesign from what we had. We came to realize we were reiterating a design that was, put forward ever since even 2018. So rather than do that, let's take some of those comments that we heard. That it felt like one large massing, that it felt like a monolithic commercial building, and that it needed to be more residential. So we're really excited to show you and present what we have today, and also to show you sort of the context that we've digested that's really gotten us to this point. So in that, we think of context and character. And, I think what we challenged ourselves with was, how can we develop something that felt organic to German Village? And I think the best way to do that would be really to treat it as if these were sort of separate parcels and ownership, because that's really what makes up German Village, separate, unique designs. And we've specifically really encountered that on Blankner. There's some good things that we were proposing in the old design, but we came to realize that that wasn't necessarily what was characteristic. Thinking about Livingston, thinking about Blankner, we wanted to really incorporate the concept of making this feel residential out, as was recommended to us. So we walked up and down Blankner, and we noticed different fenestration. We noticed garages, we noticed stoops, we noticed recessed entries, and we thought, rather than create what we thought was good, which was a buffer to what we were doing, let's extrapolate off that. Let's make what was characteristic of what's around us, and try to have an interpretation that's historic yet contemporary, because that's what the guidelines call for. So I'll pass it off to Dan at this point, but all that to say is we've been spending as much time as possible going through the last minutes and going through the hearings that we presented and conversations and the notes we took, and really culminating everything into what we think is far more characteristic and appropriate and scaled back project. And really, in all frontages, you'll find that even the ridges of our our gables and of our roofs are the same height as neighboring structures too. So really scaling back as much as we can and having that read more similar to what's around us. So if you want to go back up to the top, I'll stop to Dan at this point.
So fantastic for following along. So
Yeah.
you know what this will.
No, this is great. So appreciate the opportunity. It's a great opportunity to again present today. Again, I'm Dan Ayers, principal in charge of our Columbus office here for MBBJ. When we saw this project and started talking to Mershad, it was really an opportunity to kind of step back and look at the overall. And one of the interesting things, and if you go to the historical slide, it's one more down. So this is 1960, and we've been even starting to look back even further on the site just to see what was there. What was this site like before? Well before me. And what's really interesting about this is really you start to see the texture, you see the rooftops, you don't see the parking lots, you don't see what's out there today, but that history in our mind really was a start to the texture and the repetition and the scale that we wanted to start to bring back to the site in many respects. And so it was an interesting study just to see where we're at. And as go down a couple more slides, we really do see this site as a little bit of a hole. These parking lots have created a bit of a gap when you're walking along Blakener. You're in an alley on most of the walk, and then suddenly it starts to open up at this location. And really seeing like how can we continue that texture, that the ability and the opportunity of the context to really be brought to this site in a way that really enhances it. I mean, that's really our goal out of all of this, is adding that value, bringing the character and engaging within the context and the neighborhood that's there. If you go to the next slide, these are individual buildings from around the site. So each of the addresses for each of them to the east and north on Livingston, just to give a sense of rhythm and scale. We're looking at windows, we're looking at brick types, we're looking at the fenestration on more of a commercial type base, a flat roof, pitches, gables, 3 stories, 2 stories, 1 story. And how each of these buildings are really treated or have been treated in many different ways. This is the texture that we're starting to build off in the typology that we have to work with within the site. If you keep going. So we also understand that we're not here to recreate what was there, and we're not here to recreate the historical aspects, but we want to understand scale, texture, ways of interpreting the historical pieces, but putting them in a contemporary way. So just a diagram that starts to show ways that we're thinking about windows and fenestration. Next image is really just the porches, the opportunity of landscape, greenery, and again, coloration, layering of the overall site, that's right. And then in the individual site itself is the one building and the next slide that we are looking to demo. I think you guys have all looked at it. Everyone's seen the building, and so I'm not seeing, really bringing back the opportunity of a better scale for this and a better use of that site. So that would be still proposed to be demoed in our current plans. And keep going. So Livingston itself, fascinating street as you go along, continued character, continued uniqueness along the overall street. But in some respects where this curb cut is, we see as an opportunity to bring back some of that texture of what was there previously with the residential being on the street here. So this just gives an overall scale. Yep, you can keep going. But what you'll see when we go into the concept of what we worked with is you have that 3-4 lane road to suddenly a 12-foot wide alleyway to the south side of the site. And very narrow, very different character, very different texture to it. And if you keep going, we're also going to talk a bit about materiality. We know that out of the 3 principles, main one starting with massing, second part is material. We do like, and the image on the right is just down the alleyway, this idea of both brick, but then as a potential of some siding in an area to start to break up these massings in different ways. Go to the next. And so got the overall concept and what was read earlier for some of the metrics, which some of these numbers did not get updated. We're about 15. Sorry. No, it's part of the technology fund. So 15 less units than previously. We're also reducing the parking down to 35. Our ratio is right around 0.5 per unit, which is a pretty good balance for this location. And on the next slide, this is conceptually how we're starting to think about this project. And this is both from scale, massing, Livingston having a very different texture and feel, about how that street goes. We also have the historic buildings that start to break this building up as you come around on Sixth. And then on the Blankner alleyway, really a very different texture, very different scale to it. So really understanding those scales.
It's the best part.
It is the best part.
Very intimate, the scale, you guys know you live in German Village. The scale of the alleys is what we think is so wonderful about that place. And we're really trying to.
Can you speak louder, please?
We're trying to capture that place, the essence of German Village with the alleys and the intimacy of the way that you can engage in those places.
That's exactly it. So the next page really is when we start to look at the scale of the overall project, we're looking at the texture and the existing context around us and how we start to fit within it. It is an opportunity for us to start to see how we're breaking up both in plan, but then we'll also be going through in 3D how we're looking at the heights of these buildings to achieve the overall density that we're looking for in the site, but then also the opportunity of how it fits into this context. We put in a couple of facade, and this is really for some input. As architects, we're constantly looking and continuing to look forward, and I think that's also something within your guidelines of the interpretation of historic to contemporary. In this case, these three examples of ways that we're looking at roof lines, window openings, textures of brick and layering, and really interested just to see if any of these start to fall within that you feel fit those guidelines as a contemporary way of starting to look at the architecture. But really for input, this is saying we're following exactly these, but just to get your input on these. And again, our goal today is to listen and to hear your comments. So that'll be perfect to jump into the renderings. So starting, we did add the key plans on the bottom, which if you guys hadn't seen the update along with the previous rendering on the lower right. We're on Livingston looking to the southwest, existing buildings in white, the new proposed buildings in brick. The nice thing that we start to see along here is the scale and breakup of the overall facades, stepping different facades back. In the previous design, we're much more addressing the street. In this case, we're providing some relief off the street with portions of the building on the street face around a two-story building, but above stepping back. Very similar to the previous design, but a little bit different roof forms, and really does have an impact on how it feels along Livingston. Next view, we move to the west. Now we're looking back to the southeast. You can see the overall scale and massing is in alignment with the existing context, not feeling out of scale, but again, providing some depth in both facade stepping back in plan, but also in stepping in the overall architecture. The next newer rendering, which you guys had asked for at the business meeting, is an overall elevation. We did one in 2D. It doesn't represent, we believe, the sense of the scale and depth of the overall project. This is a view you could get across Livingston that starts to show that overall elevation. You see a little bit of the fourth floor behind, but this is not a primary kind of elevation or view of the overall project. It does give you a sense of that scale, even to the restaurant to the left of the project, to the east side, is actually taller than the overall. So I think this fits within that scale and context, and I think works quite well. Next slide, we move to the alley. Here we are furthest to the west, looking back to the east. The stoops to the on the right-hand side are all existing in the white. There's a faint line in there you can read as about a 5-foot setback off of the alley. We are, I wouldn't say following exact setback on the alley in an effort to maintain that scale and overall feel of the alleyway. We push the buildings up closer to the alley And what that does is certain portions of these facades are going to be limited to about 15% opening. The ones within 5 feet are at 15. Anything beyond that 5 to 10, we get up to 25% opening. We think that fits within the context and gives us the texture along the alleyway that we're looking for. And by setting the building back at different points, we do allow for some of the landscape to be introduced. And we do have actual parking garages that will be accessed from the alleyways, not coming from the parking garage inside. So we will be allowing or providing a value of people to have their own personal parking garages into the project. Is there anything I've missed so far, Beverly?
I think you're doing great. I think I just, again, I love the alley because the sort of sense of the intimacy and the
Can't hear you.
culture.
Please don't shout out. Thank you.
I just think the alleys are great. And I'm excited to see the evolution of the design from what was presented before, because I think this is very fitting to the community.
And so if you keep moving, we move further forward to the east. We're now about mid-block at a portion that we set the building and project back. This is where Cedar Alley actually comes into is off to the right. We do have a parking area within this area, within the project here, within this opening and relief within the project. To the right is actually within this alleyway is also a parking area. So there are areas within the overall development that I think are fitting and similar to the context we're working within. You can see the power lines. We're going to work within those guidelines of, I mean, I'm amazed at how the power lines go along the alleyways and work with the existing buildings. We're going to work with those and being set off of those by about 5 feet. Next is now we're further towards 6th Avenue behind us, and we're looking to the west. This you can start to see two of the different materials, brick, and then we'll work through on the final materials of the wood batten or cedar siding. Something that we can work through with you on selecting that and working through that, but you can start to see how, again, stepping the building back gives us some of that relief and scale along the alleyway. Next is just the overall planning. We can walk through all the plans if you'd like. I know there was an ask for the setbacks all around the site. They vary all the way around the site, so it's hard to really say. But we are looking to create a relief where we can against existing buildings. There will be some areas that are fairly narrow at about 5 feet setbacks, and there'll be some areas that are pretty tight up against the property line. And we'll be working through a bit more detail on that if it's required for more understanding of those setbacks.
If I may, real quick here, if you could go. One other additional inclusion that wasn't in previous submissions is one of the existing buildings on Livingston now is sort of being integrated into the project. The facade will remain the same, but we thought we could activate that and use that as more of a main entrance in a sense of arrival. So you'll notice sort of, plan northwest there. We're utilizing one of those properties that we've sort of worked diligently over the years to restore and integrating that as part of the amenities for the residents.
And main vehicular access will be off of 6th for the parking area. Again, that's behind now actual units that are facing the alleyway.
I think, it's worth pointing out, level 4 in the bottom right, just how scaled back that's become since the last submission as well. It's really helps bring that scale and massing down quite a bit.
The outside patios will be facing more towards the north. And again, this conceptually is how we're thinking about the project, very much about how the north side of it can scale, potentially be a slightly higher scale towards Livingston, and really dropping that scale to the south side alleyway. And then the section is the last piece here to give you a sense of how that is starting to work with units facing the alleyway. moving up 2 floors, stepping back, allowing that relief, and then really pushing back that 4th floor as Kurt had mentioned. Within the context of the existing fabric, we feel this fits within the guidelines and starts to enhance the overall home and neighborhood.
Where's the east-west elevation?
Please, this is not question time. Thank you.
So that's what we have to offer. Is there anything you guys feel like you missed?
All right.
Really look forward to hearing the input and see what you guys have to say.
Thank you. All right, we will go to the speaker slips. So a reminder, 3-minute limit. Call your name, come to the stand, give your name for the record. You've already been sworn in, so you're under oath. First off the top, Crystal Kuhn.
For consistency, we brought together our statements. Could I give those to you as well?
Sure. Thanks.
And for the commission, that's what will go on the 3-minute timer hits.
Thank you.
Or, yeah, that's loud. I'll spin it a little louder to make sure.
Let you, all the starts, Nick?
All right. My name is Crystal Kuhn, by the way. My name is Crystal Kuhn, and I'm the Historic Preservation Manager for the German Village Society. I'm here tonight just as someone who works closely with residents, property owners, and preservation professionals who are deeply invested in the future of the German Village Historic District. I'm kind of opening tonight, and our collective desire is to protect the historic nature of the neighborhood, the scale, footprint, walkability, the balance between the built and natural environments. And the German Village Commission obviously plays a vital role in that stewardship. And I do want to express my confidence in the Commission's ability to uphold the German Village guidelines as you look at potential development plans that come before you. Following me, you're going to hear from several residents who will speak to specific concerns, including massing, setbacks, height, ingress and egress, green space, and maneuverability. These are important and interrelated issues that deserve thoughtful attention. I do want to express my gratitude to all the parties involved, the commission, the city staff, the applicant, the community, for coming together to examine this proposal in detail. It's through this kind of open dialogue that we ensure that this district remains a place of integrity, character, and care. So I know I'm under my time, but I'm basically just setting the stage for some other concerned individuals to share their thoughts on some of these topics. So I want to thank you for your time, for everyone that's here tonight. It's late, but I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker 2, Heidi Forenza. I say it right.
Sorry.
I was gonna have it right.
Again, for the record, Heidi Forenza.
All right, we're gonna let Nick hit the timer here real quick.
Ready?
This proposed project includes the majority of an entire block on Livingston Avenue, the gateway to German Village. The Sanborn map from 1891 shows the development of the block at that time and illustrates, and I included this in your packets, illustrates that there were 13 dwelling units and 1 store on this stretch of land. This development pattern is seen throughout German Village, and although idiosyncratic, is consistent throughout the neighborhood. In the early 20th century, the development on the block included an additional commercial buildings, including a movie theater, with 10 dwellings and 4 commercial properties. The block remained relatively consistent in terms of height, with a slight increase in density of buildings to accommodate auto garages. This proposed development does not bear any relation to the historic development on the block or in the larger neighborhood. In terms of density, the proposed plan is far denser than any other development in both historic and modern contexts. The height of the buildings in German Village is typically 1 to 2.5 stories in height, and that variety is really important for German Village. This proposed project is 4 stories, and that's larger than any other project in the area. I'm not sure how. These seem awfully. Anyway, I'd like more information about the height and how, and perhaps a study on that. I'd like to see a visual impact study to analyze the effect of 4 stories and give us further views on that, because I don't think that's really representative of how we're going to see those buildings. I believe they're limited in showing a clear understanding. In previous iterations of the project, they've attempted to argue that the heights are appropriate on Livingston Avenue because of the surrounding development. It should be just the opposite. It's more critical to maintain consistent height and street rhythm on any new construction on the boundary. The rhythm and scale of buildings in German Village provide a visual demarcation that leaves no doubt that this area is part of the historic district. It's critical to the sense of place that we get that scale correct and keep it unique. To add one final note, I've lived in my home for 20 years and I'm still surprised on a daily basis on how much activity currently takes place on these alleys. They serve cars, bikes, scooters, and trucks, which you have correctly represented. And I do appreciate the addition of the residential on Blankner. That's a good addition. Pedestrians share the alleys with vehicular traffic in equal measure. They serve as loading zones for the restaurants and for the tenants in the apartments, and they're blocked numerous times per day. Dixon Alley, Blankner Street, and 6th Street are all undersized facilities and can only accommodate 1 car at a time. If 2 cars are coming from opposite directions, one of them has to back up to the intersection to pass. With the addition of this level of density, it will put an unacceptable level of pressure on these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker 3, Michael Gallagher. State your name.
Michael Gallagher, resident German Village. First of all, before I start, I would like to say that the prior design to this design was kind of like, oh, that's looks like a lot better going this direction. However, there's still some concerns. Setback and visual represent differentiation from the historic properties. I'm attending a number of these meetings, and the commission typically looks at additions being visually secondary to other properties and subsidiary to the original structure, and not to confuse the historic form. Methods to differentiate that typically included setback of facades and recessed connectors between old and new structures. Those concepts still apply here. From the prior design to this design, I look at it and say, overshot the runway. Contemporary yet compatible is where we should be. New construction should be clearly identifiable as contemporary, but use compatible materials and proportions. An effort here has been made to construction look like the surrounding neighborhood. The elevated first floor, the 3-step stoop, those types of things caught my eye right away. The goal to blend without mimicry. Modern building that respects the rhythms, roof lines, materials, and proportions of the streetscape. The framing language inappropriate for integrating new construction. The German Village guidelines are clear in their intent. New construction should be distinct from historic structures and not compromise their visibility, proportions, or architectural integrity. What we see is this proposal is new construction woven directly into the fabric, physically and visually blurring the line between old and new. This approach violates the guidelines call for additions to be subsidiary, recessed, and clearly differentiated. Instead of respecting the historic form, the new construction appears to absorb it and engulf it. According to the guidelines, additions should not be mistaken for the original construction. They should be set back significantly and employ material or detail changes to mark a separation. The new elements should not obscure, damage, or dominate the historic structure. When additions and likewise new development are literally flush with historic walls, they share the same massing, setbacks, and roof line. The effect is not preservation. It is architectural erasure by assimilation. The commission should require design that reflects these standards, visually distinct, clearly subordinate, and respectful of the streetscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4 is John Clark.
Taking me just a little bit longer than it used to.
Okay.
3 minutes are up.
You can state your name, please.
I'm John Clark. I live at 835 City Park Avenue, and I'm a 33 and a half year resident of German Village. Of the many things that made this south end of Columbus so quaint in the 19th century and which continues to contribute to its desirability today is the variety of heights of the buildings, all of which, except for 1 or 2, stand shorter than the 4 stories that are planned for this huge building. Page 7 of the architect's concept design, or at least the page 7 I saw, emphasizes the rhythm and scale of nearby historic buildings. The apparent aim is to suggest this new project would pay homage to these variations. But I think the photos point to something more important. Not that this large project would include a variety of faux design elements, but that it would upset the rhythm of the existing streetscape in terms of height, dwarfing more than 99% of the other buildings in German Village. Throughout our neighborhood, you'll find 1.5-story cottages butted against 2-story Italianates, the odd Queen Anne vernacular. There are 1 or 2 2-story restaurants, the 3-story commercial buildings that were intended for businesses on the first floor, residences on the second, meeting halls on the third. A few of the 19th century buildings in the vicinity of the proposed project, as highlighted by the architects, make this very point. A 2-story home at 247 East Livingston, a repurposed department store at 231 East Livingston, where you could still see the M in the for Margulies in the 2nd-story wrought iron window guard. A 1.5-story brick cottage with preserved slate roof at 243 Blankner, a stately, beautifully restored 3-story brick at 291 East Livingston, and a well-maintained 2-story brick Italianate double at 520 South Fifth. The codified German Village guidelines specifically states, without exception, that the height of a new building should fall at or below the average height of the surrounding structures. That's a statement the authors felt so strongly about that they included it twice, once on page 107 and once on page 108. The height of this proposed project would block the view of hundreds of 19th century buildings with their authentic design elements, all of which and more were added to the National Register of Historic Places 50 years ago. And more important, from a legal standpoint, it would clearly violate the German Village guidelines. But as I look tonight, I do think you have a very beautiful Upper Arlington apartment complex.
All right, speaker number 5, Pat Bowers. You will please state your name for the record.
Pat Bowers, I'm at 858 South Fifth Street. And I'm addressing green space and open spaces. German Village has its own unique physical environment, which gives it a special sense of place. New buildings in the village need to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in their design. Even though the neighborhoods in German Village are extremely dense, the typical use of yard space includes gardens, patios, and trees or grass areas. The green or open space were recognized for their health benefits through improved air quality and public health. Many of the existing city plans and guidelines are not specific as to green space requirements. However, the new Columbus Urban Forestry, Master Plan, and Parkland Dedication Ordinance recognize the value of green spaces. It is my understanding that the commission has historically tried to have a maximum of 50% main building lot coverage and garage, carriage house, and/or ancillary buildings
making up varying percentages, but always having green or open space. The proposed design would not be compatible with the commission's above desire, nor with the city's desire to improve neighborhood quality of life. The proposed building design would not improve our high heat levels, nor increase our tree canopy with its nearly 100% lot coverage. Thank you.
Speaker 6, Tim Bidler. Thanks, Tim. Speaker 7, Paul Burke.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Burke. I reside at 314 Jackson Street. Been there over 35 years. My purpose tonight is to be concerned about Blinkner Street, actually an alley. I was a little concerned initially when I saw this rendering. I don't know how much time you said you spent time in the village, but if you spend a lot of time in the village and you spend a lot of time on Blinkner, you know it looks nothing like this. I understand you're building something new and it should look prettier. It probably will look prettier. However, you're talking about an alley, you said 12 feet in width. My calculation, maybe I'm right, wrong, I don't know. But from lot line to lot line is more like 11 feet, 7 inches than 12 feet. What is confusing and misleading, I think, you show a very wonderful walkway here. That's, if you haven't considered, I don't think, the traffic that's on that alley. Children's Hospital came into our life big time recently, and it's had a lot of traffic off of they're blocking the Livingston Avenue. Where do they go? They go to Blinkner. You also see, and I have photos of the examples of what you're looking at. You look at the alley. You have not only regular traffic, but you have truck traffic, a lot of it. You have 2 restaurants on both ends. You have deliveries going on all the time. There's a picture of a FedEx truck that's there. Also, something I think you need to consider is the width of the alley and how it affects the residents that are there now. Here's an example, 239 Blinkner Street, torn up a step at the bottom here. Distance between the lot line and the step is 11 feet, 7 inches. Damage has occurred. Also, 2 examples of a property at 317 Blinkner. This is not in your zone concern, however, it is opposite a garage that has a setback of 7 feet 8 inches, and the total width of the alley that is 20 feet 4 inches, and yet look at the damage that's occurred. 3 different occasions. There's a brick wall that's on the opposite side of that alley, and cars have banged into it. So it's 20 feet 4 inches is the distance there. And I don't know what your setback's going to be, but it's got to be something in that area, even more so to avoid the damage. That's about what I have to say. So you got to be, and another thing, your parking, you're talking about a figure of parking that's going to dump a lot of people on the neighborhood streets. And with the restaurants there, I think you said 0.5 per unit. It's got to be at least 1 per unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all there is. Right. Before the commission jumps into, is there anything else, anything you want to respond to? About? No. All right. Questions, comments from the commission?
I agree with you when you mentioned point of departure being parcels on the block. There are 9 of them, and you are going to be using up 2 of them. Guidelines talks about new buildings, infill, et cetera, following the historic patterns of the vicinity. And the historic development pattern of properties in the historic district is a guiding pattern that we should be adhering to as a commission. We're charged to preserve the characteristics, et cetera, of German Village and enforce that. Putting the guidelines, the following factors help define the area's distinctive character. Closely spaced individual buildings with small or non-existent front yards, extensive use of brick for buildings, streets and sidewalks, wrought iron fences, neighborhood commercial buildings interspersed among residential buildings, attractive landscape areas ranging from minimum private gardens to grand scale show park. That's a quote. Typically, the plots are narrow and deep with the primary structure towards the street and an ancillary structure to the back. Open spaces between. This block consists of 9 plots, as we had talked. I think you're ignoring actually the parcels and the fact that you are building so much more and so much densely what is typical of German Village lot coverage. I think there is this one right here. This is a good example of just, you know, this is you here. This is the typical coverage of blocks that we've got. You've got a little isolation here. These are getting isolated and pushed off. These are getting pushed off. This is getting isolated. You've got this large mass building that's just the whole coverage. It's just big. And that's where I'm at problem-wise with this development, is that it's not respecting typical historic development of the village. It really, I'm not saying it needs to reflect that somehow architecturally. I think this is a bigger improvement over what we had before, but I think it's still too massive in appearance.
Can you point out in the renderings where you feel the scale is too massive? Not in plan, but in elevation or in the renderings where you feel.
Well, I mean, this one, we can talk about heights.
Yeah, it's
Way too high. The guidelines call for everything to be lower than the existing. Are you aware that you already have an infill in here that nobody's really aware of? That this building, I believe, right here is newish?
Cherry Alley was vacated. It went all the way to Livingston and it was filled with.
Yeah, this is infill.
Yes.
But most people don't recognize that. I think that's more along the lines of what you guys need to be looking at to get to where you need to be.
Well, even with, you know, as Dan pointed out, the scale even next to Bendy, you know, that frontage were lower than our neighboring, if not equal, how many
Well,
bridges.
that's one.
Okay. If I also may on lot coverage, there is a quote within the German Village guidelines that say, bear with me. Although the building pattern in German Village is generally very dense, this historic plan for the neighborhood included some green or open yard space on most lots. Exceptions to this plan occur in German Village, mostly which commercial buildings which may take up the entire lot, only leaving a small service area in the rear, which may be the most important. These buildings are typically located along major commercial streets. So, you know, this, I know you mentioned, and we're trying to respect that, this site needs to be treated as if it's any other site within the village, but, you know, even within the own guidelines, it calls for on major commercial streets, maybe there is acknowledgement that lot coverage may not be the same as interior to.
But historically, even this block didn't have that kind of lot coverage. The theater was the only big thing here.
Well,
everything else was residential that went from front to back, had a primary building in the front. And as you showed in your historic, there were smaller buildings in the back. And that's typically what we have. This alley looks like it's more dense with residential, even historically, than what we have probably in a lot of the other parts of the village.
Well, let's talk about what's there today, which is parking lot, which spans across all parcels. If there's anything that's really uncharacteristic, this is actually the largest surface lot in all of German Village, and it faces 4 frontages. That to me is far more uncharacteristic. It also spans across the parcels and it also has the same amount of lot coverage as we're talking about today.
And I agree, I think it's damaged property as far as the guidelines go now, as far as buildup, et cetera. But I don't think covering it with 4-story buildings is characteristic of where we need this to be going, to be preserving the characters of the village, et cetera, that goes along with it. And to me, really, this is becoming the front face of German Village to Columbus. So this is even more important to me than anything else that's going on right now in the village. Now, we do have some large developments. We've got the condos in Lear. We've got the condos, the development north of Lear. And we've got the ones, those were all large industrial plots. And that's how they got to be okay as far as developing it as the way they did. This still to me is 9 parcels. It needs to be built and reflect as if it was 9 parcels back in the day.
That's what we need to work off of, and we'll work from that point of view. And when we come back, we'll show you how we kind of can address that as best we can. If it's not, and the question I guess I have is lot coverage versus the representation or the understanding of those 9 parcels.
Yeah.
So if that is understood and we can represent that in a way that could help you satisfy that understanding of the lot coverage.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good. That's what we need to know.
And also to that point, I will say, I think the facades as shown now are light years ahead of where we were before. So I appreciate that. I will say to the point about that section about lot coverage green space, the very next paragraph, 3 sentences in, says maximizing lot coverage with new construction and leaving little outdoor space is not in accordance with traditional historic development patterns of the neighborhood and not appropriate for new construction in German Village. So it's that dichotomy there. Sure. And I get one of the struggles with just this development in general is it's a development that was not typical for the time the neighborhood was built. There wasn't an 80, 60, even 40 unit apartment block building structure ever in the concept at the time. It just wasn't what was built. If they did build it, it would be tall, it would be downtown. So breaking it up, I agree with Ned's points about respecting kind of the rhythm there. I think on your plans, specifically page 28, where you're showing dimensions, grid lines, call them whatever you will. I've said before during the zoning stuff early on, we kind of pushed back against that. Typical lot is 33 feet, give or take, 45 feet, somewhere in that range. I think your facades are trying to speak to that, so I appreciate that. The articulation is trying to get to that. This is the width of what a parcel, building on a parcel would be. So definitely appreciate that. The other piece to the lot coverage and 50%, kind of that sweet spot that we've always shot for, that's really city code, but it has held true down here, is not just this development, but you're carving up the plots that were there and what is being done to the plots that are left over. Every one of those plots that are left outside of this boundary is now less than 50%. So it's kind of a double-edged sword as well of we're way above 50 now, but we're also taking way above 50 as a result of what's left. So there's very minimal green space. And I get kind of part and parcel to dense development, and that's always been the rub. How do we get dense development? How do we keep that the character in the open spaces and the pockets and the seeing around corners and things? Said before, I like the height. I think if I can speak to specific elements, I'll call it the left block, right block. The left block, kind of 3 facades, step back 1, 2, 3. I get what you're trying to do is you're trying to come from the bendy facade and work your way back to the next building facade. I don't think it has to necessarily be cascading. Okay. I think the left massing piece, you can definitely see it when you're looking at it from the right block's view. Yeah. It's extruded way out, and it's just solid wall.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Good point.
I think the right block is much more and technically correct. I respect the pitched roof and the flat roof kind of connector and the pitched roof again. I think that speaks well to me from a language standpoint. One of the speakers mentioned something about assimilating. And that's always a struggle in preservation is how do you get contemporary but compatible? If you get too contemporary, it stands out like a beacon and it takes the view away from the surrounding.
Yeah.
If it's a replica of what was there, it's too matchy and it's not correct. It's somewhere in the middle. I think this is getting towards that, of that good middle.
If you go, and sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sure, go ahead.
Page 19, where we put those, and again, I was just looking at, the precedents here, where again, to that point, as we've had some more time of looking at it, it's like, this starts to work within that, but starts to give it the contemporary edge that it doesn't match, it's not matching, and I think that's the next level of detail that we're gonna work towards, and try to get that understanding from you guys. If you guys look at these and say this doesn't work at all, but our hope was trying to find that balance of not matching what's there.
I think the leftmost one is probably the more appropriate of them. The rightmost is still just
It's flat.
Speak a little bit louder. please.
Sorry. The left one, I think, is more in keeping. You get the reset, the center is kind of pocketed. The far right one is just flat across the board. The center one, I think it's the repetition which stands out because the properties here, there's some repetition property, but there's uniqueness.
I guess take the bay in the middle out of that one, but yes, agree. So no, just wanted to get that input. That's.
And I'm gonna disagree.
Okay.
I think the gap between the two on the left is way too much. We have narrow side yards, which are barely readable from any angle. There are pictures of buildings on streetscape of Mohawk. There's a whole house missing there. It doesn't look like it even shows up. I prefer more the one to the right. He says it's flat. I think more flat is correct in the village rather than back and forth. We've got houses that are, all of them are right at the front property line, or maybe set back 5 feet. But they have that narrow gap that as you're driving along, you can see between them. And I think that helps. I don't know how you work that into this or how you make it work architecturally with kind of floor plans you got, but I think that's more typical of massing for the village than a large gap between.
Okay. No, and that's great. And there might be ways of integrating both, right? So there.
Well, there are some big gaps, yeah.
Within it. Okay, no, appreciate it.
I've got a whole page of notes. If you want to speak, you can, or I can just go through all mine.
You can go through yours and then I'll follow up.
Okay. I do have a comment, and it's more, I'll say directed at staff, but looking through city code, alleys. I recently have been dug into the concept of alleys and how the city views alleys. And I find that the city they're not consistent in how they deal with alleys. City code 900.02 and 2101.03 define an alley as a street or highway intended to provide access to the rear or side lots of buildings in the city and not intended for the purpose of through vehicular traffic. It includes any street or highway that has been declared an alley by council. In German Village, a lot of our alleys are just really narrow streets. We have fronting properties. They are thoroughfares, even if they're uncomfortable to drive down. And then you have CC 3303.01, which is what our section, the 3116, 3119, point to for our definitions. It defines an alley as a right-of-way not less than 10 feet wide, but less than 35 feet wide, located at the rear or side of lots, dedicated to public use for travel or transportation, and generally affording secondary access to abutting properties. So those two, they're kind of working together, but kind of against each other. And it's that German Village weird of we don't fit the nice tight descriptions. So even though things are alleys, they're really streets, but at the same time they're alleys. So I think that your residential frontage, the way you're approaching it now along Blankner, I think is much more appropriate, much more compatible. Having garages on facades is something that there's a few examples of, but it's not typically the appropriate way to go about things, but at the same time, we're balancing that versus there's no on-street parking. And so how do we stop the parking demand on the streets? The parking overlay does a certain job of it. Obviously, if anything that's fronting on the street with its own dedicated entrance is likely able to get a parking pass. There's no parking on 3 sides of this, and you got 8 parking spots across Livingston. So not having the garages just puts more demand on the public parking sector. So for the commission to consider is this being on Blankner, being tucked back, knowing there's parking adjacent to properties on Blankner, is having first floor garages in certain spots in that facade. Is that something we would be willing to say, okay, this makes sense in this situation for these reasons? Or is it a hard line, no, we don't do this? So that's a discussion point for the commission to have when it comes to that. On page 22, speaking to details. Yep, that first, right there, one up. It may be just your current state of design and rendering. It may be what you're going for. You've got the pitch, but there's no overhangs.
Yeah.
Overhangs are pretty standard. So is what's this form trying to be? Is it trying to be speaking to? Is it just trying to be a whisper of the forms that we see? It might be more appropriate to have some overhangs to be more of a traditional roof style, letting the fenestration be the deviating thing. I see what you're doing with the kind of framing around the windows of speaking more towards the taller rather than wider windows, but getting more towards more contemporary look, kind of a shadow throwback. I could see it. The arch window, I don't think is right. We do have arch windows, but they're tiny little windows up in the attic spaces.
Or really big ones.
Yeah, they're not big, but big arch windows we see are typically done over time and not. For the flat roofs, if you're treating it as a narrow connector, it makes sense. But if you look at examples of flat roofs, typically commercial structures or multi-unit apartment buildings, they all have some kind of decorative corbelling across the top.
Okay.
So I think we need to decide from a design language, are you trying to have minimal detail to stand out as contemporary? Or do you want to have some kind of detail to kind of match in?
This is the rub. I think a lot of it is staying less detailed, but this is that third point of how far do we go on the detail level? So
what's driving the first floor elevation on Livingston? That elevated elevation, is that trying to speak? There's across Livingston, there's various, and it looks like your elevation, it's all straight one elevation. Is there something driving a higher elevation versus lower elevation?
I think across the site we have a 3 foot grade change across from west to east. It's going up, so our low is to the west. I think in the end it was picking up on some of that datum line that's pretty consistent around. I think we're going to start to vary that a little bit. The elevation is up a little. One, because I also like the opportunity of windows being up a little higher when you're looking out when pedestrians are walking by. It does give you a little bit of a better, feels safer than it being down on grade. So that's one we'll look at. But on Livingston, a number of the other existings already have patios and porches that are up. That's what's driving a lot of that elevation.
And then on that far left block, it looks like the building's right off a property line, and you got the data out.
Further back.
Yeah, so it's.
I think our rendering got pulled forward at the last minute. So
It's fair.
the plans show it more accurately. Yeah.
Okay. I just know that the city grandfather's in, but I've not, I definitely watched you one. Talked about the east building being pulled forward. Okay, page 23, which is the right block of the structure. The large picture window. I think your precedent page was talking that that's a modern expression of like the metal frame windows, which would be used in industrial properties, not residential. What's this trying to be? Consider that. I don't think it's really speaking as industrial. It's speaking like a big picture window. And on the Queen Anne's, it would be centered.
Yeah.
It's not a Queen Anne
It's not
style.
centered,
Yeah.
it's like, don't disagree.
But-
Two narrower windows might be, yeah, more appropriate than that.
Could,
Okay.
could be- or maybe it's an industrial feel infill piece, and it does have a true industrial window. I think it needs to understand what it's trying to be.
Good point.
Bigger or smaller?
Bigger, smaller, taller, wider.
Something other than what it.
The mix of casements and double hungs seems odd. Double hungs are pretty standard around the entire village. Casements are rare. They're there, but not typical.
It's certainly not in frontages.
Yeah. On this one specifically, the question is, okay, pitched roofs, obviously it's the 3-step back. Should it be more like the property west of Bendy where the 2 pitched are forward and the center one's back? Again, it's design, figure it out, what it wants to be. That's part of the early conversation. The upper story piece, this piece right here. These feel like hats, just drop on top of the building. Not saying a Mansard roof is the right way to go, but looking to the other side of Bendy, maybe that kind of helps try to step things back and like hide.
You have no problem with that height?
I'm not saying I don't have a problem with height. I'm still trying to get around the height, but I think this just makes it worse. It makes it stand out. I have been a pretty big advocate on height that the only structure that are above 3 stories, the church steeple, Schwartz's Tower, and there was the big industrial complex, the old watch factory down on Thurman. 3 substantial community-centric properties. 3 floor, there's 7 buildings, I think they're three full stories, typically more commercial. So could I get to 3 stories? Maybe, possibly. 4 is really stretching it in terms of 99.9% of the structures in Jordan Village. I know you're trying to centralize it, keep it in the center and hide it. If you're going to, it's got to be hidden better. Right now, it's still popping up and poking out.
And I'm not sure you're gonna be able to do it, to be honest, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what's going up across the street. It could be more Children's Hospital, it could be whatever, and it can be 6, 14 stories, et cetera. My point of view from the top of that building is it should be able to look out, and this should not stick out as being a high point in the village. So I'm not looking at this as just from the streetscape or from a low angle. Looking at this as, hey, I'm in an apartment building overlooking Central Park. I expect all of Central Park to look the same.
I think where the view is going to stand out the most, it's not going to be on Livingston. Where you're going to see the upper floors is coming down Grant. Even though it's far away, you're getting that clear shot. As you're coming across the bridge on Grant, and you're looking towards German Village. This is going to be popped up. It's going to be up there. That's, to me, that's the tell. Unfortunately, there's long views.
Agreed.
On this side of Livingston. On the facades, 1 light per man door. Applications earlier today, we talked about that. As details, we'll get there.
Yeah. Okay, agreed.
Page 25, which is the alleyscape. You show a masonry wall with lamps on top, which I think you're trying to speak to what you're seeing up on Livingston. Those kind of walls, a brick wall with a fence infill, that was a 1970s kind of thing. Not really appropriate for the village. I'm not saying shouldn't do it here. I think the commission needs to talk about that, of what could be there and what's the most appropriate thing. The guidelines state that landscaping is a better option, and that might be an opportunity to provide some softness on the alley.
That's the one piece that's missing. We just, time, haven't got to the full, what the opportunities of landscaping along here are.
Sure.
Yep, agreed.
And this is the one view that's going to give you full view of 4 stories is right here. And there is Cedar Alley, which looks right up to this location. So I'm not sure what you'll be able to see through Cedar Alley when you see this. Is this going to be a 4-story monstrosity at the end of the alley?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just even that 2-story-ish, 3-story-ish, going to 4-story-ish is very, very odd and probably very inappropriate. It's very awkward.
What's the question?
We're saying that if you look
Heights of
down
massing.
Cedar Alley, if you see this gap in the building, you see the 4 stories, that's gonna be a prominent view from the adjacent streets looking down. Maybe plantings help solve that, maybe with the design, if that pocket shifts left or right, so you don't get the straight shot, maybe that helps hide it. I don't know. If it's not 4 stories, that mitigates the whole thing, but that's a whole different conversation. I talked about lot coverage on main units, trees and vegetation, which we've talked about as well. I still have not wrapped my head around what the pieces of Title 34 that still apply above and outside Title 31. If there's landscaping, I don't think I saw much in there about street tree, or not street trees, but perimeter trees and like that. But I did see parking lot trees are still required.
Okay.
And you got a parking lot. So I would assume a tree is required here at some point somewhere. Otherwise, it's gotta be a variance. We're gonna talk through that aspect.
Yeah.
But the more greenery, softness we can give to the design of the property would be beneficial.
Okay.
And my last note, I promise is my last one until I think of something later. Would like to know how many individual address units are on the ground floor with dedicated entrances. How many have garages? How many don't have garages?
Okay.
Just so the public can understand that this is with the new parking overlay as we know it now, and as we're seeing it being developed with other large developments outside German Village and what's now being allowed to them, we can see the impacts. And so we see, oh, there's 80, 60, whatever units. If there's only 15 ground floor units and 12 have their own garages, then really the permit parking option is the difference between those two.
Yeah.
You may have 2 cars and 1 car garage, but it's that play of what's the real demand, what's the real overflow into the streets versus what's the perceived, because we're seeing big numbers of units.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
We had a lot of the points that like the roof overhangs. But the other thing that resonates with me is just the flatness of the facade. And, you know, if maybe ways to articulate that in the masonry. I know, you don't want to copy historic buildings of German Village, but yet these seem like, almost like the exterior wall is too thin, too flat. You know, there's the way in which the windows could be inset a little, some things that would give shadow line, that would give more detail to the facades. I agree with the hats. I'm wondering if that went to some kind of a flat roof, would that bring?
Oh, yeah.
It would bring the
Bring the height down.
down.
Visually, it would drop that off pretty quick.
And then maybe
Go dark walls.
maybe that flat roof gets articulated a little,
Sure,
at the
sure.
top,
We've
which,
done different things, yeah.
I think green space, any place that we can insert green, we should be
I figure
doing.
FE will get us for that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, I agree on all the landscape. It needs a layer of that study as it goes around. Yep.
I definitely want to comment that, I do appreciate this revised design thinking and the
Wish
previous
you all
version.
would speak up.
Yes, sorry. I'm trying to say that I appreciate the revised design thinking that they brought this round, compared to the previous version. Particular on how you guys treat, Blankner, the alley way. I feel like the previous design really turned the back to Blankner, right? It just basically just like a garage, and then you have the 5 feet with the wall. But right now you're introducing engagement around alley road, and I really appreciate that. Kind of just echo some points. Appreciate the step down in height from Livingston to the core of the development and then down to the Blankner. I do have a question on page. Let's see. Page 25, where Cedar Alley, like looks like the facade in the center, is the intention to be treated differently as the two sides? Looks like it's just different, really, it seems really flat from this angle, so I'm wondering if it's just didn't have time to render it, or is it a thought that maybe you are thinking on the blending side, it's more like, break and then break down to more contemporary massing facade and then go back to break again. Guess that's just my question here. And I also thought, I think the diagram that you guys have on 19, I mean, it's intriguing, but I think it's kind of misleading as well, where you show the carved out parking as green, but it's actually parking, right? And I know you have this low wall that kind of create this buffer for parking to alley, but I think, that should have some more thoughts on how you create a transition from parking to alley, because that's where you will see it coming from Cedar Alley. But again, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I appreciate you bring the engagement on the Blankner side, but I heard some comments from the residents that how you mitigate the traffic, that you kind of bring into the Blankner. I don't know how you're gonna solve that, but I think something, that would definitely want to see more of the progress on that.
I do have one note on that. And the other rendering of the alley showing the opposite direction. One potential option, I don't know if this is feasible, I'm not sure if that phone pole is located correctly or not. But if that area is intended to be parking lot, if you don't need that full width for the parking, for the general good of the public and that thoroughfare, because right where the Cedar Alley is, that wall could be stepped back to provide some paved area for two cars to make their way past each other. It provides a nice little spot for that kind of transition to happen versus who's going to play chicken and turn down Cedar.
Yep.
Um,
The other thought I was thinking is if we have already cars coming down and was discussed earlier from, this is a working alley, is maybe the wall goes away and actually you access the parking from the alley and you're just like the lot, which is actually just to the right. People are just pulling in. It's a lot. We could do some other things that make it more part of the alley experience. The other is greenery and others that if we can step it back, we'll have to look at it and plan to see if we have clearances, but might be some other ways that we can look at it.
Unfortunately, it's an alley.
It's tight.
It's like anything in Durham Village. I feel with the neighbors who are concerned about tightness of alleys, but it's a tight alley. No matter what we do, it's going to be problematic.
Yeah, and all the garages we did set back. I think they're 10 feet, so plus the 22. We want to get to 22 feet for any drive aisle clearance and back end. So that's what we'll be working. That's what we're working on.
I had two more comments to pop up because obviously it happens to me a lot. I saw a bunch of the stoops that are there. We're going to want to talk about materiality of stoops when you get to that point. We're not the biggest fans of concrete, as you probably heard earlier. So we want to start talking about kind of what that wants to be. We see gray. And you gotta the other piece is we're definitely going to want to talk about the connection to the existing structure that you're calling that amenity building. We, as the commission, has pushed back on the idea of blowing out entire walls because anything in the preservation mindset, anything that you do, you should be able to undo someday.
Okay.
So if it's a doorway opening, great, but to just connect and then demolish, that's not something we're going to want to see.
I think along that lines, I think it's a wider double door width of access so that as you move through that space from the entry, you're moving.
That's a little connector piece or something, speaking to Ned's point of peeking through things. And then the last piece I'll give you, just came to me from my predecessor, was it's all about the aha moments. The most successful things we do of infill in additions in German Village is you're walking down the street. You don't go, oh, that's different. You're walking down and you take 3 steps past, you stop, You go back and say, oh, because you didn't notice on first pass, but something about it was just a little bit different. You take a second look, then you can see, oh, this is new. Still speaks to the old. That's that mix, that perfect mix we're looking for. So just keep that in mind as you go through design.
And just to reinforce that, what he said was the little difference. Because it does stand out.
This is with all the input, it's finding that sweet spot. It's a great challenge you guys have given, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think that that water table expression on the building is gonna be important.
Yeah.
To figure out how that's detailed and what material it is.
Yeah, I mean, even the buildings in that image behind you on the alley, to the left, the
Yeah.
steeps aren't out, they're in
Mhm.
board versus
Yeah.
board. And
Yeah.
some of those subtleties, we haven't gotten to that level of detail yet, but yeah, trying to understand and work within that context.
And the feedback you're looking for? Give you enough?
Challenge accepted. I guess my from a height, and I understand it, we work with it all the time, and I think if the flat roof is something that we can set back, materiality, we can find a way. I don't believe we could solve it from every view, but if we can get it to where 90% of the time or 90% of the views you don't see it, is that going to be acceptable? Because if it's not acceptable, then it's just something that needs to be stated, that there is absolutely no way, even though the building height is allowed to be that tall, we are never going to allow it.
So I'm gonna read from the guidelines. The design of a new building should take into consideration the height of adjacent structures.
Okay.
As well as the range of heights of structures on the block. Most blocks in German Village have continuity of building height, although some blocks have more consistency than others. The height of a new building should fall at or below the average height of the surrounding structures.
There's a parentheses in there, though.
This requires further conversation.
You missed them.
Yeah, but that's not for you to have the conversation with, it's for us to have the conversation.
This is the
All right.
This is the 90%.
Yeah, the overall height of the building will affect its proportion. So the maximum height of the building should be considered when planning the massing drill. That is not gonna make it for me, I can tell you right now. I'm only one vote.
Nope, I'm just trying to get clarity, just so we know.
Absolutely off the board for me. And I can't go with a flat roof, I can't go with, hey, it's pushed back. It is still 4 stories or 3 stories in the middle of that block, which is not consistent with the guidelines. And that is really important to me, that we stick with that. So I don't know what that does, but that's, you're in one voice.
I can get behind 3 with the right articulation. I don't think I can get to 4 with the way the guidelines are written, what we're being tasked with.
Can I ask a question? Where's the east-west elevation?
Working on it.
They're not developed yet.
We're working on it.
It's not important.
This is conceptual. We're not making any motions. It's just simply review.
Yeah, we're
We're
working.
not there yet, really.
We got plenty to work on.
Yeah, they got a lot.
What are your thoughts on 4th floor?
Kind of in the middle, you know, I want to see the design before I
For sure.
say
For
yes or
sure.
no.
Okay. And we did do the alley elevation similar to, it didn't make it in the set, even though we've rendered it. I sent it to you, but we are looking from one of those angles. We understand the height. To the aha moment, I would love it if everybody walks around the building for 10 years and doesn't realize there's a 4th floor and then goes, oh, aha.
That would be nice.
Yeah, if you can pull that up.
But that's, if the perception of the public, and we can provide those views, again, if 90% of the time around you cannot see that 4th floor, I think it provides a value to the people living in the building as they come out on, because the way that works, for that that value of those units to the view to downtown, whether they build something across the street or not. Our goal is to make this feel like this fits in and that you do get those aha moments. And that it's not about hiding it, but it's about just designing it really well that it fits.
I'd like to say,
I mean,
Yes.
part of the issue is we're getting, typically you would say, okay, that building could go up more in height, but that's gonna give us green space and we're gonna have trees and, that's a trade-off. I'll take the additional height for. But in this case, it's going up and we're not getting.
How much green space
green
would you
space.
see as a value?
Excuse me?
Well, how much green space would be valuable for German Village in this?
German Village needs trees and, they could be columnar trees, but just, getting as much of that to break up the building
Okay.
as possible and to, just provide shade, all the, amenities that a tree provides.
The green space is amazing if we can provide.
Historic, the historic coverage has always been, I'd say, about at least 30% open.
Okay.
And early coverage was more than that.
To take Commissioner McCoy's statement in a different path. A lot of times we allow for height, unlike small cottages. Behind the small cottage, you can go up because we don't want to destroy the small cottage and put things on top and lose the cottage feel. So we're allowing height to keep the historic in the footprint. But in this case, we are blowing out the lot coverage, maximizing coverage, and going higher. It's like we're not going for height as an offset to something else. We're going for height on top of everything else. And that's
Typically, the
critical.
one-story cottage additions were 2 stories, not 3 and 4.
Sure.
I want to add that a lot of the aha moments really come with, like you walk around German Village and then you notice this intimate garden space, right? Like that's kind of very unexpected pedestrian scale experience. And I know you have done, a great job at providing different various setback on Livingston and Blackner. Maybe, that create opportunities to create those garden building nooks, right? Another thought is, I don't know, like just think about how to break down the building in a pedestrian experience. Like, can you provide some internal pathways, from Livingston to Blackner, maybe you create a break point from the massing to create a internal walkways that take you from Livingston to Blackner instead of just walk around the block or across the parking lot. I don't know, just something that is enhancing, again, the experience, not just a giant block that's set on the block.
Sure. Okay.
Anything else? Okay. All right. Appreciate your time. No action taken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to return to the one where they asked staff?
Yep, that was one under objection, correct?
Yes, application 7.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, wow. Yes. All right, so jumping back to item number 7, COA 2500602, 198 Jackson Street. If you could all take the conversation out the lobby, please. Hey, John, can you take the conversation to the lobby, please? You have conversations, take it to the lobby. Thank you. All right, so let the record show.
Oh, here's one.
Oh, you've done this too.
Yeah, it's like.
That's never happened.
I know.
We started 100% when we get them.
About a half hour ago.
It was 100% at 2 p.m.
This application is an exterior building alteration for to replace the existing sliding doors with new Marvin fiberglass sliding patio doors. At the July business meeting, the commission requested the application of an aerial photo indicating the door's location. Requested HPO staff find previous approvals for fiberglass doors. The applicant did provide that aerial photo, which should be the last or first page, document your material last. The existing sliding doors were likely installed when the addition was constructed in 1987. The doors match the appearance of the doors in the 1987 drawings, in their style. The commission approved a test case for a fiberglass door and a primary historic entrance at 567 South Fifth Street to replace a non-original wood door at the primary historic entrance, and has also previously approved a fiberglass door at 576, 578 South Fifth. The commission has also approved fiberglass doors in new garages and within new openings consistently. As this is a non-historic rear addition patio door, HPO staff would support fiberglass in this opening based on the previous commission decisions, noting that the entire addition was constructed in 87.
And it's not visible.
And it is behind a fence. And
I walk by this.
there you can see. The recommendation is approval. This is based on the staff recommendation for 311-611, standards for alteration 9, and the German Village guidelines for entrances and doors. I'll just say the whole section because I have lost the page with the exact recommendation.
There you go. There you go.
Anybody have pushback against this?
I say, and the applicant is aware that because of absence, you can only approve as submitted or continue.
I have no.
We've approved fiberglass windows. This is not in public way. It's a not really historic, not historic addition. I have no issue with it.
Mr. Chairman, on COA 2500602-198 Jackson Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Now we get to our continuations. Item 1. Have we continued this twice now? Is it twice?
Yeah, I was actually going to request the commission table this application,
Okay.
which just means they'd actually have to let us know they're coming to be on the agenda.
We don't got a vote table, right? I just tabled myself.
I think I do need a vote to table.
Okay.
So on item COA 2500447-249 Lansing Street, I move to table.
Second.
Question on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Item 8, COA 2500510-577 Cedar Alley.
Do we do 198 Jackson?
That was the one you just approved.
That was
Oh,
the
yes. Thank you. Oh, my God. Okay. COA 2500510-577 Cedar Alley, I move to continue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Any question on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? I think much passes. Second motion.
I know.
15, COA 2500591-768 City Park.
I move to continue.
Second.
Any question on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. There is no old business. Is there a motion to adjourn
Old business,
Oh.
or new business? Old business.
whatever.
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Durst.
Oh, yes, Commissioner
Everyone has
Durst.
mine, but okay.
Commissioner Durst was kind of marked by the office to be positioned to be on the Board of Commission Appeals. However, I won't give too much of her personal information. She recently had a health matter come up. She is recovering well, so she's kind of, well, her term ended with the German Village Commission. We're not sure about the BOCA until she's recovered and well. So right now she's just
In limbo.
in limbo. We hope you wish her well. And,
Yeah.
she will be still on like the top of the list for the Board of Commission Appeals if it's not for the current vacancy for the next one.
Sure. We'll miss her presence for sure.
And
Oh my
then
God, yeah.
Commissioner Strom submitted a resignation from the commission
Woof.
as of Monday. So I just haven't seen, I know
Yeah.
we're reading when I started,
Formal
but
letter,
I never
and then
seen
she
her
sent us an email saying that she was.
Okay, does,
So we're down.
staff have a backlog of, applicants to tap into?
We, I'm gonna stop the share.
Let's adjourn officially. Move to adjourn? Is there a motion?
No, before you go, I just want to let everybody know that our chairman did a great job at Boca yesterday. Thank you. And on that, I move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Too bad.
Stop the recording.
Rachel was in?
No, or